Hello and welcome to the introduction video of the MIT App Inventor. And the first question that comes to our mind is, what is MIT App Inventor? So MIT App Inventor is web application integrated development environment, which means the environment, whatever we need, that is web based. So you need to have an internet connection. So then only you can check that website, and on that you can make your application or games. It allows us to make fully functional no code application or games for smartphone and tablets. Earlier days when we wanted to make Android applications, so we had to learn Java and we had to rely on the tools like Android Studio. And that application itself would require 8 GB of RAM, graphic cards, and some other requirements were there, right? But now it is everything easy because this platform, whatever I'm talking about, MIT App Inventor, is totally a web based. So that means if you have a laptop, tablet, or any system where you can just log into this website, you will be able to make applications or games. So originally this MIT App Inventor was provided by Google, but currently it is being maintained by Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And so that is why it is called MIT App Inventor. So MIT is the short form of Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Now let's talk about some of the benefits of using this MIT App Inventor. So the first is, it is easy to learn even if you have a zero coding experience. So it doesn't require any sort of programming language experience. So if you don't have an experience, still you'll be able to follow and able to make applications and games. It allows us to create apps in block-based programming language. If you talk about any other programming language, you need to remember some syntax, you need to remember some logic, right? You need to actually write a code. But here everything would be like just a block thing. That means you will have some sort of block, you would just drag it and drop it somewhere, and then you'll be able to make your applications and games. Well, this whole things will make more sense when we actually start making applications and games. So don't worry if you're not able to get it right now. So means there would be some sort of blocks which you will just pick it and will just place it somewhere and will connect it, and that will make your application. And obviously after making the app, you would like to taste it. So it is very easy to taste with this platform. So all in one, whatever the things that you need to make and taste your application, it is available on this platform. So you don't need anything else. You just need to have access to this website. So you'll be able to make your applications and game. And then probably you would need your mobile or a tablet on which you can taste your application, right? So this was a brief description about MIT App Inventor. It is a kind of one platform where we can make our applications and games. It is a web-based development environment. That means we need internet in order to make applications or games. So there is a way also by which you can make your applications and game offline. So in that case, you just need to download this MIT App Inventor exe, or I would just say the portable application, and then you would install that in your system, and then you'll be able to make your applications offline as well. So in next video, let's just discuss what do we need to get started. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So in this video, we will discuss what do we need to get started. To get started means here we want to make applications or games, right? So what do we need? So that is what we are going to discuss here. So first thing we need is a Gmail account. So if you don't have one, just create one. And that will be a very easy and straightforward. I don't think I need to tell you how to do it, but you should be able to do it. But still, if you don't know how to do it, you can just Google search here like Gmail account or something. And probably first or second link you would find. So somewhere you would see create a Gmail account. So here you would find an option. So there is a button here, create an account. So if you click on that, you would need to fill some form. So here you need to give your first name, then here's the last name, and then here you would write your username. So that would be your email ID. So if you pick your username as Rohit DCD, so your email ID would be rohitdcd@gmail.com, and here you need to enter the password, and here you need to re-enter your password again to confirm. That means whatever the password you have typed, you need to type it again, and after that you will just click on next, and probably you might need to give 1 or 2 details more, and then your account will be ready. So once your account is ready, you are good to go. Okay, so there are 2 things we need. One is a Gmail account. So I think you probably would have it, and if you don't have it, just create one Gmail account. And then the second thing what we need is a laptop or a system with an internet connection. So we need laptop or system because this platform, whatever we are talking about, is a web based. So we need a laptop or a system. So it doesn't matter if you are having Mac or Windows or say tablet as well, you will be able to follow it. So you don't need to worry. You just need to have one system. That is it. Okay. And these are the things we need to make application or a build application. After that, we need to test our application as well, right? So there are 2-3 ways by which you can test your application, but the one I would recommend is this guy. So here you need to download this application. So this is the Android app, and for I think iOS also that would be a similar kind of app. You need to just check this name. So what you need to do, you need to download this application on your mobile, and you need to install it, and I will tell you how to use this application to test your application whatever you have just make it. But for the time being, I'm just telling you what are the things that you need. So first is a Gmail account that we have already gone through. The second is a laptop or system, and then to test our application we need this Android app. So this application you would find on your Play Store or App Store. So this guy you need, and obviously you would install it on your tablet or a system, right? So you would need a phone or a tablet. So if you have any of that, you can install. So if you have a phone, you would install your application on phone. If you have a tablet, you would install that application on your tablet. And after that, you have everything. So just have this setup ready. So from next video, we can start making the application and actually test it. So to sum up the things, you need one Gmail account and a laptop, because on laptop or a system, we are going to make our application. And to test our application, we need either phone or a tablet. And in that tablet, we need to download and install one application, that is MIT AI2 companion. So if we have this setup ready, next video we will have a tour of this MIT App Inventor. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome you all. So in this video we will have a tour of our platform, that means the MIT App Inventor. So what we need to do, you just need to go to your favorite browser, either Google Chrome or Firefox. I would recommend a Google Chrome, and then you need to click on this link. You won't be able to click it from here, but what I'll do, I'll just go to my favorite browser, which is a Google Chrome. So let me quickly go there. Okay, and here I would just type MIT App Inventor. So if I type it and if I hit enter, I would see a first link that would say appinventor.mit.edu. So on here you can see the detail that it was initially released on 15 December 2010. And here you can see the Google. So that I would told you that originally it was provided by Google, and now it is being maintained by MIT. So here you can see the detail, and these are the developer, and there's a couple of more options, right? So what you will do, you need to click on this guy, MIT App Inventor. So this is the site, and here if you see here, you can see the users today. That means over 38,000 people have used this website. So you can see how popular this website is, or I would say how popular this environment is there. And here you can see 0.9 M. That means over 1 million people have used this platform in this current month. So are you getting how powerful, or I would say how useful this platform is? And here all-time users is 14.9 million, and app build is 67.8 million. That means over 67 million applications have already built in with this particular platform. And here you can see some of the details. So this is the website of MIT App Inventor. Here you can see the educators, and you can obviously check any of this detail, but what we are interested here is this create apps. So what you need to do, after opening this website, you need to click on this create apps. So once you click on it, it would just go to the, what can I say, the new tab. So from here you need to pick your Gmail account. So I would choose this guy, help.dctjunkie@gmail.com. So if I click on it, here you would see this kind of terms of service kind of a dialog box. So what you need to do, you need to click on this, I accept the terms of service. So this is the first time you would see. So on this Gmail account, I haven't created any app. So that is why I'm seeing these messages. Okay, so first time if you're accessing this website, you would see such kind of thing. And here you would see one kind of a welcome note. And here you would see some of the YouTube video. You can watch it if you want to. So I would just click here, do not show this again. Otherwise, every time I'll open this app, I would have this dialog box. I don't want it. So what I do, I would just click on this checkbox, do not show again, and then click on continue. And now here you would see some of these tutorial that you can go through. But right now I will just click on close. So this is the page that we are interested in. And here you can see the projects, and here you can see the connect. And here we have a build, setting, help and all. Okay. So for the time being, let's just click on this start new project. So we want to start new project, and here I would write name as a test. So I would type here TEST and we'll click on Anna. Okay. So once I click on it, it will launch my application, and this is the beauty. And here we can see our application is loaded. And here you would see your phone, and from here you can change the tablet if you are making the application for tablet. And if you want to see how your application would look on a monitor, you can click on this guy. Okay, so I would choose for a phone because right now we will just try to make application on phone. Okay, so this is a guy we have. So what we did, we have just gone to this website, we have signed in with our Gmail account, and now in this platform we have two things, designer and a block. So designer is there to make a UI of a game, and block is there to add a behavior or functionality. Okay, so there are two parts in application, right? The one is design, or I would say how our application would look. That we also call it the UI. And the other part is block. That means once you click on a button or any particular UI or any particular component, what it will do. So this part will be in the behavior. So let me just quickly show you what are there. So here, if you just see here at the right side, you would see there is a designer. This guy is selected, and here there is a block. So if I click on block, so here there is a block section, and this is a designer section. Okay. So I was talking about the designer. So we have a palette, viewer, component, media, and a properties. So let me just quickly show you where are this component. So if you're on a blog page, you won't be able to see, but if you're on a designer tab, so you would see this details. And here we have a palette, and here we can see we have the component. We have a UI component as well. Then we have a layout, media, these components are there. So basically this is the palette from where you can pick any element that you want. If I want a label, I can click on here and I can just drag it and can place it here. So I can see my label is here. Okay. So this is a palette. Here is a viewer. So this viewer is there to see how our application would look like, or I would just say, so in runtime, if you want to see how our application would look like, so there you can see from the viewer. So here we have a viewer. Okay, right side to that, we have a component. So whatever component we have added, that will list here. So we have a screen. So that is the one main screen. So that means whenever you want to create an application, the first thing, what do you want is a screen, right? So that is a screen. And there is the component, a label here. So if I just pick any other component, that means if I want to pick a button, so I can just pick from here. I can just drag it to this phone area, or I would just say phone screen, and I can place it here. So that would have a button. So whatever component I'm putting inside the screen, that I'll be able to see in this component. I can click here to minimize, and I can click this guy to maximize. Okay. And then we have a properties tabs. Okay, so if I click on this label, the labels property would be listed here. And if I click on button, so buttons property would be listed here. Now, there are a couple of things that every object will have some property. So here you can see a background color, and we have a font style. Then we have a font style as well. That means this check would decide whether the font should be bold or not. And this check would decide whether the font should be italic or not. Here is one input field for font size. So that means we can decide what size of font we want. And this is HTML format, this is the haze margin, this is the height of that particular component, there is a width, here the text that what we want to display, and here we have some of the options for text element. We can put text to left align, we can put our text to right align, or we can place our text to center. So these are the section. So this is the component section, and here media section. So let's say you are making an application. On that you want to show some image, so that is considered as a media, right? So that means image, songs, or anything that you want to load in your application that are in media. So from here you can upload that. So from here, if you click on upload button, this dialog box would come up, and here if you click on choose, from this guy you can select any file that you want to load into your application. You can click on cancel, and this is the property section. Okay. So this was about the designer sections. Now let's talk about the block section. So the block section, there are two things, blocks and viewers. So if I just quickly click on this block section, so here you would see a couple of details. So the one is this blocks. So here if you click here control, so you could say that there is a block for if. So till now, whatever the things that you were doing in the code, that everything you can do here, but here you don't need to write a code. You can just pick the block. So that is why it is also called a block based programming as well, right? So if you want to write a if block, you can simply pick here and can place it here. So here we have a if, then we have a logic, true, false, then we have a one comparison kind of thing. So from here you can compare the things, then you have a and, then we have a or, then we have a math. So whatever the math related functions are there, like plus, subtraction, division, multiplication, random number generation, sine, cos, tan, every single thing that you can get it from this math module, or I would just say some math block. Here you have a text. So if you want to work with string, you need to click on this guy text, and from here you can get any component that you want. So don't worry if you're not sure how to use it, because anyhow we are going to use it. This is just a brief overview. So that is why I'm just telling you. And here we have a list. So if you want to make list, you need to use this block. We have a dictionary. So here you would have make a pair of key and value. So you can get it here. We have a color here. So if you want to change the color, you can do from here as well. Then we have a variable, then we have a procedure, that means a function, and this is the screen. So whatever component that you have loaded here, that means the component that you drag it and put it here on the screen, that you can see in this block section as well, right? So we have a label and we have a button. and this is the thing that you can rename and delete. And here is the any component, so any button and any button. Now don't worry, this any component that I'll explain you maybe some videos back. Basically this will use for when you have more than one button, and for every single button you want to bind some same sort of functionality. So in that case you can use that. Then we have a media here, and at right side you have one kind of a dustbin. So if you can just pick this guy and if you can place it here, so you would see that the dustbin is open, and if you just unclick the mouse, so that particular item would go in dustbin. So you can do like this. We have a minus and plus, so you can minimize, or I would just say minimize and maximize the thing. So if you have this guy, let me just quickly save the empty screen now. So if you have this guy, so you can do like minus and you can do plus. Okay. Then you have this bag. So in that backpack you can put, so if you just right click on this guy, and here we have a backpack. So if you do this add to backpacks, so item would go inside this backpack. So in the other project you can use it. So this was brief about the overview of this platform. So about each and every component we are going to discuss in detail. We're going to see each of them from next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video we will be talking about components that MIT App Inventor offers us. Now, why do we need a component? Because anything you want to make, let's say you want to create applications or game, you need some component, right? You want to show some text, you want to have some button, you want to have some text field, you want to have some sensor based settings, you want to have some connectivity functionality. So everything you need is called a component. So for that we need a component. Now component is just one kind of individual entity. With the help of that you can achieve some sort of functionality. So as I said earlier, to make our application we need component. MIT App offers have a different category of components. So first we have a UI component, then we have a layout component, then we have a media component, and then we have a drawing and animation components as well, and then we have a maps, charts, sensor, social and connectivity components as well. Now let me just quickly show you from where you can see what are this component and from where you can take it. So again we will go to our MIT App Inventor website, and here you would click on create apps. So this will launch it here, and let me just quickly click on this guy, taste. Now here you can see in the palette section we have a component. So in the user interface we have a component, we have a button. This is a clickable thing, so once you click on this guy something would happen. So this you would have seen in many places. So let me just quickly show you what do I mean by buttons. You would have seen this button at many places. So I would just type here Gmail account, and if I click on this guy, so this is a button. So if you click on it something would happen, and this is also a button next. Okay, so this thing is called button. Now let's talk about the other component. So what do we have next? Then we have a checkbox. So this is some sort of checkbox which will have a boolean values like true and false. So there you would see in something like do you want this feature or not? So in this cases you would have this checkbox. Then we have a date picker from where you can select the date. So this would be in any form where you have some registration, like if you want to have a birth date, so from this checkbox you would have this date picker. Then we have an image, label, list box. So this many components are there for UI. So this was about a UI component, and now don't worry, I'm going to discuss every single component one by one, but that we will be doing in the next videos or maybe a couple of videos back. But right now just talk about the UI widgets. So we have search widgets, we have a list picker, a notifier, spinner, slider, text box, and switch as well. Okay, then we have a layout. So layout will be used to lay out the things. That mean how our component would look. So that means we can arrange them in a horizontal order, we can arrange them in a vertical order, we can arrange them in a tabular form. So this is as a UI perspective how you want to design or arrange your component. Then we have a media component. So here if you want to deal with a media, like you want to create some app where you want to open camera, you want to record some sound, you want to play some song, in that case you need a media component. Then we have a drawing and animation component where you have a ball, canvas, and image sprite. So these all things are very interesting. This course I will be at least 5 to 7 games I'll be making on this guy only. Applications or game I would say. So we have to pay very close attention to this guy. Don't worry, we have a separate video for all of this guy. Then we have a map. So if you want to deal with the Google map, you want to show some direction, in that case you have a map component as well. Then we have a charts. If you want to represent data in a chart form, that you have it. Then we have a sensor. So if you want to work with accelerometer sensor, parameter, then we have a light sensor, a near field, a proximity sensor, thermometer. So in short, every single things that you need to make your applications a game, we have available here. Okay. So in the next thing, we have social component as well. Here we have a contact picker, email picker, phone call, phone number picker, sharing, texting, Twitter, and a lot more. And then we have a storage. So this will be useful when you have some sort of data that you want to store it, and after some times back you want to open your application and still you want to see that data. So in that case you would have this storage component. So then we have a connectivity component so if you want to make application where you need to connect to one Bluetooth device, so in that cases we need this connectivity component. And the very last thing is extension. So what is that? So as the name suggests, it is used to extend the capability of MIT App Inventor. So whenever you want to work with this guy and you want to make some applications and game, extension makes our life easier. So people would have make some extension, we can simply download it and can place it here and you can work with that. So it is as simple as that. So it is just like a plugin or something. So if you're familiar with Python, it's just kind of one package, you can get it and use it. So if you are familiar with some other coding backgrounds, I would just say it's kind of a library from where you can grab it and use it. So this was it about the component. So what I will do from the next video, we will go to discuss each component or I would just say each UI component. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So in this video, we will be talking about UI components. Well, UI stand for user interface. That means what is the thing that user will see, or I would just say how user is going to interface with any of the application. So basically it will provide interface to user. So this component are also called as a visible component as well, because user can see it or visualize it. Okay. So these are the UI component. The very first thing, we have a screen. So this is the base of any application that you will make. Then we have a button. So it's a clickable thing. When you click on it, something would happen. So you can think of this as a submit form or something. So if you click on button, it would submit the data on a website. Then we have a checkbox, date picker. So instead of going from here, let me just quickly show you on that web portal as well. So I'll go to this guy. And I was talking about this UI widget. So button, we know that's a clickable thing. Then we have a checkbox. Checkbox is again clickable thing, but it would be like check or uncheck. That means it would have a boolean value, true or false. Then we have a date picker to pick any date. Then we have an image. So if you want to load any image on your application, you need to use this component. Then we have a label. So if you want to display some text or information, you need to use this guy or label component. Then we have a list picker. So which means it would be like a button. So if you click on that, our one dialog box would come up. It would have a list of items, and from that you need to select any item. And that is why it is called a list picker. That means from list, pick any item. Then we have a list view. So if you have some sort of data, you can place it in a list form, and here we have a component for that. That is a list view. Then we have a notifier. So this would be like a dialog box things. You can use it according to your application. So let's say you have make one application, the timeout has happened, you want to notify the user. So that is why you have this notify component. So basically it will be used to notify our applications or to user, right? Then we have a password text fill. It is just like a text fill, but here whatever the character you're typing, that would not be visible to user. So basically it will type that asterisk. So it's a similar thing. So I will just quickly show you how it will look. So I would just write a Gmail account. So here you would go, and if you click on create an account, so this is a text field. So here whatever you're typing, we can see it, but this is a password text kind of thing. So whatever I'm typing here, you cannot see it, right? Because this is a password text box thing, because you don't want someone to see your password while you're typing, right? So that is why we have this password text box option as well. We have a next component called a slider. So here you would have a range of selection. You can pick this slider and can place it somewhere. Then we have a spinner. Then we have a switch. So switch basically will do on or off kind of thing, like a toggling the things. When you have a Bluetooth on your mobile, you have a toggle kind of thing, right? You can do on and off. Then we have a text box just for writing some data. So that means we have just seen it, right? So this is called as a text field here, right? That means it is a place where user can put some data. Then we have a time picker, which will allow user to pick some time. And then we have a web viewer. So by using this component, you can load your page to this component. Okay. So this was the brief about this component. Anyhow, I have already just told you the basic of this component 2 to 3 times, but still from next video, we will be talking about every single component. So in the first video, we will be talking about screen. Then we will be talking about the button widget. Then we are going to talking about checkbox component, then date picker. So this way, first we will learn the fundamentals of how to use each of this component, and then we will start making our applications and games. And by the way, let's say if you're not sure what this component will do, you can click on this guy. It's kind of help thing, and here you can see button with the ability to detect clicks. Many aspects of its appearance can be changed, as well as whether it's clickable. That means we can decide whether it's a clickable thing or not by checking this option enable. Can be changed in the designer or in the block editor. So this is the designer section and this is the block editor section. And here, if you want to know more about this particular component, you can click on this more information. And if you go here, you have user interface, and here you have the list of component, or I would just say list of UI component. That means this guy, user interface. And here, if you want to see about this button, you can click here, and here it will tell you in brief what it will do, or I would just say why it is useful. And these are the some of the property. This is the background color property is there. This is enable property is there. This is the font property is there. This is again, this all three are font property, or I would just say all four are font property. That means we can play with the font. Do you want to bold it or not? Do you want to make that font to italic or not? Do you want to increase the size or not? So this all things comes in this font property. And we have a height property. Here you can decide how tall your component should look. Then we have an image. That means on button we can also display image. Now don't worry, we are going to see every single things in detail, but right now I'm just telling you where to look for the things if you don't know what it will do. So these are the event. So if you click on this, this will generate this event. The get focus event is there, long click is there, touch down is there, touch up is there. So we are going to discuss each of this in a separate video. For the time being, let's just understand. If you're not sure what this component will do, you can just click on this guy and you can click on this more information, and that will redirect you to the page, and here you will have the information. Okay, so this was it about the basics of UI component, or I would just say overview of UI component. In the next video, we will discuss about each component individually. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in brief, we have discussed about each of the component. Now we will actually see how to use each of this component. Okay. And the very first thing what we are going to discuss is the screen component, because this is a kind of like a top level component. This contain all of the component. That means when you want to create application, what do we need? The first thing what we need is a screen, right? Because on top of screen only we are going to make our application. Okay, so let's just quickly go and let's play with it. So what I would do, I would go to this my project. So I would click on this button project and we'll go to my project. In here I would create a new project, and we are learning screen. So I would write here a screen. Okay, this is a project for screen. Okay, so after just typing the name, and if I will hit enter, this is the screen that you would see. Okay, and right side here you can see a screen. Okay, so basically this is how your application would look like. Currently there is nothing in it, so you would see only a blank screen and you would see a screen written over there. Now this was about screen. You can mention some detail here, and here whatever the component you're going to put, that you can decide whether you want to make them in a center or you want to make them in a left side or right align. So if you are just saying that center align, that means whatever the component you're going to put from here, that will be a center align. Okay, this is the screen name, so you can also change the screen name if you want. So or I would just say the app name. So here I would just write test app. Okay, so if I write test app here, I can see there is a test app. This is a background color. So by default, this would have a none background, or I would just say there wouldn't be any background color. From here, you can change the background color. So if I just say the background of my screen should be gray, so here you can see a gray background, right? So then we have this guy, close screen animation. Okay, so this will decide that if you have your application loaded, if you just click on this guy, that means here you have this cancel option, right? So if you just click on back, how your application would close. So it would default means it would directly close it. If you fade means you would have some sort of animation and then it would close your application. Slide horizontal means it will slide towards horizontal and it would just close your application. These are the things. This is the high contrast things, which means you can think of this as a kind of a night mode when you are using on your phone, right? So this is their high contrast, and here you can set icon for your application. So any application would have some sort of icon, right? So you can decide here. So if you don't pick one and if you build your application, and then in that case you would have a default icon, that means maybe this kind of thing would be there, MIT App Inventor. Okay, then we have a primary color option, then we have a primary color dark option, that you have a screen orientation. That means you can decide once you load application, how it should look. It should be in a portrait mode or landscape mode, right? So you can decide from here based on sensor also you can decide. Then we have a scrollable thing. So if you click on this guy, your application would be scrollable. That means you can scroll it and you would be able to see. And then we have a sizing. You want to make this guy as a fix or you want to make this guy as responsive. Then we have a theme. Do you want to make it as classic, device default, black title text, or dark? Okay, so I always select this guy, device default. So I'll tell you what is the difference between this guy. So when you say classic means, so it would have a theme like button would look like this and the other component would look like this. But when you select this device default, so that will be based on device, whatever you're using. So if you are using your Android device, the button would look like how it is showing you and your mobile device. If you are using iPhone, the button would be rendered as how it would look on iPhone. So this is why I always select this guy before making this application. Here we have a title visible. So if you see here, we have a screen one here. So if I just click on this guy, title visible, that means if I uncheck this option, here you would see that that option, or I would just say that name is no more present. Okay. From here, you can write the version code and here you can write the version name. Now this was about just playing with screen, but we haven't tested, right? How do we test it? So here we haven't talked about this option. So here we have a my projects, we have a trash, that means recycle bin. So if you go to this guy project and if you delete any application from here like test, if I want to delete it, so I would click on this guy, I would just say move to trash. Okay, and here if I click on view trash, I can see that file is present here. Okay, so this was about trash. I would again go to my project and would go to this screen. And here in project, you can see a couple of more options as well, like importing project AI from a computer, import project from a repository. Then we can move to trash, save project as. So that means, let's say you want to give this project to your friend. So what you can do, you can export this guy and you will have some sort of file. This is the file we have, right? You can give that file to your friend and he can simply just import from here and you can select this file and this project will be loaded there. So this is how you can share your application. So this video was about screen, but I thought we haven't discussed this option. So let's just quickly do that. Okay, and here you have this option move to trash. As the name suggests, it would just delete this item and will move it to trash. Then we have a save project. You make some changes and you want to save it, you can just click on this guy, save project. Then we have save project as. So if you want to make another copy of this guy, you can make it here. You can write some other copy and if you click on OK, so it would create other copy of this project. And then we have a checkpoint thing. So that means if you make some changes, you can create a checkpoint for that. So after that, if you make some other changes and if you are not sure what is the changes that you lost it, then we have a connect option. And this is the option from where you can test your application. I would go with this approach, AI companion. There are two more options there, emulator or USB. So in emulator, you don't even need a phone. You can simply run it on your computer itself. But this would be a little bit slower, I guess. So I would not go to this guy. And then you have a USB. So in that case, you need to connect your phone with USB and this is how you will able to do it. But I would choose this guy. So if you click on this guy, you would see what can I say, some kind of a QR code, right? And here information is also written, launch the MI2 AI2 companion on your device and scan the barcode or type the code to connect for live testing of your app. Now, why I personally choose this option, because it will provide a facility to test your application while you are making it. And as the name suggests, it's a live testing of your application. So what I'll do, I would just quickly go to my phone and would open the application and will just scan this QR code and I will show you how our application would look like. Okay, so let me do one thing. You would want to see it, right? That how application would look like. So what I'll do, I'll try to mirror my phone here. So you would see what I'm doing in the background. So let me quickly do that. So I have connected my phone and just wait for a minute. So I would just make my phone mirror here. So this is my phone and here I'm using this phone, Samsung Galaxy M32. So you can see whatever I'm doing on the phone, you can see it here. Okay, so as I was saying, we need to go to this connect and you need to go on this AI companion. Okay, and here I would just launch my application. And if you launch your application, you would see something like that. Here you need to type that 6 character or you can simply scan it. So I would click on scan QR code. So I have clicked it and here I can see the QR code is being scanned. And after that, you would see some kind of progress bar. So after it completes, you would see how your application would look on a mobile. I can see my application is here. So whatever that was displaying here. I can see it here, right? Now you can see that if I just rotate my phone in any direction, it will be landscape mode, right? But I don't want it, right? I want my application should look in this portrait mode only. So in that case, what can I do? I can go to here, and here you would see some option. Yeah, there is a screen orientation. So I would write here portrait. That means all the time my application would be in a portrait mode. So even if I move my phone in other direction, the application would be like this only. Okay. So now if I want to see in live that if I change the background color to, let's say, red, is it changing or not? So I can see my phone's background color is changed. So this is the mirror of my phone. So you will be able to see how the live testing is working. So if I just let's say go to this guy, and well, let's say I would select a magenta color. So here you can see it is just update in the time, right? So this is the actual phone. So you can see all this detail here. Okay. Now this was about like a screen component. So this is the base of any component. Whenever you want to add any component, first thing you need is a screen. Now let me just quickly tell you the default setting what I always make if I just start making an application. So in that case, what I'll do, I would just click on this guy, let's say center and center. Now let me quickly tell you what is the importance of this. So if I do like this, so let's say I want to have one label component. So if I put it here, it would be here, right? You can see that. So first let me just quickly change this background color to, let's say, white. Okay, so here we have a white color. Okay, I can see that. So whatever the component I'm putting, that would come here. But if I just go to the screen and let's just select the option as center. So if you see horizontal center means this component will come horizontally center. And if I go to the screen again, and if I just select this guy align vertical as center, so this component would come vertically center as well. So here we can see this component is center at all sides. So if I just go to this my phone, here I can see the component is at center. Okay, so this is the one default setting I always make, that I will make this align horizontal and align vertical option to center. So I would just do like this. And then the one thing I always do is I would go to this guy as screen orientation. I always make this guy as a portrait. So I want that my application should be in portrait mode only. So if I just rotate my phone, or I would just say slide my phone in other direction, I don't want it to change. That is why I always put this guy as portrait. Now you can decide if you want your application to go on landscape mode or not. But for the time being, I would just select this guy as a portrait. And the one thing I would always make a theme to device default. And the last thing is title visible to uncheck. Because if I click on this guy, and let me just quickly show you on my phone, here you would see this title and I don't want it, right? So in that case, what can I do? I can simply click on this guy, title visible is not, so I cannot see that. Okay, so these are the default setting I always make if I want to make any application. And why I'm telling you this, because in next videos, if I just do this setting very quickly, I don't want you to be confused. Okay, so that is why I've just told you what are the default setting I always make before I start making any applications or games. So this was about a screen component. So in next video, we will be talking about other component, which will be either button or a label. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome you all. So in this video, we will be talking about other UI component, which will be a label. So very straightforward, it's a visible component and it is used to show text or information, right? So let me just quickly show you how we can use it. So here we would make other project and this would be for label, because right now we want to learn about label component, okay? And as I have told you in the previous video, I would just do the default settings. So would make this screen as center, will make this theme as device default, and we'll say the screen orientation would be portrait, and I don't want title to be visible, so click like this. Okay, so now we have our application which is looking like this, simple, right? So we'd go to a label and would just pick it from here and we'll place it here. So here you can see we have a nice label here, right? And let me just quickly do like this thing. You can see both the things side by side, so I'll just place it here. So live we can see that. Okay, so here in the component section you can go and here you can rename the label. So let's say if I have made this label to display let's say your name, so here I can write here a name. So the name of this label is name. Okay, I think okay this is sound confusing, so let me just quickly change the label name. So this I would just say is a username. Okay, so name of this label is username. Okay, now if you see here, I have just renamed it, but it is not displaying here. Why? Because this is a label name. This is not the text that you want to display, right? So if you want to change this text, you need to go to this text guy, and here you need to write anything that you want. So I would just write here username colon space. Now if I click anywhere on this guy, it will be displayed here. So I can see username, and the same time I can see on my phone as well, right? Now let's say currently width is automatic. That means how much width that label require, it would take that much. So let's say if I want to increase the width, I can do it from this guy, and here you can do fill parent. That means it would take whatever the width that the parent is having. So that means in our case, the parent is a screen. So if the screen is full width, it would take a full width. So if I click on fill width, so you can see the label is on the entire area. Now if I click on height, so I can click on fill width as well, but that would be taking the whole space. So you can see now we don't want that much. And so if you want to decide in percentage that I want 10% of height for this label, so you would see a 10%. Okay. Now in the third case, if you want to say some fixed amount of size, you can decide by pixel. So if I just say here 40 pixels, so the height of this label would be 40 pixel. Okay. Now width I want to be, let's say 90%. So you would see 90%. So 5% space is towards left and 5% space is towards right. Now why it is coming like that? Because if you go to screen here, we have mentioned we want our component to be center aligned, right? So if you just uncheck this guy and let's say left, so it would be at the left side. So you can see it's the left side, and that is why I always select this guy as the center, so our component would look nice here. Okay, so this was basic about just mentioning some of the detail. Now let's say I want to change the text color. So by clicking on this option, I can change the text color. So let's say I would make the text color would be let's say I would choose it to, let's say, orange. So here you can see the text color is orange, and same way you can see on this phone as well. So right side I'm mirroring my phone, so you can see the that is just showing you the detail whatever I'm doing the changes here. Now this font is too small, so if you want to change the font size, you can change it from here. So currently size is 14, so if I want to make 28, so I can just write 28 here and just click on this guy. So here I can see now font is a little bit bigger. If you want to bold your font, you can click on this checkbox. So if you just click on this guy, the font will be, okay, sorry, this was for italic. So if you click on this guy, the font would be italic fashion. Now if I click on this guy, the font will be bold, right? Now if I uncheck it, so it won't be italic anymore. Okay. Now if I want to set any background color to this label, I can click on this guy and I can select any of the color that I want. So let's say I want to have this cyan color, so I can do like this, and here I have one nice label. Okay, so it's not that we are limited to only this much color. So if you just click on this guy, you would see you have only this many color. But if you see at the last thing, you have a custom. So if you click on this guy, here you can take any shade of color. So you can simply, let's say I want to have this color. So from this circle, I would pick this circle with mouse and will place it here, and then click on done. So now I can see my label is having this color. Similar for this font color as well. So if I go like this, I can select any font that I want, or I would say any font color that I want. Okay, so this was about label. Now we have in brief discussed about each of this property. Now this was about changing the property from the UI, that means from this field, design field. Similar things you can change it from block section as well. So I can go to this guy, and let's say I want to change this font size to be let's say 50. So you can go to this guy, and from here you need to select the label. So remember the label name of our label was username. So you need to go and you need to click on this guy username, and I want to change a height of this particular label. So I need to select this guy, set height to. Now what height I want to set it to? So I want to set it to, let's say 50. So 50 is a number, so you need to go to math, and here you need to take it this guy, and you need to, if you see here, if you just place this guy here, it would be attached to this guy, right? So now these are the join blocks. So if you click from here, you will see that these are the join block. So here you need to click on this guy and you need to change any value that you want. So if I type here 50, so the size of this font would be 50. Right now you are not seeing any changes because I'm telling that the height of this font should be 50, but I'm not telling when. If you see here, this is a block which is unattached. This has to be attached to somewhere, and here in the warning also it is saying that. And if you click on this guy, they say this block should be connected to an event block or a process function. That means this block should be connected somewhere, otherwise it would not work, right? So in this case, what we can do, we will go to the screen, and here you would have some of the event for the screen. So here we have one event is screen initialize. That means whenever I'm launching my application, screen will be initialized. Then what do I want? So I want my label size should be 50. So I would pick this guy, will drag it and will place it inside this guy. So if you see, this block is now nice and aligned, and you can see that it is attached, and here you are seeing there is no warning, right? Now since we are making this application and we have done these changes later, we might not be able to see it. So what you need to do, you need to refresh this screen, or I would say you need to relaunch your application. In other case, what you can do, you can click on this connect and you can do refresh companion screen. That means it will reinitialize your application. It would be just like closing the application and opening the application one more time. So I would click on this guy. Height was 50. Now let's make this height to, let's say, 100. So you would see the difference. Now I will click on this guy, will refresh it. So I can see the height of this particular widget is increased, or I would say component is increased. Now what if I want to change the font of this label? So I need to click on this guy and I need to find somewhere. Okay, so did you see that warning? Companies were disconnected. That means your phone is now no longer connected to this particular application. That means whatever the changes you are making will not be visible to your phone. So what you need to do, you need to again go to this guy. You need to click on AI companion. Okay. Then you need to again go to your application, scan the QR code, and you would see your phone would be connected back in a minute. Okay, so this sometimes happen due to network connectivity or whatever the reason that your application or MIT App Companion would be disconnected. So you need to reconnect it again. Okay, so now I can see it's connected, and here I can see my application is launched. Now I want font size of this particular label to be increased whenever the screen is initialized. So in this case, what can I do? I need to click on this guy. And here we have a number of options. So whatever the option we had in the designer section, same option we will be having at this guy as well. Okay. So what I need to do, I want to change the font size. So here we have set font size and get font size. So remember, we have two blocks. One would be for getting the thing. One would be for setting the thing. So if you click on this guy, it would return a value, like background color of this particular component is whatever. Right now the name is there. And this is for setting the things. So similar way, if you use this guy username font size, so it would return me this value 28. Okay, so you can check this, but right now I'm just telling you how to do that. Okay, so now I want what can I say, I want to let's say change the font of this guy. So I would again go to this guy, will find one particular option to set a font size. So here I have it, set username font size. That means I'm telling that set this label's font size to what? We haven't said it yet. So just go to maths and just pick one block, and here let's give it to, let's say, 60 and hit enter. Now screen is not initialized again. So what we need to do, you need to go to connect and you need to do refresh companion screen. So now I can see the font size is 100, right? Or sorry, 60, right? Now what if I want to read this value? So in that case, what you can do, you need to use this guy username.font size. Now what I want to do, I want to read that font size and want to place it here. So in that case, what can I do? I can simply say that I want to set the text of this guy. So I would pick this guy, and let's say I want to print the font size. Okay, and I will place this block here. And in fact, let me remove this block. So what I'll do, I will click on this guy, will click on delete. Now I will place this block here. Okay, so what I'm doing here, I'm just saying whenever the screen is initialized, or I would say whenever the application is launched, I want the height of this particular label to be 100, and then that means 100 pixel. And then I'm saying just print, or I would just say just set the text of this label to the font size. That means in this case, it would give me 28. Okay, so let me just quickly refresh the companion. So now I can see 28. That means whatever the font size we have set it, we are able to print it here. Now let's say if I change this guy to, let's say, 56. Okay, and now if I just go here and if I just quickly refresh the screen, and here I can see 56. Anyhow, so this was the one thing about this designer block. So whenever you make any changes, and if you go to this guy, automatically application would be refreshed, and this is why we are seeing here, and you don't need to click to this guy. But if you are making this block somewhere in the changes, the application would not refresh. So you need to click from this guy. Okay. So one more time, let's say if I want to just, let's say I want to, what I want to do right now, I would just say, let's just try to get the text color of this font. Okay. And I want to print. So what I'll do, I'll go to this guy and we'll just say, I don't want to right now just set text to font size. I want to set text to a color, right? Text color. So I would go to this guy and somewhere I will find option. So here we have a block for a text color. So I would pick it here. Okay. Now two way, I can either click on this refresh companion guy. So I can see the color is this one. Now this is a value it is showing. It would not tell you the exact color name. So you would be thinking that it would tell you red or blue, but it would not work that way. It would just tell you that a particular core name, right? So if I click on this guy Shan, it would just print this color in Shan. Okay, so it is not telling you the name color, but it would just give you the number. Now I don't know how this number would be represented in other things, but this is how it will tell you. So there was one more thing about this code block, that let's say you want to set a text. Okay, so you need to pick this guy, right? But let's say instead of this guy, let me just quickly first delete it. Instead of this particular block, you have taken this block. So what you need to do, again you need to go and just get this field. No, you can simply change it from here as well. So here it is telling you set username. That means set label something. What do you want to set? So from here you can click on this guy and you have this menu option. So if you want to set text, you can click on text. If you want to set text color, you can click on text color. If you want to set font size, you can do from font size as well, right? So that means every time, let's say you want to set height and after that you want to set font size and after that you want to set some other thing, you don't need to get this component from here only. In fact, you can get this component here. You can do Control C and Control V. Again, you can do Control V and then you can change the option from here. Right, so this would be for setting height, this would be for setting the font size, and this would be for, let's say, setting a width. Okay, so very simply you can do that as well. Now to delete, you can click on this guy and can press a keyboard key delete. Okay, so this was brief about a label. It is just that if you want to show some text or information, you need to use the label. And I think we have discussed pretty much all the property of this label component. And the reason why I have discussed all the property, because if you are just first clear with the first component, the next component would become very easy. So on the next component, you would see similar details like setting the font size, width, background and all that. So this is why I have make this video too long, so that you can understand every single thing about changing the property of a particular component. Okay, so next video we will be talking about some other component and we will see how to work with the other component. Okay, so we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video, we will be talking about other UI component, that would be a button. So button is a visible component. So that means if you put in UI, we will be able to see it. It is a component. If you click on that, you will have some action to do it, right? So you can define some of the action, like if I click on it, the data should be submitted. If I click on it, something should happen. So we can say that it's a component on which we can click and we can ask it to do something on click. Okay, so let's just quickly see that in a practical way. Okay, so here we have the projects and I would create a new project for this button. So we'll click on this start new project. The project name I will put is a button because that is what we are trying to learn right now, and we'll click on OK. So now we can see that the new project is launched, and as I said earlier also, I will do a default setting in every application which I'll make. So what I'll do, I will make this align horizontal to center. I would make this align vertical to center as well, and would quickly go here screen orientation. I would pick as portrait. So that is why if you rotate your phone, the screen would not be rotated. So I will click on this portrait. Then I would choose the theme as device default, and I would just say title should not be visible. Okay. And now let's just quickly connect our phone to this application so we can see the changes live. So we'll click on connect and we'll click on, and now in my phone I would go to this MI2, or I would say MIT App Inventor Companion 2 app, and we'll click on scan QR code, and I would just scan this QR code. So once I will scan this QR code, I will see that my app will just come. It will be loaded here. So now I can see my app is loaded here. We have this white fully background. We can see that, and whether it's connected or not, you can check it by changing the color. So what I'll do, I'll go to this background color and I will change it to let's say blue. Okay, so I can see the application on my mobile. It has also changed the color for that. Okay, now we are learning button. So what I'll do, I will just drag this button and will put on this screen. So I can see on the screen we have added one button, and let's just change the name of this button. So I would just name this button as BTN. Okay, now we want to change the text of this color. So for that we need to go to this property, and if you scroll it down here, you would have a text. So here you can add the text that you want to show on a button. So I would write here click me. Okay, so if you just mouse click in any other area apart from this properties, you would see the changes will reflect. So here we can see the click me. Now this everything is blue, so we are not able to see the changes. So what I'll do, I would just change the background color of this button. So we are on a button, and let's just quickly change the background color for this button, and I would make this button as red. So now I can see the button is red. Okay, and let's just change the text color of this button to something else. So I would make this text color for this button to white. So we can see that it is working fine. Now the font size is not that big, so let's just increase the font size for this button. So I would make a font size of this button to 20. So now I can see it is much better font. Now we can bold this font by clicking on this checkbox. So now the fonts are bold. We can make it italic by clicking on this button. So it is now in italic fashion. Here you can change the font typeface. So if you just click on sans serif, it would be a different font. So we can see that. Now there is only minor difference. You might not be able to recognize it, but there is a change. So if you can see right now, it is completely changed. Now I'll choose the default one. Height of this button, let's say I want it to shed to the whole screen area. So I can click on fill parent. So now it is covering the whole screen area. So let's just make this height to, let's say, 10% of the height. Okay, so now it's on 10%. So now if we want to change the width, we can change by this option. So here in this drop down box, I would make a width of this particular button to, let's say, 90%. So if you make this button as 90%, you would see the 5% gap would be at the left side, a 5% gap would be at the right side. So it is exactly at the center, because on screen property, if you see here, we have made the align horizontal to center and align vertical to center as well. Okay, so this was about this button. And what else can we change here? So okay, so here we have a shape of button. So right now if you see, it's just kind of a rounded shape. So if you want to change it to, let's say, rounded, you would see there is just a sharp angle at this area. Now if you want to change it to rectangle, you can change it like this. So now it's a completely rectangle. And if you want to change it to oval, it will be just like a shape of optical or ellipse. So now this way the button would look. So shape, again I will change it to rounded. So now this is the better. So here we have option to set image on a button. So if you just click here you would see none is there, because we haven't uploaded any image on this project. So what you can do, you can go to this upload file, and from here you can add any image that you want to set on this particular button. Now you need to click on choose file. So I would see, do I have any image or not? Let's just pick this image. I don't know what this image is for. I'll click on this guy and click on OK. So image is loaded right now, and you can see the image is loaded. This image is not that good, so let me just quickly change the image. So I'll go to upload file, we'll click on choose file again, and first let me just see what are the images I do have. So we'll go to this download folder. Let me see the images. Okay, these are the images I have. So in fact I'll change it to this image, MIT logo, remove BG, preview. Okay, so I will select this image. We'll go to choose file and we'll type here MIT. So here we have, I'll click on open, and again I will click on OK. So this image will be loaded here. So now I can see, I can choose any images that I had loaded in this project. So I would select this image. Okay, now since we have added the image, we don't need to have this text. You can have it, but it's better not to have it. So I'll just do like this. Now we have this image, and where is our phone? So here we can see we have a nice button like this. Now let's just increase the height of this particular button. I would increase it to 20%, let's say. Now this looks better. I would change the background color of screen. So I would, let's just change it to let's say white. Okay, so now that looks better. Now it's a still button, it's not an image, because we have selected a button. Now let's just try to bind some functionality to it. That means once you click on it, something should happen. Okay, So as I've told you earlier, whenever we want to add any UI, we need to be in the designer section. And whenever you want to add a functionality, you need to go in a block section. So I would go to a block section. So button is a clickable thing. So once you click on it, we can add any functionality. So for that, if you want to add any functionality, you need to go to this block section, and here you need to click on button. So here you would see the number of event that will happen on a button. So you can select this guy. So that will say when button click do. That means when person clicks on button, what do you want it to be? Okay, or I would say, what do you want to do with that? So I would just say when person clicks on a button, I want that the image of this particular button should not be there, and instead of that the text should be there. Okay, so in that case what you can do, you can click on this guy, and we want to set image to none or something else. So what I'll do, I'll just select this guy. Okay, and here I know I have selected a font italic, but from here I can change the property. So I would just say image. So I'm saying here when person clicks on a button, set image on this button. Now what image we want to set? Now we don't want to set any images, so in that case I would just type here empty string or something. So this is empty string. So let's see whether it works or not. So now I'll click on this button. So I can see the image is no more there, right? And now why the background color is red? Because here we have selected a background color. And once we click on image, and we have add a code that if person clicks on a button, the image should be disappear. Okay. Now once again, we also want to do one thing. When person clicks on a button, we want to set some text on it, right? So what can I do here? So I would just go here and we'll take a block of set text. Okay. So we have this block set button text. Now what text we want to set it to? So let's say I want to set it to button is clicked. Okay, now let's just verify it. So if I click on it, I can see the button is clicked, print is coming. Okay, now if you click it again the print would come, but since we have added there only, we are not seeing any difference. Now let's relaunch this application. So I would click on connect, and we'll click on refresh companion screen. Now what will happen, the image would be loaded here, because in the default thing we have added image, and here in the code we have written in a way that if we click on it, the image should be disappear, and we should have some text on it, and the text should be button is clicked. So once again, let's verify it. So I click on it and I can see the button is clicked. Okay, now click I can do from mouse as well, or I can do from my phone screen as well. So let me just quickly do it again from my phone screen. So right now I'm focusing my focus here on the phone. Now I click on it, so I can see the button is click, print is coming. Okay, now every time we click on it, this piece of code will be executed. So to verify that, let's do one thing. We will have one variable, and we will try to increment it every time we click on it. Okay, so for that we need to take one global variable. So we would go to a variable, we would just take this variable, we would just say initialize a global variable, and I would name this variable as counter. Okay, now first we will initialize that value to 0. So from math block we can take this guy 0. So we have connected it. So now we are saying that we have one variable counter that is set to 0. Now when do we want to increment this counter value? So whenever person clicks on a button, we want to increment that. So in that case, we need to go to a math block, and we need to have this plus thing. Okay, now what do we want to increment? We want to increment this counter value, right? So first we need to get this value. So I would just say get a counter value. Then we want to add a +1. So I would click here, I would copy paste it, and now I will type here a 1. Okay, now after incrementing it, we want to set that value to a variable, right? And what variable? To the same variable. So in that case, I'll go to variable again, and I would just click this set block, and I would connect it here, and from here I would just take the global variable. So what I've done here, I'm just saying there is a one variable global counter. I want to increment it by 1, and then I want to set that value to this variable. Okay, now when I want to execute this code, whenever a person clicks on a button, so what I'll do, I'll just connect this block to this button click function, or I would just say button click event. Okay, so now everything should be working fine, but this value will increment only, but will not be displayed on this text. Why? Because we haven't set it. So let's just quickly do that. Now I want to just set this text here. So what I can do, I can remove this block, and instead I can go to variable, and I can take this get variable value thing, and from here I can select that variable. Okay, now anytime we click on it, we will have one value on this button, and that would be incremented each time when I click on it. Okay, so let me just quickly click on it. So I can see the value is 14. Now if I click on it, the value is continuously incrementing, right? Now why it has started from 14? Because we just added this code and we had just we were clicking on this button. If you want to see it from 0, you need to relaunch this application. So I would go to connect and we'll just say refresh companion screen. So now we have this image. Now if I click on it, the image would disappear and we will have one value. So that will be incremented by 1. So it will start with 1. Okay, so we have 1. So if I click on it, again the value will increment. So this functionality is working fine, right? Now let's say we want to display this text, but we also want to display some other string as well, right? So in that case, what you can do, we need to use this text option, or I would just say text block, and here you can get this block join. So what it will do, this join will join two string as its name suggests. So what I'll do, I will just say I want to join this number with some text, and the text would be, let's say I would make this text as clicked space. Okay, so I would write clicked colon and space. So I would do like this, and now I will attach this block to this set text property of a button. Now what will happen, every time when I click on it, I would have a string. Okay, let me just correct the spelling. So it should be E here. Okay, now what will happen, every time when I click on this button, I will have a text clicked colon space and then the number of time I have clicked the button. Okay, so let me refresh the screen again, then we will have an image. Now if I click on it, I would have a clicked counter 1, then click 2, click 3, click 4, click 5, everything, right? Now you can change any property that you want. So let's say I want to change the background color as well. So what you can do, you need to go to a button. You will find a property where it will say set background color to. So we have this here, set background color to. Now what color we want to set? So we want to set a color that is different than red. So what you can do, you can click on this colors and here you would find a number of color. So I would click on this pink and we'll select it here. Now let me refresh this application again. So now I have an image. Now if I click on it, the color would be changed and I would have a counter as well, right? So this is working fine. Now it is not that color we can have only fixed number of color. In fact, we can make a color of a combination of RGB value as well, right? So we can take this guy, we can remove it here. And you would have remembered that any color is being formed with the combination of red, green and blue. So these values are for red, green, and this third value is for blue. So if I just set let's say green value to 255. So this first data is for red. So red is 0, green is 255. So the green is full, that means, and the blue is 0. That means we should have a green color for this button. So let's just verify it. So I will refresh this companion and I'll click on OK. So I can see we have a green color there. Okay, so I think this was pretty much it about the button. I'm sure we have other event as well. So let's just quickly see that. So we have this long click, we have this lost focus, get focus. So this would trigger when we focus on a button. So if you just if you're working on a computer and if you just by pressing the tab, if you move your focus there, this event would be triggered. And application, it would be similar if you go with your fingerprint. Okay, let's just try to add one more event that would be on a long click. So I would just go on this long click. So what I want, so whenever I long click or I would just say long press on this button, I want my counter to be reset to 0. So what you can do, you can add this code there. So I will just copy paste this code. Let me just try to do Control C and Control V. Okay, and let me delete this. I will move this code here and this code I will set it to how it was. Okay, now what I want to do, I want to set this counter to 0. So I don't think I need this piece of code. I'll just delete this. I would copy this 0 and we'll put it here. So now what will happen, whenever I click on, or I would just say long press on this button, the counter value will be set to 0. Now after that, I would also like to show this text to this button. So I would just copy the text block and I would paste it here. And let's say I don't want this counter, I just want a string only. So I would write a string here. I would delete this guy and here I would write counter reset to 0. Okay, so let's just verify it. I'll just click on in connect and we'll click on refresh companion screen. Now if I click on it, I can see the counter is incrementing. Now I will do a long press. So I would just say long press and here I can see counter reset to 0. Now again, if I click on it, the counter will be incremented, and if I do a long press on it, the counter will reset to 0. Okay, so this was pretty much it about button. I think we covered almost all the function or property of a button. In next video, we will see some other UI component. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in last video, we had seen how to work with a button UI component. So in this video, we will discuss about other UI component, which is a checkbox. So checkbox is a visible component. That means we can see on a UI. So the checkbox state would change once you tap on it. So it will have a boolean value, true and false. So if you check for the first time, it would have true. Then if you check it again, it would have a false. So if you click on this guy again and again, its value will alter. So if it was true, it will change it to false. If it was false, it will change it to true. Now it is used when you want to give choices to the user. Like what OS do you like, Android or iPhone? Like that, some sort of choices you can give. Okay, let's just play with it. So again, I'll go to the MIT App Inventor, and here we have, and let me just quickly show you my phone UI. So we have it here. So this was the previous application which I had made to just show you how we can work with button. So in this video, we will discuss about checkbox. So again, I'll just create a new project for that. So everything will be fresh and we can see how to work with this guy. So I'll click on start new project, and here I would name this project name as checkbox. Okay, so here we have a checkbox and we have launched it here. Okay, now there are default setting I always do, so let me just quickly do that. I'll make this guy as a horizontal and vertically center, and I would just a screen orientation, I want it to be portrait, so I don't want to change the orientation when I rotate the phone. Okay, so that is why I have selected this guy. Now let me just try to increase this guy, okay, a little bit like that. Okay, I want to change the theme to device default, and I don't want text to be visible. So here you are seeing that title is visible here, screen title. I don't want it to visible, so I would just click on this checkbox. By the way, this is the thing we are learning here. So here we are going to learn this checkbox, and this all are checkbox. So if you see, it's a boolean value. If I click on it, that means the value is true, and here we are seeing that title, and if I click on this guy, the value would be false, and we are not able to see this guy. Okay, so let's just quickly learn it. I will just pick this guy and we'll drag it and we'll put it here. Okay, so here we have a checkbox, and on the phone we can see it's like that. It's kind of a circle, and I can check and uncheck. Okay, I can check and uncheck from my phone as well, so I'm able to do so. Okay, now let's just change the sum of the property. So very first thing what I do, I always make this guy to have some meaningful name. So I would name this guy as let's say, let me just try to click here, OS selection. Okay, there you are. And let's just change the text to for this guy, and I would make this guy as, do you like iOS, and the question. Okay, so if I click on this guy means I like iOS, and if I uncheck this guy, that means I don't like iOS. Okay, so let's just change the height of this guy to let's say right now we will just use the pixel property, and here I would write 100 pixel. Okay, so here we have a 100 pixel gap. Now you are not seeing here because we haven't shared any background color or anything. That is why you are not seeing that 100 what can I say, the pixel block. Let's just change the width of this guy to be let's say 80%. Okay, so we would have a 10% this space towards left and right. Okay, now let's just change the background color of this guy. I would choose the background color as, let's say, orange. So here we have an orange background, and we don't have some space here. Can I put it? Let's just try to see it. I don't think there is an option here to put some space here. So in that case, what you can do, you can give some space here like this. Okay, so we will have space between this checkbox and the text. Okay, let's just give only 1 or 2 space. This would be fine. Okay, yeah, this is looking better now. Now if you launch your application and you want this checkbox to be selected, so in that case what you can do, you can click on this check. So now you can say this is a checked item, so it is already selected. Now if you don't want it by default to be selected, you can uncheck this item. So now we have it unchecked. Okay, we have this font bold, so we can make the font to bold, we can make the font to italic, we can increase the font size to whatever we want. So let's just increase its size to, let's say, 18. So now we have font size is 18. Okay, font type face, we can change it to sans serif or any other thing that we can change it from here, and that's pretty much it. Let's just change the text color of this guy to why not we can try red. Okay, so we have a red checkbox item. Okay, Now this is a phone screen, so I'm mirroring my phone. So here you are seeing is on the this platform, and here it's an actual phone. So I can show you this is the actual phone. Okay. Now let's do one thing. Let's just try to play with blocks. So I will click on blocks, and here we have a block section. Now you can click this guy, and from here you can get to know what are the events we have and what are the possibility of changing the properties we have, right? So if you want to change it to background color, you can do by clicking this block. And if you want to know which background color is set, you can read the value of this guy. Okay. If you want to know whether it's checked or not, you can get this block and try to read the value. And if you just want to set that value check or true, you can click on this guy. Okay. Now let's do one thing. What I want to do, I want to have some text here. So if I just say, do you like iOS? I would just type here, okay, you like iOS. And if you just uncheck this guy item, I want to show some other text. So in that case, we want to show some text. So in that case, what do you need? We need a label. So let's just quickly add it here. And let's just rename this variable to response or something. Okay. And here, let's set this guy is, let's just say don't have any text right now. Okay. We won't have any text, and let's just have this text to be center line. And in fact, let's try to set some background colors. So I would have a background color is light gray, and we are not able to see because height and width is based on the text. So if you put some text, you can see that. Okay. Now let's just do by default, let's have some height. So I would just say height would be 10% and width of this label would be 80%. Okay. Very straightforward. Yeah. So here we will be displaying our response, whether user has selected iOS or not. Okay. So what you will do, you'll go to a block section, and here we will try to read the value of this checked. Okay. So if it is returning true, means the user has selected this checkbox, and if it is false, means user have not selected this option. Now, but we need some sort of event, right? So whenever user click on it, or I would just say whenever user change the value of the checkbox, we want to do some action, right? So in that case, you need to find one event. So if we click on it, we have this event when selection is changed. So whenever user change the selection, means whether user click on it or unclick on it, this function would be called. Now what do we want to do? We want to print some text here, right? But we want to set different text. So whenever user click on it, we want to set some different text. Whenever user uncheck on it, we want to show some different text. So in that case, we need to use if block. So we can go to a control section, and here we would have a if block. So I would pick this guy. Now I want to compare this value to true or false. So what I'll do, I would just go to a logic, and here we have equal to, and here I will just move this block inside this equal to block. And okay, let's just try to move it here, and here we will just try to go with a boolean thing. Let me just try to see it. So here we have true and false. So I would pick this true block, we'll put it here, and we'll try to attach this block here. Okay, so what I have done here, I have added a condition here that if the checkbox item is selected, that means if this value is true, we want to do something, right? So let's just try to set text to this label. So I would just click this guy, and we'll try to find a text property, or I would just say set text property block. So I will move it here. This piece of code is saying that whenever user change this selection, whether he checked it or unchecked it, every time I need to call this function. Okay. And after that, I need to check one condition, that if this item is checked, that means if it is like this in this fashion, if the item is checked, I want to set some text, and if item is not checked, we want to set some other text, right? So let's just have this guy text. So I want to set some text, and here I would write good, and I will like you like iOS, and I would write like this. Okay. In other case, that means if user have not selected this guy or user has unchecked this item, I would just type here, it seems you like Android. Okay. So this is fine, and let's just try to add one exclamation mark here. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll just run it and see whether it works or not. So I would just refresh companion screen. So now it is in refresh state. Now I will click on this guy, so I can see the text good, you like iOS. Now if I uncheck this item, I can see it says it seems you like Android. So if I check and uncheck, every time this function would be called, and this is working fine. Okay. So this was pretty much it, I think, about the checkbox item. Now of course there are many properties, so you can just change the background color, you can change the text color, you can make this guy to visible or not visible, you can change the width percentage, you can change the weight, height, font, and all that. But these are self-explanatory. You can simply play with it, and I think we have already discussed this all property either on label or button, so these are similar, so I don't want to repeat it again. So you can play with it, but as far as the use case is concerned, we can say that it is useful when we want to give user a choices. So this was pretty much it about checkbox, and in next video we will try to see some other component. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video we will be talking about other UI component, which is a date picker. So it's a visible component, we can see it, and it is just like a button. So when you click on it, one dialog box would come, and from that you can select a date. So basically it would be just like a calendar kind of view. You can go back to previous year, you can go back to previous month or date, you can go to a forward year, that means a next year, or maybe next year. So like that you can select any date that you want. So let's just try to play with it. So I'll go to my MIT App Inventor here. Okay, so again I'll create a new project. So we'll go to my project and we'll click on start new project, and here I would name this project as date picker. That means we can pick any date. Okay, so there are default setting that I always do, so just will quickly do that. So we'll move this guy to vertical and horizontally center, and would make this guy as a portrait. We'll choose a device default and title visible. And I think I haven't shown you the difference between these guys, right? So let's just right now select as a classic and I'll show you the difference. Okay, so we have this empty screen. Okay, so let's just pick this date picker and we'll put it here, and I'll just try to rename this guy as let's say date of birth. So I would write TOB in short form, and let's just try to have height of this guy to let's say why not 10%. The width of this guy would be, let's say, 90%, so we would have a 5 pixel gap toward both sides, that means left and right. Image, we don't want to set it right now, so we'll just click on cancel. We'll click on shape and let's just see a rounded shape. So this looks better, and we can select the shape as rectangular as well. We can select shape as oval as well. So I would choose a rounded shape. Okay, that's what I like. Now let's change the text of this guy, and here I would just write select your date of birth. Okay, the text I want it to be aligned on center, which is already a center, so there is no issue. And let's just try to make this guy as bold. Okay, now from here you can decide whether you want to show this particular UI component or not. So if you uncheck this, you would not be able to see that UI component. So you may have a question that if you don't want to show it, why you would create it, but I'll tell you the reason. Because sometimes what happens, you want to show that component only when there's something happens, some event would happen. You can have one button, so if you click on it, then only it should appear. So in that case, you can add this component and make this visible to false. That means by default you don't want to show it, but whenever something happens, I want to show it, right? But right now we will make this guy as a visible because we want to show it default. Let's just change the font size of this guy to let's say 20 right now. Okay, so we have a 20 pixel font size. Now we can set it to italic as well. So let's just set it. So let's just quickly see what type of calendar view we are seeing. So I will click on this guy from my phone, and I can see this kind of a dialog box would come up, and I can select a date from this particular option. I can change the month from this button. I can go upward and backward direction. I can change the year as well. So this is the classic style. So let me just click on cancel. So if you see here, we had a classic theme selected. That is why we are seeing the calendar view like this. Okay. From here, if we change it to device default, then it would have a default UI like how calendar would be displayed on your device. So now if I click on it, I'm using the Samsung mobile and I have a UI like this. Okay. Now this looks familiar to my phone. So then this is the reason why I always choose this device default option as a theme. Okay. Now you can change it to anything you want. Now if you want to have a classic, you can select on this guy. Let's just try to play with the other option like black title text. So you would see a dialog box like this. I don't see any changes. Let's just see dark one. So now if I click on it, I would have this dark kind of feel. So this also looks nice, but right now I'll just select this guy, which is a device default. Let me just quickly see that. Okay. Now we have this date picker available here. So now let's just try to add a functionality that if I click on this guy, that means if I choose any date, like if I click on here and if I choose this date and if I click on OK, there is nothing happening, right? That means I don't know which date user has selected. So we want to set some text or we want to print this date so that we can know that this is working fine, right? So what we will do, we will try to see what are the property this UI component is having. So I will click on this guy, date of birth, calendar, or I would just say date picker. So here we have this many sort of blocks. So here we have visible, text color, text, width, and we have the options like day. Then we would have a month that is there here, month in text we have, and then we have a year. That means this would return a value of year which I have selected. This would return, that mean where is that guy? It is here. So this guy would return the date which I have selected, and there was a one variable, or I would just say one block for a month as well. So this would return a month value, right? Whatever user have selected. Now here we have other block as well, which is saying month in text. So this would return a string that would say December, October, November, whatever the date, or I would just say whatever the month that you have selected, right? So I'll click on this guy because after setting the date only we want to do something. So we have a block for this guy. So this event would be raised whenever user select any particular date. After that, what do we want to see? We want to just set that date, whatever user selected, to some variable, or I would just say to some text, right? We want to show it to user, right? So in that case, what you can do, you can go to a designer section, and here you can have one label that would just show you the date which user has selected. So here I would write selected date labels. I would in short write LDL, and here I would type a text as date colon like this. Okay, and let's just change the font size to 18. Why not? Okay, pretty straightforward. And let's just have some background color for this screen. We can have a background color from this guy. We'll change it to orange. Okay, now this looks better. And let's just change the background color for this date widget as well, or I would just say component. Sometimes I call it widget as well. Let's have it as why not a gray? Okay, yeah, this looks better now. Now I'll go to a block section, and here I want to set some text. So first what I do, I will click a block from where I can set a text. So I would pick this block and will attach it here, or I would just say connect it here. So now I have this block set which says that whenever user sets a date, that means after date is set, I want to do something. And what do I want to do? I want to set some text. So here this guy would set text, and what text we want to set? We want to set what date user have selected. Okay, so from here, if you see here, so we had a couple of blocks which would say day, so we can pick this guy up. Now we can choose the other block which would be month. So let's just try to find it. So here we have, and in fact you don't need to go here and try to find it. You can copy this guy like Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V, and from here you can change the option. Now I want to display years. I would just pick a year from here. Now I have this 3 value. Now I want to print in a fashion that first it should say date, then it should have forward slash, then it should just tell me the month, and then it should have one more forward slash, and then it should just tell me the year. So these are 3 pieces of block which I need to join. So for that I would use a join block from string. So I would go to this guy and will choose a join. So in join, first thing what I'll do, I'll connect a day. So I would have a day right now. Now I want a month, but before that I want to have a forward slash. So what I'll do, I'll go to a text, and here I would take this empty string, and here I would type a forward slash. Now it will print day and forward slash. Now I want to have 2 more block, but here if you see, we don't have any block to join, right? So in that case, what you can do, you can click on this guy, like setting gear icon is there. You need to pick this guy like string and need to connect it here. So just drag it and put it below that. So we will take a 6 block because we want to have 6 pieces of information, day, month, year, and then a forward slash. So we'll pick a month here, and then again I will do copy paste and we'll put this forward slash here. Then again I will paste this here. Now after that we don't need this guy, right? So by the way, intentionally I have made it like this because I wanted to show you that if by mistake you have added one more block, you can remove it. So you can click on this guy and you can remove this block from here and can put it here. Okay, so now I have day forward slash month forward slash year. Now I can attach this guy here. So now let's just verify whether it works or not. So I would again refresh the screen, and now from here I would click on select your DOB, that means date of birth, and I would choose any random date. That's not my actual birth date, but I'll choose any date. Let's just say 5th December 2010. I'll click on OK. So now I can see my label says the date which I have selected. So it tells me that I have selected 5th December 2012. Then I will click on this. Now I can just go to any year that I want. So I'll go to 2057, and let's just say I want to say it April 5, and we'll click on OK. So I can see 5th April of 2057 is selected. Now obviously it cannot be a date of birth because currently it's 2022. So this is just, I wanted to show you the use case of this UI component. Okay. So this was pretty much it. And if you want to display like a date or DOB something before just date, what you need to do, you need to add one more block. So in that case, what you can do, you can click on this guy. You can have string just before that like this. And now you need to take this block date, or I would just say empty string, and here you would type date colon and space. So now it would just append the date string as well. So now let's just verify it. So I'll choose a date, let's say this guy, and we'll click on OK. So now I have a string is date colon and then the date, whichever user have selected. Okay, so this is working fine. And in next video, we will try to discuss some other UI component. I think we discussed button, checkbox, that picker and label. So in next video, probably we will just discuss about the image component. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video, we will be talking about image component. So it's a visible component, and we need this component to display images and some basic animation. So very straightforward, image component is there to display images. Okay, so let's just quickly play with it. So I'll go to this guy, and here we have the what can I say, the last application that we had created for, I think, date picker. Now we will be experimenting with image component. So first, let's just create a new project for that. So we'll click on project and we'll click on start new project, and here I would name this guy as image. Okay, so we have a brand new application for this image component. Let me just quickly do the default setting, what I do for every single application which I make. So I'll just make this guy as horizontal and vertically center. Let's just say this guy would be portrait. So screen orientation default, I would set it to portrait. I don't want to display this title, so I would just click on title visible. So now title is not visible. So as we can see that. And I would choose the theme would be device default. Okay, and I think scrollable is not checked, so that is fine. Okay, so this is what we have created. So now image component we want to use, so we'll just pick this guy from here and we'll place it here. So we can see the image component is placed here. Now we need to set some height and width. So let's just set height and width of this guy to be, let's say we would say height would be 80% and width would be, let's say, 60%. Okay, 80% height, and we have set it to center. That means we would have 10% space at both the sides, at up and bottom. On 60% width means we would have a 20% space at left side and right side as well. Okay, so now we have a nice area that is for the image. Okay, so now we want to display image here. So from where we can set image? From here. So if you see here, we have a property picture, and if you click on here, we have one drop down boxes there, and we have none. That means we haven't loaded any image to this application, right? So just click on upload file, and from here you need to choose image. So what I'll do, I'll go to download, and here I will try to see what are the images I have it here. Let me just click on this cartoon, and here I have 4 cartoon images. So I would pick this guy and will click on open, and now I'll click on OK. So as you can see, this image is loaded here and I have this image here, right? So it is very straightforward. If you want to display any images to your application, you need to use this image component, and as a source you need to give some picture from this guy. And right now this is black and white image. It doesn't mean you can display only black and white image. You can display color image as well. So now I'll try to load other image. So I will click on upload file. We'll go on choose file, and I'll just see what are the images I have it. I'll go to cars. Okay, so this many images I am having it here. Let me select this guy and then click on OK. So we have to wait for some time, and here the image is loaded. Now the image is blurry here because this image size is very small, but right now I'm stretching it to this much. That is why we are not able to see clearly. Let me select some other image as well. So I'll go to this guy and we'll go to back, and which image I can choose. Let me try to see. In fact, let me first see what are the images I do have. So I'll go to this guy, and these are the images I'm having it, right? So let me choose this guy, number 9. Okay, and by the way, we can load any images. We can load PNG images, we can load JPG images. So this image which I have loaded here, they both are PNG. So if you can see, this is PNG and PNG image, but we can also load JPG image as well, right? So let me just try to use this image. Where is it? This guy. I'll click on OK. We should be able to see this image here. So here we can see that, right? Now this couple of things are there. We have a rotation angle here, so let's just try to play with it. So now I will say 10 and we'll click here. So you can see the image is tilted 10 degree. So you can see it is just 10 degrees shifted. Now let me try to give here angle is 45. So as you can see, it is now just scrolled at the 45 angle. Now if you see here, this viewer section is not reflecting changes, and this is why we should always rely on testing the application actually. So this is why in phone we are able to see this is working, and if you just see here, the angle rotation is not showing here. Let me just try to refresh it. I don't think still it will work. So as you can see, this rotation angle is not working on this application, but if you see in the phone, it is working fine. Okay, let me just set it to 0. Okay, and this is one scale picture to fit. So if you click on this guy, image would be set whatever the height and width is there, right? Now if you uncheck it, so whatever the width and height of this image is there, that much only it will take a space. But if you click on this guy, it would scale to that our area, right? Now there are a couple of things. We can make this guy as a clickable. If you want your image to be clickable, you can do that. If you don't want, you can uncheck it. There is the alternate text field is there. This alternate text is useful when you try to load an image, and due to some reason, let's say the image cannot be loaded in this application. At that time, the whatever the text you have typed here, that would come here. So if I, let's say, type here, I would just say random character dot let's say PNG or whatever. So the benefit of adding this alternate text is there. If due to some reason this image cannot load here, this text, whatever we have written here, that would come here. So this is why one should put this alternate text, right? Now let's just quickly go to the block section and say, do we have any other properties? So I will just click on this guy, and here we have image.click. So once you click on it, what do we want to happen, right? So this block will only be useful when you have this guy selected, because right now if you try to select it, nothing would happen because we have unchecked this item. That means this image is not clickable. But let's say if you have clicked this guy, and now if you go to block, so in the here what will happen, it will work as a button. So whenever you click on it, this function would be called, and then you can do anything with this image. So what I'll do, I would try to add a code where if you click on image, this image should change. Okay, so let's just quickly do that. So I'll go to image, and here we should have one kind of property. This is there, image.picture, and set to c1.png. Let me see what is the default one we have added. So right now it's 9.png. So if I click on it, this image will change it to c1.png. So let me click here. So right now I'll go to my phone and we'll click on this guy. So as you can see, as soon as I click this guy, the image is changed. Now this is a picture of a cat. Now I'll again refresh it and show you one more time. So this is the default image, whatever we had loaded. So if you see in this designer section, I have mentioned that for this image component, we want to set images 9.png. But in block section, I have added a code there that if I click on this image, my image should be changed. And what I want to change it to, I want to change it to c1.png. So if I click on this guy, the image would change. Okay. So there are a couple of more things that you can do. So let me just click on here, and here there would be a one field that would just say animation. This is the guy. From that you can set images. So I would go to this guy and we'll click here. And image, we need to tell the text, or I would just say string, what kind of animation you want. So I can write here scroll left, and let's just see whether it works or not. And now I will refresh the application, and now this is the default image what I have. Now I click on this guy. So as you can see, the image is changed, and now it is a scroll left thing is working. Okay, so we are seeing that the scroll left is working fine. Now one more thing, every time if I want to show you, I don't want to click it here, because if I click here it will work. Now I want to change one thing. I don't want this animation to happen only when I click it. I want this animation should happen as just we start the application. So in that case, what you can do, you can use this screen guy, and here we would have one block called screen initialization. So what will happen whenever the screen is initialized, or I would just say when the app is launched, this piece of code will be executed, and here you can write whatever you want to do. So now what I want, I would just move this block to here, and I would delete this block. And let me just click on delete. So now what will happen, as soon as we launch this application, we would see the scroll left would work. Okay, so let's just verify it. Now we need to refresh the screen. So we'll go to connect and we'll do refresh companion screen. And now you can see scroll left is working fine. Similar to scroll left, we have scroll right as well. So let's just check that as well. So now I'll again do refresh companion screen. So this is scroll right. Now this is a bit slower. We can make it fast by adding one more keyword, that is a fast. And now if I do that, it would be rotating, or I would just scrolling a little bit faster. So you can see that. Now if you want to know what are the other option for scroll we have, so you can just go to this guy and let's just click on more information, and here you need to click on image, and from here you just need to see where is the animation. So here we have animation. So this is the allowed motions are there. This the one is for screen right slow, and I think right now what we have seen is scroll right and scroll right fast, then we have scroll left slow, then we have scroll left fast, and stop. So these are the animation we do have. We can check it if you want. Okay, so this was about the image component, and I think that's pretty much it. We have discussed how to load image, we know how to, we can scale it to fit, we know how to make it clickable, we have just bind a code where if you click on it something would happen. That means we changed an image once user clicks on, and we have this rotation guy as well, or I would just say rotation angle as well. And that's pretty much it. So here is an exercise for you. Now I want you to try and load a GIF image here and just see whether it works or not. Okay, and just try it out and see whether it works or not. So we'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So now we are going to discuss about other UI component, which is a list picker. So list picker is a visible component. So it's a kind of a button. When you click on it, you would see some option. It would be just like a list of things from where you can select any item. Okay, so very straightforward. Let's just quickly play with it. So I'll go to this guy, and here we have it. So now we will create other project. So we'll go to my project, and from here we will create a new project for this list picker. So I would name this guy as a list picker. And now let's just set default properties. So I would make this guy as horizontal and vertically centered, would just choose a default theme would be device default, would make title visible to uncheck, and will make screen orientation to portrait. So now we have the empty area, or I would just say blank screen. And here we want to load list picker. So we will pick list picker from here and we'll place it here. So that would come at the center, because on the screen, if you see, we have made the align horizontal and align vertical to center. That is why this UI component is coming at the center. Now let's name to this list picker. So I would name this guy as let me just try to name this guy as a brand selection. Okay. And here I want text to be displayed as select your favorite brand. Okay, and this should be it. Let's just try to set some property here, and let me just do a background color of this screen to something else. So I would choose this color as gray. Okay, now let's just set some property to this list picker as well. Let me change the font to be 18, and this height and width, let it be whatever it is. Just different background color is fine, text color is also fine. Let's just change the text color in fact, and I would give a text color as, let's say, blue. Okay, yeah, this is fine. And let's just set a background color for this guy. So if you see the difference, there is a clear difference, right? Whatever we are seeing the viewer and whatever we are seeing in the actual mobile is totally different, right? Because if you see, we have some white kind of background here, but we are not seeing on this guy. So let's just quickly change the background color to this particular button, and I would make this guy as, let's say, yellow. Okay, so this is fine, and from here we can select image as well, but right now we don't want it, so let's just don't do that. And item text color is there, selection is there, and this is shape is there. I can make it to rounded. So now we have just kind of a corner rounded is there. Now we can change it to rectangular, we can change it to oval if we want, but we will stick with this rounded. Okay, now what do I want? There is a show filter bar is also there, but that I'll tell you in a minute. First, let's just try to add some elements here. So now if I click on here, nothing would happen. There is one empty list is coming and we don't have anything to select, right? I'll just do a backspace. Here I would add elements from string. So I would name this guy as apple, and whatever the option you want to give, you need to provide a comma and space. So one item I want to provide is apple, then I want to give the other item would be blackberry, because here I am just making the list picker as a brand selection. So what brand of mobile do you use or want to use kind of thing. Okay, so right now I have written Apple, BlackBerry, then I would write Samsung, then I would write Oppo, then I would write Vivo, and let me just write one more item, that is a Nokia. Okay, so these are the number of options I have. Now if I click on this list now, I would have a free choice. So as you can see, we have a choice Apple, BlackBerry, Samsung, Oppo, Vivo, and Nokia. Now if I click on Oppo, the Oppo would be selected. Now if I click on, let's say, BlackBerry, the BlackBerry would be selected. But if you see here, we don't know which one user is selected, right? So we have to add some kind of block so that user can get to know which user is selected, right? So item background color is not nice, so let's just change it to let's say white and see how does it look. This is not working because text color is also white. That is why we are not able to see anything. So let's just say item text color to be let's set it to black. Okay, so now it should be visible. So now I can see I have a nice list here. Okay, now I told you that this is one thing, so filter bar. So let's just play with it. So if you see here right now, if I click on it, you are not seeing any filter. But now if I click on this guy, let me just go back and let me just click this guy, show filter bar. So the application is refreshed now. So now if I click on this guy, you would see a search kind of bar here. So if you see, we have a search list here. Now if I can click here and if I type anything, let's say I want to find what are the options here. So I would just write O. So here you would see whatever the string, or I would just say whatever the option that start with O, that is displaying here, right? So if I want to search of, let's say, Nokia, I would type N here. So here you would came a list. And this would be useful when you have too many items and you want to directly jump to that particular item. So that is why a search, or I would just say the filter is useful. Now you can uncheck if you want. So I would just say, I don't want to show filter right now. Okay. And this is a title here. Now this title would tell you like, okay, let me just quickly show you first. So you don't have any title as of now. So let's just add some titles. So I would make this guy as let's say I would give a title as select, or I would write your favorite brand. Okay, I hope spelling is correct, not sure. Let me just quickly go to selection and let me just see whether the device default theme is selected. Okay, that is selected. Okay, I have message, or I have just said the title is your favorite brand. Now if I click on this guy, you would see the title is your favorite brand. Now let me delete it and let me show you what was the default one. So I will delete this guy, and now if I click on this guy, you would see a default name, that is MIT AI2 companion, right? But if you want to set some other text, we can set it here. And now if you refresh your application, you should be seeing the name whatever you have set it. So that is your favorite brand. Okay, so this was about it. Now let's just go to the block section and see what we can do with that. Now what do I want? I want that after user have selected any item, I want to print it, or I want to set that guy to somewhere. Either I can take one label, or instead of that, what I'll do. So we have this list picker, right? And we have this text here, select your favorite brand. Now what I'll do, whenever user select on any item, I would set the selected text to here. That means whatever this text is there, select your favorite brand, I will replace it with the one what user has selected. So just quickly do that. So we'll go to a block section, and here I would try to find an event that would be triggered when we just select any items. So for that, we have this block, which is after picking. And now if you want to know, you can just hover your mouse here and you can wait for some second, and here you would see the message. So here it is clearly written that event to be raised after the list picker activity returns its result and the properties have been filled in. That means whenever we click on list picker, that this kind of a dialog box is coming if you see in the right box. Now if you click on any item, this guy would be called. Okay, now I want to set a text, so I would just try to find a property, or I would just say block, which will just say set text. So for that, I would find this guy. So we have it. So this is a set text. So this would say set text for this particular list picker. Now what text I want what user has selected. So for that, if you again click on this guy, you would find a block that would return you that selection text, right? So we'll just try to find it somewhere, and here we have a selection. So now if I just select any item, this name would be replaced here. So let me click it here, and I would just say Oppo. So I can see my text is Oppo here. Now if I again change it to, let's say, Apple, so I can see the text is Apple. Now if I want to change other thing, let's say I would choose Samsung, so the text is Samsung here. Now what do I want? Before I select any item, I want this text should be the default one. That means this guy, which was so your favorite brand. So what I'll do, there would be one other block which would be a before picking. So I can take this guy, and let me just try to have one block, and in fact I'll copy paste this guy here. We'll remove this selection and would add empty string here, and this text I would copy from here. Let me copy it and let me just paste it here. Okay, Now what will happen, let me just refresh this companion screen. So now if I click on this guy, you will see I'm able to select any item. Now again, when I click it, I can see that the text was changed to select your favorite brand. Now it didn't take much time, so let me just quickly show you. So you have to focus here. You would see that select your favorite brand text would come. So let me click it here. So you see it was coming, it was just came, but it has to open this list again. That is why you might not be able to see it clearly, but it was happening. Now let me select Vivo again and let me show you one more time. So this is working fine. Okay, so this was about this list picker, and in the next video we will try to see some other UI component, and I think we will discuss about the very next component, which is a list view. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So now let's talk about the other UI component, which is a list view. So it's a visible component and it displays a list of text or image element on the screen. So when we want to show user a list, in that case we need to use this component, and as its name says, list view, so it would just show you the list. So I'll just quickly play with it. So I'll go to this guy. Okay, so this was the, I think the older app which we had created for list picker. Let's create a new one for the list view. So I'll go to this project and we'll click on start new project, and here I would name this project as let's say would give the same name, that is of what the component. So I would name this as a list view and we click on OK. So we have this new app. Let me just quickly do the default setting. So would make this guy as horizontally and vertically center. The theme I would change is device default. The screen rotation would set it to portrait, and title I don't want it to visible. Okay, so we have the default setting done. Let's just quickly pull this list view here. So this is fine, and now we can change the name of this list view to let's say brands. Okay, now from here we can give the elements, but right now I won't be giving it here. We will be giving from this guy. Click to add and delete data. Now here there is three type of list we can edit here. I'll show you each of them one by one. So first let's just see the first type of list that we can add, that is a main text. So here you can see that this is the kind of a list. So we can have a list as a main text. We can have a list as main text and detail text, that we can have it on horizontal and vertical as well. And then we have a list as image and main text, and that we can have it in both way, horizontal and vertical. So first let's just play with this guy, main text. So here if you want to add some item, you can click on this guy, and here you can just try to add any data. I'll click to add raw data. Okay, so the first data I would add is Apple. The next data I would add is let's say Android. And what other OS we can have it? Let me just try to see a BB, that means a BlackBerry OS. And let me just add one more, which is a Nokia OS. I don't know what OS they are using. We'll click on save. So right now I can see I have a list here, and this network error is there, and that is why this companion has been disconnected. So we need to connect it again. So if that happens to you, that means due to network error, this companion is disconnected. We need to connect it again. Otherwise you won't be able to see the live changes, whatever you're doing it here. So just click on connect, and let's just click on AI companion again, and just try to scan your code again. So I have scanned it again. Now we have to wait for some 10 to 15 seconds, and then the what can I say, the companion would be loaded, and we will be able to see our application launched on our phone. So let's just wait for a couple of seconds, and now we can see it's fully loaded. So if you see here, if I select on this guy, there is a selection color is that, and that you can change it from this guy. So if you want your selection color to let's say orange, you can do like this, and now it would be an orange selection, right? So whatever items I can select it. Now of course text color you can change from here. You can also add a filter. So if you just click on this guy, you would have a filter here. Now if I just type here n, only the string that is having n in it, that would be appearing here. So we can see that. So the orientation is right now vertical. That is why you are seeing this list as a vertical. I can change it to horizontal, but first let's just remove this guy. We don't want this filter as of now. And I'll change this orientation to let's say horizontal. So we would have a horizontal list. So now if you scroll it here, we have this guy, right? We have Nokia, then we have BBOS, then we have what we call Apple and Android, whatever was there, right? So this is a horizontal list. Now I want to set it to vertical list. So we'll change the orientation to vertical. So this was a one type of list. Now what do we want? Whenever users select any item, I want to show the user, or I would just say I want to inform user that you have selected this guy. So in this case, what we will do, we will have one more label that would tell the user that you have selected this item. Okay, so let's just try to grab one label from here and let's just put it here. So it has almost touched this border, so that's fine. Let's just name this guy as a selected label. Okay, and let's just change the font size to 18, and here I would set the text as selected. Okay, and I want it to be center aligned. The text should be center aligned. Okay, now let's just try to add one more label to create some space between these two components. So I would have one label here, and I would set a text to this variable as empty string. So that is why we will have one kind of space here. Okay, so if you can see here, I have created space between these two components by adding one more label that would do nothing. In fact, we can name this variable as space label or something, so that we can get to know what, or I would just say why we have added this label. Okay, now let's just try to go to a block section. In here we will try to find a block that would be called when we pick any item. So similar to that list picker, we have one block that is called after picking. So whenever we pick any item, this guy would be called, and here we can add a code that we want to execute whenever user select any item. So I'll go to this selected label and I would change a text to whatever user have selected, right? Let me just try to add this block here. And now from here, I would try to find a selection. So where do we have a selection? We have it here. So I'll just try to connect this block here. Okay, so we have it ready. And if you just try to connect and if you try to run this application as of now, what will happen? It will just override this string. So let me just quickly show you. So if you can see here, it just tell whatever the item we have selected. But I want here that it should also tell me that selected. That means I want this string as well. Selected column whatever the item user have selected. So in this case, what I need to do, I need to have one join block. So I would get from here, I would add this block to below, and here I would take a string, and here I would write selected colon and a space, and now I will attach this block here. Now what will happen if I change the selection? It would first say selected colon and it would have the whatever the item which user has selected. Okay, so this is working fine. Now in next video, we will try to play with different type of list, which is, if you see here, what was there? Yeah, it is a main text and a detail text. So let's just try to see that in the next video, because if I try to tell you everything in this video, this would be a too long video. So let's just see that in the next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in last video, we had talked about a list view and we have seen what type of list we can add, and we have discussed only the first type of list, which was a main text. Now we are going to discuss about the other type of list, which is the main text and a detail view. So let me just quickly click on that. And now if you just see here, we have this option, click to add and delete data. So if you click on that, we would have one more field, which is a detail text. So till now there was only a main field. So let me just quickly show you one more time. So I will cancel this guy and we'll change it to main text again. And now if I click on here, I would have only one field to enter, that is a main text. But if I change this selection to the main text and detail text, and if I again click on this guy, we would have a two field to enter. The one would be for the main text and the one would be for the detail text. In detail text, I can add some text, and let me just show you how it will look once you have a detail text kind of a list view. Okay, so here I would name this guy as iPhone 6s. Okay, so from Apple, I would have iPhone 6s. For Android, let me just try to have a Samsung M32. Why not? For BBOS, I would just type a BlackBerry, let's say Jet 10 or a charcoal. Let's just try to have a Jet 10 here. And from Nokia, I would have one that is called the Lumia. Okay, now I will click on save, and as soon as I click on save, you would see the detail text would come just below the main text, and that would be a little bit smaller in size. Okay, so this is what we are seeing. And if you see here, whatever the selection, or I would just say whatever the block code we have, that is still working, and we are able to see that user have selected this guy. Now I want to also print that detail text as well. So in that case, what can I do? I can just try to find a block that would just return me the detail text. So we'll try to find it from here. Do I have it or not? So obviously we would have it. We just need to find it. In fact, I'll get this block right now and we'll click here. And then from here, you will try to find the block that would just say detail text or something. So here we have a selection detail text. So I can pick this guy and I want to attach to this string only. So I would click on this gear symbol, or I would just say setting symbol, whatever you call it. And from here, I would add one more string. So now this join block can add 3 strings. So the first is selected, the second is the selected main text, and the third would be the selected detailed text, right? And additionally, I would like to add one comma or a separator between them. So I would add one more block. So let's just do that. And here I would do like this. And from here, we'll try to have one empty string block. And here I would provide comma and a space. And then I would hit enter. Okay, so now if I change the selection, you can see that this guy is saying I have selected Android and Samsung M32. Now if I click on this guy, it would say I have selected Apple and iPhone 6s. Now if I click on the any other item, it would just tell me the main text, comma, the detailed text. Okay, so this is working fine. And in the next video, we will try to see the other type of this guy, or I would just say the list view. In fact, let's just try to see what will happen if I click on this guy, main text and detailed text in a horizontal. So if you see like this, the only change that it has done is whatever the detailed text was there, it is now at the same line, that means in the horizontal line. But if I change it to vertical, the detailed text would come just below the main text. So this is the only difference these two options are having. Okay, so in the next video, we will discuss about the last two options. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in last video, we had talked about the other type of list view, which was a main text and a detailed text. So in this video, we will try to see the third and the last type of list view, which is image and a text. So let me just quickly click on this guy, image and a main text. So now if I click on this guy, and now I need to add the data. So I would click here, click to add or delete data. So now if you see here, in earlier approach, or I would just say in earlier layout of a list view, we had a two field, which was a main text and a detailed text. But here, since we have this as an image, we would have to select image here, right? So for image, we need to load it. So let's just quickly do that. So right now we won't be able to add an image here because first we need to load it. So in this application, we haven't loaded any image. So first let's just try to add a 4 image here. Okay. So I'll click on upload file, and from here I will choose the image. So one I would choose for Nokia. So it should be listed here. So I can see the Nokia image is loaded here. Let's just quickly add 3 more images. The one was for Samsung. So it is added. The one was for the BlackBerry. So it is added. Now we will add the last image for the Apple, and let's just say it is added. Now this all are JPG image. So earlier when we were talking about the image component, we had loaded PNG image, and right now we are adding the JPG image. Okay. And I think I had asked you to add GIF image as well. So now I'll click on this guy, and for this Apple, I would select the image that is apple.jpg. For Android, I would choose Nokia. Sorry, I need to choose Samsung, and for this BB I would choose BlackBerry, and for Nokia I would choose Nokia with JPG. When click on save, and here my WhatsApp is there. So let me just try to minimize this guy. In fact, let me close it, and here I'll load this. So here we have Apple, Android, Samsung, and BB. Now let me just try to click on it. So you can see the text is showing here. Okay, now we have a comma here because if you recall the last video, we had added these 2 strings. The one was selection text detail and the one was comma. Now we don't have it, so we can remove these blocks, and we need to remove this 2 block from here as well. Okay, so now it should show only the guy which we have selected. Okay, so this is working fine. Okay, so right now we have a loaded image as well as the text. Now there is no space between this image and this guy. So what you can do, you can go to this guy and just try to put a space here. So let's see whether it works or not. So here I would add some space for each of this item. Okay, let me click on save. So now I can see one space is added, and that looks nice. Okay, now we can just try to play with this guy, and here we have one more option that was vertical. So let's just see. So we have it here, and if we just click on this guy to image and main text, I don't see any changes. I don't know why there are 2 options. Let me just try to play it one more time. So if I click on horizontal, what would happen? So this would come in a horizontal. So this is fine. But I wanted to see something else. Means I wanted to see what is the difference between this guy. So we have it here and we have it here. Let me just try to click vertical. So if I select this guy, I can see the items like that. And now if I select this guy, okay, I'm not seeing any difference. So maybe you can try it. What is the difference? I'm not getting it. Okay. So this was about list view component, and we had divided this component in 3 videos. So hopefully you would have get the idea where we use the list view. So in next video, we will try about the other UI component, which is a notifier. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video, we will be talking about other UI component, which is a notifier. So notifier is useful to display some sort of alert messages or some sort of dialogue. And it is also useful to add some log entry as well. So let me just quickly show you how we can use it. So this is the component we have, and this is the mobile screen. So we'll just create a new project for this guy, and we'll click on start new project. And here I will name this project as notifier. Okay, notifier. So again, I'll do the default setting. So I have made this guy as horizontal and vertical line to center, and let's just quickly make screen rotation to portrait. Let's just choose the theme as device default and make this title as not visible. So now we have the default setting. So let's just first pick this notifier component. So if you see here, this is not displaying here. Why? Because it is non-visible component, and that is why you won't be able to see this component on the screen, right? But if it is non-visible, how can we see it? Well, that we will see. So notifier length, let's just put it as short, and these are fine, and I'll tell you how we can use it. So notifier, we want to show it only when something is happening. This component will be useful when you want to say, or I would just say notify user to something. Let's say user has typed something and you want to say this is not allowed, so you can notify him. When user has done something which is not allowed, you can just tell something in a message that you should not do that. When user is doing something and you want to inform that this progress is done, then also you can use the notifier. So let's just try to play with each type of notifier. So first, I will just try to use one button, and that would just be like when I click on this guy, that should show the notification. Okay, so let's just name this button as I would name this guy as a notify button. Okay, and let's just change the text of this button to let me just try to say show notification or something. So I would write show notification. Okay, so this is fine, this button is fine. And let me just change this shape of this button to rounded. I always select this one, I don't know why. Now I'll go to block section, and we'll just try to bind a code when user clicks on this button. Okay, now let's just see what are the possible notification that we can send it. So we'll click on this block, and here we have this many block. Okay, so we'll try to use the very first type of thing, which is a show choose dialog box. So let me just try to pick it here. And here we need to give a couple of options. One is message, one is text, then there are button. Okay, so I'll type here a text, and let me just try to put a text here. So this is a message. What do you want to display as a part of a dialog box? So here I would write do you like MIT App Inventor? Okay, a question. Now title, what do you want? So I would just say question. Why not? Because so here we are asking user, do you like this MIT app or not? And let's just give some option here. So I would give option here. The first one would be yes, I like it. It should be yes, not YD. Let me just type yes. And the second option would be, let's just say no, I don't think so. The second option would be no. But why would anyone not like this platform? Because this is so cool, we can make application without any coding. So I would just change this option to, let's say 100%. So you have only two options, you like it, or you would just say 100%, that means I like it. Okay, so now we'll just try to see how this dialog box would look. Now this cancelable option is true, that means okay, first let's just see if it is by default true, what we will get. Now I'll click on this notification. So you will see such kind of dialog box that would say a question, this was the title, and here you see the message that is saying, do you like this MIT App Inventor or not? Here we have option yes, no, and 100%. Now this is the cancel button because we have selected this guy as a true. Now if you click on 100%, nothing would happen, the dialog box would just go away. If you click on this cancel, nothing would happen, the dialog box would go away, and same for this yes option as well. Now we can just print this selection if you want to set it. Now one thing we haven't discussed, what if I just select this guy as false? So now if I click on this guy, if you see here, now we have only two options, yes and the other option. We don't have the cancel button in middle, that was that. Because we have made this guy as false, that means we don't want to cancel it. Okay, now let's do one thing. let's just try to get the response. That means if I just show this notification and if I click on this 100%, I should know that what user is selected, right? So let's just try to just select, or I would just say get the response. So for that you would have one more block. For that, this block we can use, that is after choosing. So let's see whether it works or not. And here let's say I would change the button text to whatever user have selected. Okay, so here I would just this guy is a text, so I want to set text to what user has choice. So here if you see here, this guy would have this choice. So if you just hover your mouse here, you would see get and set. So you can tag this get and can attach it here. So this would tell you what option user have selected. So let me just quickly show you. Now I'll click on this dialog box. Now I will click on 100%. So as you can see, the button text is changed to 100%. Now if I click on this guy again, now if I change it to yes, so I can see the button text is changed to yes. So as many times I want to play it, I can do it, right? So this guy is working fine. Okay, so let's just have this 2 block here. Now let's just see the other type of notification we have. So what we will do, we will just move this block and we'll just place it somewhere else, or we can delete it also. But in fact, let's just try to put it here. Now this is not attached to this button click, so this part would not be called, so we don't need to worry. Now let's just try to add the other type of dialog box. So here you can see that we have this guy, which is show message dialog. So I will just pick it here. And what I'll do, I'll just try to, this is only information, right? So I would just try to have a message in a text form. So let me just try to copy it here. And title also I would like to copy it here. Here I would just say information. And the button text can be just, let's say, okay, or something, right? And here in message I can write thank you for learning, right, MIT app. Okay, so let me refresh it one more time. So we will see that the text here, so notification. So now I can see it. So we have this information dialog box. Okay, so now let's just remove this guy as well. Now we will try to explore the third type of dialog box. So we'll click on here, and this two we have seen. So let's just try to see this guy. So password dialog, message, title, and cancelable. I will click this guy, we'll put it here. And here the message would be something like enter your password to open or something, right? So let's just try to add some text here. And this cancelable we need to give yes or no. So I would give this guy as no, because we don't want user to cancel it. So let me just choose a cancel. The question would be, it would be something like enter password to continue. Okay, and the title will be password. Okay, so let's see how it will look. So I'll click on this guy. So here we have the password as a title, the string as we are asking user to enter password, and here you need to type any character. So whatever you are typing, that would be considered as a password. So you can see that it is working fine. I'll click on OK. Now here, if you see here, this part is right now not working. Why? Because this block is useful when you have only selection like yes or no. But right now we are typing something, right? So that we can get it from this guy after text input. And here we would have a response. So let me just try to paste this guy here. And instead of this get choice, I would use this guy get response. Okay. So now if I just click on this show notification, and let me just try to add a password here, which is 1 2 3 4 5, and we'll click on OK. So I can see the text of this button is changed to the password, whatever I have typed. Now, if I just type some any random character, now I don't know which characters I have typed. So I would just click on OK. And here you can see this many characters I have typed it. Okay. So this was about the after text input, and this was about the after choosing. So the choosing would be used when you have a selection choice. Either you want to say yes, no, cancel, whatever the option you have given. And this would be used when user types something. Okay. So let me see, is there any other option that we can discuss? We have discussed about this guy. We have seen this guy. We have seen this guy as well. And what else do we have? We have this progress dialog. So let's just try to see how it will look. I will remove this guy here. We'll put it here. And let me just try to just get title from here only. Why not? Because this is just a simple thing, right? Okay, in fact, so the title should be let's say random title, and here message is MIT App. I would write your inventor is so cool. Okay, so let's just see it. I'll click on this guy. So here I have a progress bar. You see here it is kind of a progress bar that tells it is working. It won't be disappear until we click something else. So if I click on back or anything, let me just see whether it works or not. So I can see that it is not working. So now let's play with some other blocks. So I would remove this block as well. In fact, let me clear some space. So I will delete all this block. So let me just quickly delete this block as well, this block as well. So let's see. We discussed, I think, almost all the type of dialog box. We discussed this. We have seen this guy. Okay, maybe not. I think we have seen it. Password also we have seen. We have seen the progress as well. We have seen this guy. We might not have seen it. So let's just see it. So here we need to give just a message and a title. So let's just quickly say title would be let's just set it to a title. Why not? In fact, this should be here. Let's just message is any message. I think spelling is not correct, but that's fine. We just want to see it, how it will look. So if I click on this guy, you can see the message like that. We have cancel and we have okay. So this was about this block, and let me just see if there is any other type of notification is remaining or not. I think we are done with this guy. Okay, so now you will see that there's couple of log information is there, like log error, log message, log warning, and show alert. So let's just try to see a show alert as of now. And here I would add some text as a battery is let's say 10% only. Okay, so now if I click on this guy, you would see that show alert would come there only, and it would just quickly disappear after maybe 1 or 2 seconds, not sure. Okay, so we have this short alert, and if you just show here in the notifier block, we have made this notifier length too small. So if I change it to long, and now if you see it, it will probably stay here maybe for a longer time. So let's just see it. So now you can see it is comparatively maybe a little bit longer time than it was previous. Okay, so this was the only difference. Now there is other option as well for this notifier block, which is what is the which is log error, log message and all, but this will be useful when you are debugging something and when you want to add a log, right? And this I think would be visible when you do ADB shell to your phone and try to see the log. So you can add log here, that in progress or value get or something. Now you won't see anything in the UI, that is why I haven't shown you, but it would be something in a background, like when you take the ADB shell, you can do a log read to your phone and you can check it. Okay, so there's one thing which I think I have missed it, that is this guy, which is the dismiss progress dialog box. So when it is useful, so let me just quickly again show you that progress dialog box, where it was. It is here. Okay, so this was that progress bar would come, and let me just try to add some message here, and let's just have some title here. The message would be progress, and in fact the title should be progress, and the message, let's set it to running or something. Now if you click on this guy, this progress bar would come, but it would not stop automatically. We need to call this guy, then only it would stop, and that is why you are saying this is not disappearing. So in this case, what you can do, if you see here, this is a call thing, right? So we need to attach this block to somewhere. This block we can edit here only. So what it will do, it will just show that progress bar and will quickly disappear it. So let's see whether it works or not. So it is just disappearing in a second, so we are not able to see it. But what I'll do, when we will actually start making application, I would make one application where we would try to load some data, and in that time we would show this progress bar, and whenever the data is loaded, we will call this guy dismiss progress dialog box, so that progress bar would go away. So for the time being, you can get to know that this would just launch a dialog box where you would see some sort of a progress bar. So let me just quickly show you. So this kind of progress bar, so this would go away only when we will call this guy. Okay, so this was about a notifier block, and in the next video we will try to discuss about this password text box UI component. Okay, so we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video we will be talking about other UI component, which is the password text box. So it's a visible component this component is useful when user want to type a password, and the type text will be hidden. Now obviously the type text would be hidden, otherwise there is no point of adding this widget, because otherwise it would be like a normal label, right? Or it could be like a text box. So let's just try to play with it. And I don't know why I have just added tab here, so I will just correct it. Now we'll go to this guy, we'll create a new project obviously, and we'll just say the new project could be for password. Let me quickly write a password text box. We'll hit enter, and we'll just set some default property for screen. So we'll make the alignment to center for both horizontal and vertical. Now we'll just say screen rotation would be portrait, the theme would be device default, and the title I don't want it to be visible. Okay, so this default setting is done. We'll just drag the password box from here, we'll put it here, and now it would not say anything. First let's just set some default property to this guy. So the background color, I want this guy to be, let's say white maybe. I mean, this is white only. How can we just set white? Let's just try to set orange. So this is fine now. And this font size, let's just change it to maybe 20. Why not? This is fine now. And the height of this component, let's set it to maybe 8%. And width of this guy, let's set it to maybe 90. Why not? Okay, so we have a nice password widget here. And hint here, you can give it. So that means here you will see what type of message here. So let me just try to type like this, and here you will see this text. So here you can give information like enter password to unlock. Unlock should not be unblock. Okay, so from this option you can decide whether user can add only numbers or not. So let me just try to click right now here. So here I can see I can add numbers and alphabet as well. So if I choose this guy, which is numbers only, so now user can add only a number. So if you can see that this is only a number. Okay, so let's just select number as of now only, and here the text we can display here. So I would write here something, but that would come as a, what can I say, the password, because this is the text for what user have typed it. So obviously we don't want to type anything, so I would just remove this guy. Text element I would set it to, let's say, center. And yeah, pretty much it. And I want this component to be visible. If I just uncheck it, you won't see anything here, right? So let's just make this guy visible. And in fact, let's just have one label here, somewhere here, and here I would name this label as let's say password label, and here I would just say enter password. Okay, text element should be center. So now I have this field, enter password, and this guy. Now this size, let's change it to 22. Okay, so we have enter password field, and in below that we have a password area where user can enter password. Now let's just try to add a block section where what we will do, we will set some default password. So if user type that password, we would just say this guy is unlocked, or if user type the wrong password, you would just say the password is wrong, right? Let's just do that. And so for that we will use a notifier component which we had just discussed in the last video. So let's just drag it and put it here. So we have this notifier here, and maybe we can change the name of this notifier to password notifier or something. Let's just set password notifier. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Now let's just make this line too short. After typing the password, one should enter any button, right? Then only we can get to know that the user has typed the password. So for that we will add one button. So let me just try to drag a button, and let's just put it here. And here I would just say maybe sign in or login, whatever you call it. So let me just try to type here login. So the button name is login, and I would type text here is login. Let's just change the shape of this ball to rounded. Let's just set font size to be 16. And there is no space between these two guys. That means a password text box and a button. So let's just try to have one label, and between these two components we will put it, and just will remove the text. That is why it will create some space between these two components. Okay, and in fact we can add the same component between these two components as well, and remove the text, and that would create a space between these two as well. Okay, so this is fine now. Now the login button width is too small, so let's just change it So we'll go to this guy, and width I will change it to maybe 60%. Yeah, this is fine now. Okay, so now in fact we can make the font to bold. So this is nice now. Okay, now we'll go to this block edit section, and here we want to perform some action whenever user clicks on this button. So just go to a login button and just try to find a block that would just say click. That means whenever user clicks on this button, we want to check the password what user has typed it, and after that if user has typed the correct password, we want to say congratulations or something like you have logged in, or in the wrong password we want to say your password is wrong or something. Okay, so let's just do that. So here first we need to grab the password whatever user have typed it. So we'll go to a password text box, and here we will try to find the text what user typed it. So from here we can get it. Okay, now we want to compare it, so we have to use if and else block. So let's just try to get this block from control, and here we have if block. So we need to compare this block to some default password. So what I'll do, I would have a default password, or I would just say the correct password would be 12345. So let's just set it, or in fact let's just don't set it and let's just directly compare it. So we'll go to this guy on math, and we'll try to get this what can I say, the equal to operator thing. And now I will compare this guy with a text which would be 1 2 3 4 5. Let me just try to type 5 here. Okay, and I will move this block inside the if section, and I would move this if block inside the button click. So now what I'm doing here, I'm just comparing the text whatever user have typed it with 1 2 3 4. If the comparison matches, that means if user has typed this text 1 2 3 4 5, that means the password is correct. So in that case I want to notify user that your password is correct or something. So I would have one dialog box, and this time I would have the dialog box that would be this one, message dialog box. Okay, and let's just try to add some string here. So let me just try to say like this, and I would just say like this, and the message would be something like correct password. Okay, the title would be let's say password checker. The button text would be okay. Okay, in the else block we can copy paste the same dialog box, but we would just change the text, and the text would be let's say it would be wrong password, and here we would just say yeah, okay, it's fine, I think. Yeah, okay, let's just verify it. So now again I'll go to this guy, will type some wrong password. So I have typed some random password. We'll click on login, and now I'll click on login. Okay, so it is not working. The reason is this call part, or I would just say the wrong password part, I have put inside the same if condition. I have put inside the correct condition only. I need to put inside the negative condition, means at the else block. So now we have a correct thing. So whenever user type the password which is 1 2 3 4, so it should say this dialog box. If the password is not correct, it should say the other dialog box. Okay, so let's just refresh the companion screen and try it one more time. Now I will type some wrong password. Now I'll click on login. So I can see we have this dialog box which says wrong password. That means the password is not correct. Now I'll try to enter the correct password, which is 1 2 3 4 5. Let me quickly type the correct password again because I had mistyped it. Now I'll click on login. So here you can see password checker says that's the correct password, and we can click on OK. Okay, so this was it about the password text box component. You can use it whenever you want to make some login kind of form where you want user to type some password. So you can use these blocks. So we will discuss about next component in the next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in last video, we had talked about this password text box, and I realized that I can give you one exercise to practice yourself. So just try to have one application in which you will add this password text box and a login button. So now what do I want? So I want that if you click on this button and if you type the wrong password, it should try to have one counter that should be incremented each time. So that means if user types this wrong password 3 times, it should just block this sections. That means it should not allow us to type password again. And I'll give you the hint. You need to use this enable block. So if you just let me just go to this guy, and if you just uncheck this item, so now I have deselect this item, so I cannot type anything here. Okay, now if I check this guy again, I can type anything here, right? So I hope you would have got the idea what I want you to do. It's just a simple app you need to make, in which you will ask user to enter a password. So if user enter wrong password 3 times, you should block everything. That means he should not be able to click this button. He should not be able to enter this password. And one more thing, if let's say first time user typed the wrong password and in the second attempt he typed the correct password, then you should again show this message, which was this guy, correct password and the password generator, and the counter should reset to 0. So that means if user type the wrong password for the first time, then if he type the correct password, again the counter should be reset to 0. That means after that he should have a 3 more try to enter the password, because he has entered the correct password, right? Now you need to do it again. Okay, so this kind of simple app I want, so I hope you'll be able to do it. So just try to do it by yourself. And so if you cannot do, just follow me in the next video where I'll just do a code walkthrough of this particular app, right? So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in last video I had given you an exercise. So it was just that you should allow user to type wrong password only 3 times. If he entered the wrong password 3 times, in the third attempt you should block this thing. That means you should make this guy as disable, or I would just say not enable. So that means he cannot type the password again. Okay, so this was the simple thing I wanted from you. I hope you would be able to do it by yourself, and if not, let's just try to do this in this video. Okay, so we will go to the block section because this part will remain as it is. We don't need to touch it. So we'll go to a block section. Okay, now first we need to have one counter, because then only we can increment it whenever user types a wrong password. Okay, so let's have this variable from this variable block, and here I would name this variable as counter, and then I would set this value to 0 initially. Okay, very straightforward. What we need to do, we need to first check the password is correct or not. So this part will be called when the password is correct, and this part would be called when the password is not correct. That means when user is typed the wrong password. Okay, so now we need to increment the counter whenever user types a wrong password. So we will go to this variable block and we will get this set value. Okay, and we will just try to increment this value by 1. So let me just try to do math, and let me just try to get a block for plus. And what value we want to increment? We want to increment the same variable. So we would take the get block of this particular variable, and here I would use this guy as +1. Okay, so now whenever user types a wrong password, this block, or I would just say this variable, would be incremented by 1. Okay, now we want to just check if the value is not 3, right? If it is 3 means we have reached the maximum limit. We don't want to allow user to type password again, right? So what I'll do, I would have one if block inside this else case. So I'll go this guy from control, and let's just take this block. Okay, the comparison I need to do, so I'll take this equal to. Now I want to compare this variable, so we'll take a get of this particular variable. We'll compare it with 3, so we'll just take this guy and we'll add here a 3. Now this is a condition that will check if the variable value is 3 or not. If 3 means we have reached the maximum limit, we don't want to allow user to type password again. So in that case, what you can do, we can just use this enable option to false. So for that, I would just pick this guy, and here I would just try to get this block, which will just say enable to. Now what we want to enable it to? We want to enable it to false. So from logic, we will get a false here. Okay, so this is fine. This would work. And also I don't want user to select this button as well. So I would make this button false. That means I don't want to allow user to press this button either. So we'll just try to get this, and we want to have enable. I will just pick this guy and would set it to a false. Increment part would be should be here. Okay, first we will increment it, then we will check if it is equal to 3 or not. Okay, and then if it is 3, then we would say like this, and in else case we can just say wrong password, and here we can just try to append a string which would be like try again. Okay, and then what else we can do? We can have one more dialog box here as well, which would just say maximum try reached. Okay, and here I can do like error. Okay, so let's see whether it works or not. I think the code is fine. So now let's just see whether it works or not. So I will type a wrong password first, and we'll click on login. So it would just say wrong password, try again. That means this piece of code is executed because right now the counter is not 3. Now type a password again. And now again I'm typing the wrong password, and we click on login. So again it says wrong password, try again. So let me try the wrong password third time. Now I'll click on login. Now password checker says maximum try reach error. That means we cannot type password now. So if you see, login button is disabled, and also this guy is also disabled. I cannot edit anything here. Okay, so this was a simple thing I wanted from you guys. There is one more thing is remaining, that if user enter a correct password, we need to set our counter to 0. So what we need to do, we can just try to copy this string and can paste it here, and this block we can remove it, and this 0 we can set it to this guy. Okay, so this block will work fine. Okay, so this is the only thing I wanted from you guys. Now obviously you can add some more thing to this block as well. For example, you can just tell user like this much try is left. In fact, let me just show you right now. So what I'll do, I'll go to this guy, try again. I will take one text, we'll take a join block, we'll put it here, and we'll just say wrong password, and then just say like this, and just try to get the variable value, and this would return me the value of that global variable. And let me try to add this one more block as of string as well, and here I would just say should be like this, 3 remaining. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. Now I hope everything should be working. Okay, let's just verify one more time. So I have typed some random password which is wrong. Now if I click on login, so I can see wrong password, try remaining 1 out of 3. That means we had a total 3 tries and we have used 1 try. Now if I type again, now it will just say 2 out of 3. That means we had 3 try and we are done with 2. There is 1 more try is remaining. Okay, so this was about this password text blocks. From next video we will try to discuss about the slider. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video we will be talking about other UI component, which is a slider. So slider is a visible component. It is just like a progress bar whose value we can change it by moving either right or left. So you would have one kind of a point. You can pick that with a mouse and you can drag it towards left and right, and that value can be changed. Now let me tell you how slider would look like. So I'll just go to any browser and let me just try to find here slider, or I would just say ColorPicker. So you would find a slider maybe in a ColorPicker. So this is a slider. So if you can see here, you can change this value by just picking this point with a mouse click, and you can drag it to our left and right, and the value would change. So this is a slider. So let's just try to implement that slider in this MIT App Inventor. So here I'll create a new project for slider, and I would name this project as slider because that is what we are learning right now. And since we have created a new application, I would just make the default setting that we do for all the app that we make. So I'll make this guy horizontally and vertically center. And this screen orientation I would make a portrait. Then theme I would choose device default, and title I don't want it too visible on the application, so I'll just uncheck this guy. Okay, so now we have a blank screen. So here we can use our slider. So I would pick this component and we'll place it here. So this is how our slider would look like. Now we are not seeing that how big the slider is. So for that we can just define some width. So from property section, here I would just try to find a width, and here I would increase it to let's say maybe 90%. Okay, so now we can see we have this kind of slider, and this will tell you the minimum value and this will tell you the maximum value. Now I will make the minimum value and maximum value to 0 and 100. So minimum value would be 0 and the maximum value would be 100. Okay, and this is the thumb position enable. So if I uncheck that, I won't be able to see that thumb and I cannot change this value. So if I enable this option, thumb enable, I would have this point, and from where I can change the value. Okay, and this is a thumb position. That means what is the initial position. So when you launch this application, this would be at 30%, or I would just say value 30. So if I make this guy 10, so now if I launch this application, it would be at 10. And normally people would put it at somewhat at half distance. So I would make this guy 50. So it is at exactly at the sign up. Okay, now this is a color, right? That means towards right side what would be the color, and towards left what would be the color. Now we can change it. So let's just change this right color to red and this left color to green. So now we have a progress bar like this, and I didn't see the color towards right, not sure why. Let's just try to change it again. Okay, still we are not seeing that. Okay, maybe there is some issue, but this is how we can change it. Now let's just try to go to block section and try to grab this value, like whatever is the current value. So from UI we cannot tell exactly that what is this value. Obviously we can tell the approximate value, like if it is the center we can say it's 50%, but we don't know the exact value. So for that we can have one label and can just try to grab this value and can display this on a label. So I'll put this label here and I would name this label as let me just write value. Okay, and text would be value colon, let's say 50%. Okay, text I would make it as center, the font size would be 18, and yeah, this would be it. Now I will go to block section and here I will try to find a block that would be called if I change this value of a slider. So if you click on slider, we would have one event that is a thumb position change. So whenever this position is changed, this guy would be called. So here if you see this variable thumb position, that would give you the exact value of this particular slider. So now let's just try to print it. So we want to print that value on our label. So I would just take this guy and on this block I would just set text, and here we need to set the value so we can get this thumb position. Now we also want to print the value text as well. So I'll go to a text block and we'll try to find a join block. So in join block we can attach as many string as we want. So in the second part I would just say thumb position. In the first part I would just write a string that would be value colon and a space. So I think this is it. Now let's just refresh the screen and see whether it works or not. So now I'm changing the value. So you can see that if I change the slider, I can see the value is updated here. Okay, so very straightforward, nothing else. Yeah, so this was about a slider. In next video we will discuss about the other UI component, and I think we are going to discuss about, let's see what is the UI component that we haven't talked about. So next topic we will be discussing about spinner. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video we will be talking about other UI component, which is a spinner. So spinner is a visible component. It shows user a dialog with a list of elements and user can select any one of the available choices. So let's just see in the UI how it will look. So we'll go to the web application. Okay, so here we have web application and I'll create a new project for this guy. So I would name this project as spinner. And again we will set the default properties that we always set. So what I'll do, I'll make this horizontal alignment to center and vertical alignment to center, and then I would just make this screen orientation to portrait, and theme I would choose as a device default, and I don't want this title to be visible, so I would just click on this guy. Okay, so now we have an empty screen and here we can add any component that we want. So we want to learn about spinner. So I would just grab spinner from here and we'll put it here. So in here we have a spinner. So here we can see that there is a spinner, but we can't see anything because we don't have any item in it. So let's just put some item here. So I would put the one would be apple. I would provide comma and then I would add other item that would be blackberry. So let me quickly write a blackberry. Then I would write Samsung. I hope I have spelled it right. Then I would make the other item that would be Nokia. Okay, so now we have a spinner box that is 4 items added in that. So now if I click on it, I would see one dialog box from where I can select any item. So I can select BlackBerry, I can select Samsung, I can select Nokia. Okay, so any item I can select. Now width of this guy is automatic, so that means it would take the width how much it is required. We can change it. So I would just say width of this guy I want is 98%. So now this would be like this. Okay, now we can select any item that we want. Here is a prompt. So if you just click on this guy, we are not seeing any message over there. So if you see, it just directly shows the list of options like Apple, BlackBerry, Samsung, and Nokia. If you want to have some prompt, you can just specify it here. So let's just write I would write here your favorite brand. Okay, so now if I click on this guy, I would see this string your favorite brand here, and here I can select any brand that I want. Okay, this is a selection option. So here in selection we can mention what is the default brand that you want to select as a default. So here I can write, let's say BlackBerry. So now if I refresh it, here I would just see the BlackBerry is a selected one. So now if I open this guy again, you would see the BlackBerry selected one. You can select any other brand that you want. So by default, it would be BlackBerry. So let me refresh it again just to show you. So now we can see that BlackBerry is selected one. Okay. So these are the only property option we have for this spinner. Let's just quickly go to the block section and see what do we have it. So here we have an event that is after selecting. That means once we select any option, this guy would be called, and here we can write any call that we want. Okay. So I have selected this guy. Now what do I want? I want that whatever the item I have selected, I want to display that. Anyhow, we are able to see it here only, but still I want to display it on some label or anything else. So let's just quickly do that. So first in designer section, I would just add one label. So let me just try to add that label here. Okay, so I have added it, and I would rename this label as a selected option. Okay, and let me just quickly write here selected, and I would just say brand colon space. Okay, let me put this guy center, and the font size I will increase it to 18, and maybe I can just make this font bold. And let me just choose a background color to something else. I would choose a orange background color, and width of this guy I would make to 98%. Okay, so this looks better now. Okay, so now we can also increase the height as well. So let me just write height as maybe 30 pixels. Okay, so we are good. Now I'll go to the block section, and here we want to set the text whatever user have selected. If you want to set text to a label, you need to have a block that would just say set text. So this is that block which would just say this is a label on which we want to set some text. Now what text we want to set? So whatever user have selected for this spinner. So here we have a spinner. So if you just try to focus here, you would see get selection and set selection. So you can just pick this get selection and can just connect it here. Okay, now if you refresh this guy and if you select any item, that would be displayed here. So now if I just click on this guy and select Samsung, so I can see Samsung is displayed here. If I select anything else like Apple, so you would see Apple is selected there. Now if I select Nokia, you would see Nokia is printed here, right? So now one more thing I would like to change, that this is only displaying the name only, but I want to add some string also before that. So I would just like to add selected brand or something, right? So for that, again, we will go to text and we will go to a join block, and we'll just move this block here. And here I would attach the string that I want before printing this selected option. So here I would write selected brand, right? So now if I refresh this guy, and now if I select any other option, I would have a string as selected brand colon and then the brand name whatever I have selected. Now if I select any other brand like Nokia, it would just say selected brand is Nokia. If I select any other brand, let's say BlackBerry, it would just say selected brand is BlackBerry. So this was about the use case of a spinner. In next video, we will talk about some other UI components. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video, we will be discussing about the other UI component, which is a switch. So switch is a visible component and it can change its state when we tap on it. So it will just give you a boolean value, either true or false in response. It is same as checkbox, but here only it appearance is different. So let's just see how we can use in our application. So I will create a new project for this switch UI component. So I would name this project as switch. Okay. And here I would first do the default setting, which I do for all the projects. So I'll make this guy horizontally and vertically center. So I have made these changes. After that, we will choose the theme to be device default, and we want to have a screen orientation to be portrait, and we don't want to show the title by default. So we'll click on this title invisible. So we have this blank screen here and we want to work with switch UI component. So just drag it and put this UI component in the screen area. So this is how the switch would look. So if you click on it, it will be turned on, and if you click on it again, it will be turned off. Now let's just try to rename this switch. So I would name this guy as let's say SWT. Okay. Now height and width we can change it. So width I would change it to, let's say, maybe 90%. So this would look better now. And let's just change the text of this particular switch. So I would make this guy as So let's just say Bluetooth. Okay, so I'm just saying that this guy will represent the Bluetooth set. So if you click on it, the Bluetooth will be turned on, and if you click on it again, Bluetooth will be turned off. Okay, very straightforward. And let's just increase the font size of this component. We'll make this font as 20. Okay, and now we can change the text color and background color. And here we have a background color, and I think this color are track color active. So once you press on it, that means it's activated, you can change the color to active. In the inactive state, we can change the color. So I would make this guy's red. So that means if I make it active, the color would be green, and if I inactive it, that means if I tap it again, it will be turned off, and that time the color would be red. These two colors, we can see it from UI. Now let's just have a background color for this component, and I would make the background color to be orange. So now we can see that, and let's just increase the height of this component to maybe, let's say 16%. Okay, so this is how this will look. So here there is no space in between, so we can try to add space before this text, so that will create a space on this component. Now we can bind some functionality. Now let's just add a label, so that would tell you whether this button is clicked or not, or I would just say whether the switch position is on or not. So for that we will add one label, and we would name this label as state. Okay, and here we would put a text as let's say Bluetooth. Let's just have this text to be center alignment and make the font size to 16. Okay, now in the block section we want to add a code in a way that if we make this switch on, you should have a text as Bluetooth on, and if the switch is off, you should have a text that would say Bluetooth off. So for that, if you go to the switch component, you would have this event which would be triggered when the switch position is changed. So we can use it. And now we want to set a text, and for that for this label component, we can just have a block that would set a text. Okay, now we want to do on a condition basis. That means if the switch is on, we want to set it to on, and if the switch is off, we want to set the text that will say this is off. For that we can get the block from control block, and we can put it here. Now we want to do comparison, so for that from math block we can use this equal to operator. Now we want to read the status of this particular switch, so for that we would have one field that would just say on, so we can use it here, and we can compare it with on. So if that returns true, means the switch is on, and in that case we can just try to have a text that would just say Bluetooth is on. So I would just copy this guy here, and from text I would just mention here Bluetooth colon on. In else case I can just write the similar text, but the only thing that will change is the text. So here I would mention Bluetooth off. Okay, so now let's just see whether it works or not. So if I click on it, it would just say Bluetooth on, and if I click on it again, it would just say Bluetooth off. So this functionality is bind, and now it is working fine. Okay, so as many times as you click, the status would change, and it would call this block of code. And here we have a comparison that if the switch is on, we just need to set a text to a label which should say the Bluetooth is on, and if the switch is off, it would just say the Bluetooth is off. So that we can see from this label. So this was it about the switch component, and in next video we will discuss the other UI component, which is a text box. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video we will be talking about other UI component, which is a text box. So it's a visible component. So this component is useful to get text from user. That means it will allow user to input some text. So let's just quickly play with it. So for this component also, I will create a new project. So we'll go to project and we'll click on start new project, and I would name this project as text box. Okay, because this is the component that we are learning. So now again, I'll do the default setting that I do for all the projects that I create. I would make this guy as horizontally and vertically center. Then I would just make the screen orientation to portrait. In the theme, I would like to change it to device default, and I don't want this title to be visible on the screen, so I would uncheck this option. Okay, so blank screen we have. Now let's just quickly drag this text box from here and put it here. So now we have this text box, and this is what it is saying, the hint for text box 1, that we can change it from this guy, and here we can write a hint as enter your data here. something like that. And you can mention here whether it's a multi-line text or not. So if you check this guy, means if you put a long text, that would go in a second line. So this is how you can do that. So if you want user to allow only a number, you can check this option, but right now we will uncheck this option. Here there is a text. So if you want some default text to be added, so you can edit like start with or something, start with like that. So if you edit like this, you would have some default text. Now we don't want it, so let's just delete it. And here you can make the text element to center if you want. Here you can change the text color, so let's just set it to black. From this option you can change the background color, so let's change the background color to green. Font bold, you can make it if you want to. Here is the font size, so you can change it to whatever you want. So I'll change the font size to 18. And there is this field to change the height and width of this component. So height, I would change it to, let's say 40%, and width I would change it to, let's say 90%. So now we have a nice block for entering the text. Okay, so now if I click on this guy, you would see the text box, or I would just say input keyboard will happen, and here I can add any text that I want. Okay, so this was about the text box input box. So this was about the text box UI component. So if I just keep adding the text, you would see that the text would go to a next line. So that is working fine. Okay, now let's just do this option. So if you click on this, the font will be in italic fashion. So now if I just type anything, that would be in italic fashion. So this is also working fine. Now let's have some more option. And if you want to change the name of this UI component, we can change it from here. You can go to this rename button, and here you can type like data TB, that means data text box. Okay, and let's just have something that we want to add one button, and if I click on that button, the text should be locked. That means we should not be able to change the text after pressing that button. So for that, what we can do, we can have one button here, and let's just put this button here, and we can change the shape of this button to rounded. Now this looks better. And let's have a text of this button to be as lock. Okay, now this is fine. So there is no space between this UI component, that means a text box and a button. So to have some space in between, you can use a label, and you can have empty text set to that, so that will create a space between these two components. So this is fine. Now you can change the font of this button. So let's have the size to be 20. So now this is a bit bigger now. And let's have a font bold option to true, so this text would be bold. Now what do we want? So we want that if we type some text here, and if we press on this button lock, so that should be locked. That means we should not be able to change the text after that. Okay, so for that, what we need to do, we just need to go to this text box, and we need to make this as a read only. But when do we want to make it? Whenever user clicks on a button. Okay, so just go to a block section. So just click on a button and get the block of button click. So whenever button is click, we want to make this as a read only. So for this text field, you would have option to make this field as a read only. So let's just see where is that option. So here we have set data text to be read only. So we want to set it to true. So in logic block, we would have a true. So let's just have it. And now let's see whether it works or not. So I would just refresh the companion screen. And now here I would type some text. So the text would be, let's say, it's a beautiful day today. And let's click on lock. So now it's a read only. Now if I click on it, nothing would happen. That means I'm not able to change the font. Okay, so this is how you can use the text box UI component. In the next video, we'll discuss some other UI components. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video, we will be discussing about the other UI component, which is a time picker. So it's a visible component, and this will be like a button. So when you click on it, it would open a dialog box that will allow user to select a time. So this will be useful when you are making some registration form and you want to record users, let's say a date of birth time or something. Okay, so let's just try to play with it. So I'll go to our application, and here I will create a new project for this time picker. So we'll click on project, and I will click on start new project, and here I would name this project as time picker. Okay, So this app is launched, and now I would change the default property of the screen. So let's say align horizontal, I would make to the center, align vertical, I would make it to center, and the screen orientation, I would make it to portrait. The theme I would set to device default, and I don't want this title to visible here, so I would just uncheck this option. And let's have a background color for the screen, and I would make the screen as orange. Okay, so we have a nice and clean screen, and here I would just put the time picker option, or I would just say time picker component, and here I would name this component as let's say select time time picker. Okay, let's name this guy select underscore time underscore tp. Now I want to change the text to this component so that we can change it from this text option, and here I would change the text to let's say choose time. Now let's change the text color. So I would change the text color to white, and I would increase the font size to 20, and I would also change the background color of this component, and I would change it to let's say red. Okay, now I want to increase the height of this component so that I can do from this height property, and I would set this height to let's say 14%, and width I would change it to maybe 98%. Okay, so now if I click on it, it would launch this time picker, and from here I can pick any time. So let's say if I want to pick the time as 10:30, so I can do like this. So now the time is 10:30, and I can press OK. So the chosen time is right now 10:30. Now let's say I want to change the time is 12:30, so I would click here and I would go to 12, and I want to now select the minute. So I would do like this and will select the 30. So here the chosen time is 12:30 now. So I don't know which time user has chosen it. So for that I can have one label. So that would just tell me which time user has chosen. Okay. So for that, let's have one label. So I would drag a label from here and we'll put it here. And let's say I would name this label as selected time. And here the text would be, let's say selected time is colon and space. Okay, and here I can make the text to be center aligned. Now let's increase the font size to 20. So there is no space between these two UI component, and to add a space we can use one empty label, but I would just say have a label and just set empty text to it. So that would create a space between these two component. Okay, so now we have a nice space between these two component. So I'll go to the block section, and here I would just try to grab the value from this time and we'll set that value to this label. Okay, so for that I'll first see whether is there any block that would be triggered when we choose a time. So I will choose this guy, and here I would have this block that would just say after set. So I can pick this guy and can use it. And what I want to do after just getting the time, I want to set that to this text, but I would just say to this labels text. So I would pick this block. So now if you go to this time picker block, and here you would see some of the values like instant, minute, hour, show feedback. So I just want to print hour and minute. So I can get this two block, like one is hour and the one would be minute. Okay, so what I can do, I can use the join block to join these two values and also the text. So from text block I can get this join block. So let's just have it. So text block, and there's a join block, and the first thing I want to print is selected time is. So that is a string. So I would attach this guy here and would type here selected time is colon and a space. After that I want to print hour. So let's just have this hour block connected here. So after that I just want to add colon. So I would add two more strings. One would be for colon and one would be for minute. Okay, so now we have two more block connected to this guy. So to add a colon, I would again take this empty string block and would provide a colon here, and then I would just connect this minute block to this last join block. Okay, so now if I choose any time, let's say I have chosen 11 and let's say minute would be 40. So if I click on OK, so here I can say the selected time is 11:41. Now again, if I make some other choice, let's say I would be selecting time as, let's say, 9 and 30. So currently I have selected 9, and let me just select the minute is 30. So now if I click on OK, I can see the selected time is 30. Okay, so this is how you can use this time picker block. So in next video, we will talk about the other UI component. So we will see that in next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So now let's just discuss about the last UI component, which is a web viewer. So it's a visible component, and this component is useful for viewing the web pages. That means we can load any website in this UI component. So let's just go to the application and let's play with it. So here I would create a new application for this last UI component, which is a web viewer. So I'll click on this projects and we'll just say start new project, and I would name this project as web viewer. Very straightforward. Whatever the name of component, that is what I give as a project name. Now let's just set some default properties to this screen. So we'll make this guys horizontally and vertically center, and I would just choose the theme to device default. I would make the screen orientation to portrait, and I don't want to display this title when I launch my application or when my application is running. So we'll just click on title visible, so that would make this guy as not to be appeared on the screen, right? So now we want to display this web viewer, so we'll pick it and we'll place it here. So there are only this much property we need to set. So let's just change the height. So height I would make it to, let's say, 90, and width I would make it to, let's say, 98. Okay, so we have this much big web viewer, and here we need to load a website. So there are a couple of ways to initialize this web URL. The one would be putting it here, so we can enter any URL here. So I would put the URL of a website. That would be, let's say, google.com. So now if I just run this guy, you can see the Google is launched here. Now you can mention any other site as well. So I would just change this URL, and I would type here youtube.com. It should be com, not con. So I would write youtube.com. So now I can see the YouTube is also launched. Okay. Now if you don't want to specify URL here, that is fine. So you can do in the blog section as well. So just don't specify it from here. Now let's just go to the blog section and add a block that would mention what type of URL or what website you want to open. Okay, so we'll just click on this guy, web viewer, and here we would have something called go to URL. So this block we need to use, and here you need to provide a URL. So I would take one text block, so that would allow me to type any URL. So I would type here https:// I would write google.com. Okay, now this is the unattached block, so we need to attach it somewhere. So I will attach this block whenever the screen is initialized. So if you click on screen, you would have a block that would just say screen initialize. So I'm just saying that whenever the screen is initialized, just call this web browser go to URL, and the URL for that should be google.com. Okay, so now if I refresh the screen by going it to connect and refresh companion screen, that should launch Google. So this is working fine. So now let's see what are the other block this web viewer is having. So if you click on it, we have the block like web view string change, dot page loaded, error occurred before page load, and we have a couple of options like we can call this can go back, can go forward. We have go back, go forward. So there are a lot many. I'll just try to use this guy go back, and we want to attach it somewhere. So what we can do, we can have one button, and if you click on it, you should go back. So if you just hover here, it is mentioned that go back to the previous page in the history list. Does nothing if there is no previous page. Okay, so that means if we load the website and if you go somewhere, let's say I would click this guy, so after that if I call this function, it would just go back. Okay, so let's just try to bind this call to some button. So for that we'll go to a designer block and we'll add one button here, and I would name this button as back. So let me just type a name of this button as back button, and the text of this button should be like back. And let's just have the font size of this button to some bigger one. So I would change the font size to 19. The font I want is bold, and I want width to cover exactly 98%, whatever this web viewer is having. So now we have this much big size button, and let's just change the background color for this button. So I'll go to this background color, I will change it to orange. Okay, And also we can change the shape of this button to rounded. Yeah, so this is nice. Now let's just see whether it works or not. So first we need to bind that call to a button click. So we'd go to this button block, and from here we would take the event that would just say button click. So whenever I click on this button, I would call this go back. Okay, so this should be working now. So let me just refresh the screen. So now this is the website. I would just click on very first link. So I'm here. Now if I click on back, so it should go back. So that is working fine. Now let me just try it one more time. So I will click on this guy. Now after that I would click on this guy, and after that I would click here like board exam. So now I will just see whether it works or not. So I click on back, so it is going one step back. Okay, now I will click on this back again, so it is going to back again. Now if I click on it again, it should go to the google.com. So now this is working fine. So this is how you can use this web viewer component. And there are other options as well, that is like go forward, go reload, and there is can go back, so that you can explore. And anyhow, I'm going to discuss some of that in our application, so we can practice it by yourself. So this was about the UI component, and I think we discussed all the UI component. So from the next video, we will try to discuss about the layout component. So we'll see you then. Thank you. Hello and welcome you all. So from last couple of videos, we have been discussing about UI components. So we discussed about button, checkbox, date picker, image, label, notification kind of thing, then list view, password tag, spinner. So that means every single UI component we have seen how to work with them. Now we are going to discuss about layout component. So layout components generally define how you want to structure your UI components. That means how you are going to put your component. Do you want to show them in a horizontal? Do you want to show them in a vertical? Or do you want to show them in a table arrangement? So in MIT App Inventor, we have 5 types of layout. There is one is horizontal arrangement kind of layout. Then we have a horizontal scroll arrangement. Then we have a vertical arrangement. Then vertical scroll arrangement, and then a table arrangement. So the first two layout what we are seeing, that is horizontal and horizontal scroll. So that are useful when you want to display your UI in a horizontal order. That means you want to put one UI element, then just beside that you want to put the other UI component. Then beside that you want to arrange the other UI component. That means if you want to display your UI component in a horizontal line, or let's say in a horizontal order, then you can use this to layout. So the next two UI components are the vertical arrangement. So if you want to display your component in a vertical order, that means one component just below the other component, and below that there will be a third component. So in that case, you can use this vertical scroll arrangement or a vertical arrangement. Then we have the last layout component, that is a table arrangement. So this is useful when you want to display your UI component in kind of table like view. That means it's like row and column. Okay, so let me just explain you in a brief. So I'll open this Notepad++. So horizontal arrangement means you would have one component here, let's say. After that you will have some space, and after that you can add other component. After that you would have other component. So like that it will go. In the vertical arrangement, one component would be here. After that below that there would be other component, and below that there would be another component. That means in horizontal component, the component will be shown in a horizontal order, or I would just say in horizontal line. In the vertical arrangement, that would be one after other. That means one below the other component. And in table format, you would have one component here, the one component here, and below that you would have one component here, and below that you would have one component here. It will be like a table kind of view, like rows and column. Or we can also say that it is the combination of horizontal and vertical arrangement. Okay, so let me just quickly show you where you can find this layout components. So this is the last application that we had made about web browser. So this was about UI components. So if you see here, user interface, and we have this many components. So there are, I think 15 are there. Now if you click on this layout, and you would see this layout component. So the two are for horizontal arrangement. The one is horizontal arrangement and horizontal scroll arrangement. After that there is one for table arrangement, and after that there are two for vertical arrangement. So we have vertical arrangement and vertical scroll arrangement. So if you want to know more about this, you can just click on this question mark, and you would just go to this more information. Okay, so from that here you can see that use a horizontal arrangement component to display a group of components laid out from left to right, as I have shown here, like left to right order. So if you go to table arrangement, it would just say display a group of element in a tabular fashion, like rows and column, kind of a table view. And if you want to use a vertical arrangement, in that you can display a group of element laid out from top to bottom, like this, whatever I have shown you here. So from next video, let's just discuss this component one by one so we can get to know how we can use this component. So let's just start exploring this layout component on the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video, we are going to discuss about layout component, and the one what we are going to discuss about is horizontal arrangement. As its name says, it is used to display a group of component horizontally. That means we would have one component, just beside that we would have other component, just like from left to right. So let's just see how we can work with this guy. So for that, we will create a new project for this horizontal arrangement. So I would click on projects, we'll click on start new project, and here I would name the project as horizontal arrangement. Okay, again I will do the default setting that I do for every application I make. So I will make this guy as horizontally center and a vertically center. So remember, whatever setting I'm doing is for the screen component, and I would make this guy to choose the device default theme, and screen rotation would be portrait, and I don't want to show this title, so I would uncheck this option. Okay, so now we have a blank screen. Here first we need to take the layout component, so we can just pick this horizontal component and can place it here. There are a couple of properties that we can set it to. So the height, we can set it to whatever we want. So I would set height of this component, let's say it would be 30%, and width I would like to set it to 98%. So there will be only 1% gap to both sides, that means at left and right. Okay, so we have a nice layout here. We can also attach a background image if you want to, but I don't want it right now, so we'll just click on cancel. So I'm just showing you the option. So if you want to set a background image, you can go to this guy, you can upload an image from here, and if you press on OK, then your image will be visible here. Okay, here you can see the align horizontal. So inside that, if you input any component, that would be aligned left. So if you put center, that would be at the center. Similar for vertical arrangement, if you pick top, the component whatever you're putting, that would be at top. If you just put a center, the component would be at vertically center, and if you put this guy as bottom, so the component would be at vertically bottom. So let me just try to add one component, and then I can show you how we can do that. So till now, whatever component we were picking, and we were just putting it on the screen, but right now we want to use the layout. So what we will do, we will just drag this component and we'll put inside this horizontal layout. Okay, so if you put like this, you will see that it is at the top left corner. And here if you go to horizontal arrangement, it is mentioned at left, that is why it is at left, and here it is mentioned that it is at the vertical top, so that is why it is at top. Now if I click on this guy center, so this would be horizontally center, and if I click on this right, it would be at right. So I would choose the default thing, that would be left. Okay, now if I want this guy to be vertically center, I can do like this. If I want it to bottom, I can click like this. Now I want to have this guy at center, so let me just click at the center. Now there's a background color also that we can set it. So I would just set it as a gray color so that we can set it. Okay, so remember, this part is only layout. Here there is no layout. So if I take any button, I can put like this. Now if I take any other button, and if I want to place just side to it, I cannot put it. If you see here, I'm trying to put this button just beside that, but I cannot put it because there is no layout here. And the default thing that will work is you can place the component just below the other component. And that is why we have to use layout if you want to arrange your component. So now if I just take this component, or I would just say button, and if I put it here, it will work. So now I can see I have two buttons just side by side. Okay, this UI color is confusing. So let me just try to change the UI color of this guy to, let's say, maybe orange. Okay, and yeah, this is fine. And in fact, we can change the color of this button if we want. So let me just set the color of this first button to maybe green, and color of this button to, let's say, red. Okay, so now we have two buttons just side by side because we are using the horizontal layout. Now I can put the third button as well. So let me just try to put it. So here I have the third button. Now remember, it is not fitting to the screen. That is why we are seeing this text is just going to the next line. Now if I try to add one more button, that would not be possible because there is no space here. It has added, but it might overlap the things, because here if you see, there is a button 4 and button 4. So on the top of button 4 we have a button 5. That is why the text we are seeing is for the button 5, and button 4 is behind it, so we cannot even see that. So let's just say if I try to put this button here, I cannot put it. So now this button 6 is placed on top of 2. Okay, so this is not possible because we are using only horizontal layout. If we would have used horizontal scroll layout, in that case we would have option to scroll from left to right or right to left. Okay, so this was about the horizontal layout thing. That means we can align or arrange the component in a horizontal order. And we are not limited to put only buttons. We can put a checkbox here as well. If we want to put some other component like, let's say, image, label, anything, we can put it here. Okay. It is just that whatever component you are putting, that will be in the horizontal order. That is the only thing that horizontal layout takes care of. Okay. So this was about horizontal layout. In next video, we will see the horizontal scroll arrangement. So there is only minor difference. So I'm going to tell you that in the next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video, we will talk about horizontal scroll arrangement kind of layout. So in previous video, we had seen this layout, that means a horizontal layout we had seen. And here we were able to put any component in a horizontal order. But the problem here was, so if you put component more than the screen width, we would not be able to see the other component. And that was the issue with this layout. So in that case, what we can do, we can use this horizontal scroll arrangement. Okay. So let me just try to use it and show you the difference between these two layout. So right now here I have put the horizontal scroll arrangement layout. Okay. So again, I will make this align vertical to center on this horizontal scroll arrangement. Okay. Now what I'll do, like whatever the component I have added in this horizontal arrangement, that means I have added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 component, and I was able to see only 3 because width of this component was too much and that was not fitting in this area. So in that case, we can use scroll arrangement, and I'll show you what is the benefit of having this. So now what I'll do, I'll put one button here. So I can see one button is added inside this guy. I can put one other button as well, but first let's just try to increase the width of this layout so we can at least see what is the layout area and all that, right? Again, I would make this guy as height would be 30%, whatever that was there for this horizontal layout. So height is same now, and the width I would set it to 98%. So that would be only 1% gap to both sides, that means left and right. So now we have a similar size of layout, and let's just change the background color of this guy. So I would make the background color is, let's say, pink. Okay. Now let me just try to put some other components. So I have added 2 buttons. Now I'll put 3rd button. So right now I have 3 buttons inside this horizontal scroll layout. Okay. Now what I'll try to do, I would just try to add one label between these 2 buttons. So I'm able to add it, and I would also like to add, let's say, one image component between these 2 guys. So I have added that guy too. I would also add one slider between these 2 guys. And now we have this many components. That means in this scroll layout, we have one button, one slider, one label, one image, and there are 2 more buttons. But the benefit of using this horizontal scroll layout is, so with your fingertip, you can see the other component. So if I just scroll like this, I can see other component as well. That means whatever the component we had, so we had one button, then we had one scroll bar kind of thing, then we have one label, then we have one image component. We haven't loaded image, that is why we are not able to see it. And then we have 2 more buttons. And also we can increase the width of this guy. So let's say this is a slider and this width is not that much, so we are not able to see it. But if I say the width of this guy, let's say it would be 200 pixel. And now if I press OK, so now if you see here we have a button, here I have a scroll bar, so I can change this value. Now if I go like this, here I would have one label, then I have 2 buttons. So that is the only difference between the horizontal arrangement and horizontal scroll arrangement. So here if I just try to go like this, I cannot go, but in this horizontal scroll arrangement I can go like this. Okay, so in next video we will talk about vertical arrangement. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video we will be talking about vertical arrangement. So it is used to display group of component in a vertical order. That means we would have one component, and below that we would have another component, and below that we would have a other component. So like that it will work. It is just like seeing the component from top to bottom. So let me just show you an application how we can use it. So here we have the example of the horizontal arrangement. So let me just try to create a new project for this vertical arrangement. So I would just click on projects and we'll click on start new project, and I would name this project as vertical arrangement. Okay. And again, I would do the default screen setting that I do for every single app that I make. I will make this guy horizontally and vertically center. The theme would be device default, and I want screen orientation to be at portrait. And let's just hide this title. Okay. Yeah, now we want to play with vertical arrangement. So I would go to layout and we'll take this vertical arrangement thing. Okay. So now we have this vertical arrangement. And here I can add any component that I want. So let's just say height of this guy would be 90%. and width of guide, this would be, let's say, why not to have only 40%. Okay, now we can try to add components. So we have a button one here. I can add the other components that would go just below that. So we have it. If I just edit like this, I can add as many components as I want. Okay, so we have a label, then we have let's say a password text fill, then we have a slider, then we have a spinner. Any component that we want to have, we can have it here. Then we have a switch. So this would go like this, and here we can edit. So I can see that these are the component. Okay, now if you just say we don't have this guy, that mean this layout, still we are able to add the component in a vertical order, right? So I can add like this, I can add like this. But the benefit of having this is we have grouped the component in one layout. So that looks much cleaner now. So that means we can say that inside this layout, whatever the component we have, that we are having it. Now let's see if I just try to add a few more components. So I would just add one more button, and let's just say height of this button, that would be something, let's say 50%. That is too big button. Okay. So here we have button, and here we have this many component. So if I try to add a few more component like this, and let's just say I would increase this guy height to be 50%. So again, we would have an issue that we cannot see the button which was just added after that switch, right? We cannot see it, right? Because the height is too much, and that is utilizing the full height of this mobile, right? And that is why we are not able to see it. So similar to the horizontal arrangement, we have issue in vertical arrangement as well. And to resolve this issue, we would use a vertical scroll arrangement. Okay, so in next video, let's just discuss about the vertical scroll arrangement. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So now let's talk about vertical scroll arrangement. So it is also used to display a group of component in a vertical order. That means looking at from top to bottom. It is same as vertical arrangement. The only difference is it is scrollable. That means if we have too much component and that is utilizing the full height of the screen, so still we can scroll it and we can see the component that is added just below the other component. So let me just quickly show you how we can use it. Okay, so here we had the example of the vertical layout thing. So now if you see, this is the layout, and inside that we have this many components. So let me just try to see what happens if I try to delete this layout. So if I click on delete and if I click on OK, you would see that all the component would go away. Why? Because that was the parent of all component. That means our layout, whatever we had used, so we had used this layout, vertical layout, and whatever the component were there, it was inside that. So if you remove the parent, all the child component would also go away. So this was one thing about the layout. Now let me talk about this vertical scroll layout. Okay, right now let's say I won't be using the 90% height. I would be just using just 50% height, just to show you how it will show the scroll bar thing. Okay, now I will try to add the components. I would add one button, then I would have other button, then I would have one more button. Let me add one more button, and after that let me try to add a label. After that I would just add one slider. Okay, and what I'll do, I would have some background color for this layout, so we can know that this is the range. So I would just say this is the limit of this vertical scroll arrangement layout. I would make this guy's green. Okay, so we have utilized the full height. Now if I try to add one more button, I can see that I'm able to edit. Now I'll try to add one more. After that I would try to add one checkbox. After that I would try to add one button. So now you can see that I'm able to add as many components as I want. But in earlier approach, like if we use this vertical layout, we were not able to see the component which were added after this guy. But here, since we have used the scroll bar, we can scroll it and see the other component if we have any. Now in this case, we have only this much component and we are able to see whole component. But if I try to add few more, let's say I would add this guy, then I would add this guy, and let me try to add this guy button. And let me just try to increase this button to something, let's say 80% height or something. Okay, so now I can see I can use this scroll bar thing and I can use any component. Earlier it was not utilizing the full height, and that is why we were not able to see. But here you can see that we can see only 3 components, and if we go below that by scrolling this component, we can see we have other component as well. Okay, so this was the benefit of using the vertical scroll arrangement instead of using the vertical arrangement. Okay, so in next video, we will talk about the other UI component, which was the table arrangement. It is very straightforward. It would be just like providing you the facility of arranging the UI component in a tabular form, like rows and column. Okay, so let's just discuss that in next video. So we'll see you there. Hello and welcome. So in this video, we will talk about table arrangement layout. So it is used to display a group of element in a tabular fashion. That means it would be just like rows and column of a table. So let me just show you how we can use it. So for table arrangement also, I would create a new project. So we'll go to project, we'll click on start new project, and I would name this project as table arrangement. And again, I would do a default setting. So for screen, I would make this align horizontal to center. I would also make this align vertical to center as well, and would just say screen rotation would be portrait, and let's say title I don't want to visible, and theme would be device default. Okay, now let's take a table layout here, or I would just say table arrangement layout, and I would have height of this guy to be let's say 60%, and width also I would like to make this guy to 60. So in table, if you recall, it would be in rows and columns. So first we need to define like how many rows and column you want. So I would stick with this guy, 2 rows and 2 column. That means we can have 2 row and 3 column. So that means you can put 2 components side by side. It would allow us for 2. That means we would have a 4 component total, 2 rows and 2 column. And if you pay very close attention to this guy, you can see that here it is showing you how it will look. So in horizontal, you can see there is one component. Beside that, there is other component. In horizontal scroll arrangement, you are seeing similar, but it would allow us to scroll it and see the other component. In vertical, you can see it is like that. That means one component below the other component. In vertical scroll arrangement, it is like that only, one component below the other, but here we can scroll it. And in table arrangement, we are seeing there are 4 components. So 2 up there in one row and 2 of them are in the other row. Okay, so now let's just use it. So I would put one component here, would put the other component here, we'll put the third component here, and we'll put the fourth component here. Okay, if you recall, we had made layout property like a 60% height and 60% width. So if you want to get the perfect curve, what you can do, you can go to this button and you can go to width, and let's make it this guy to 30. Okay, sorry, not like 439. I would make this guy to 30, and button 2 width I would also make it to 30. Button 3 width I would make it to, let's say, 30, and button 4 width I would make it to, let's say, 30. Okay, so now we have all 4 buttons of the same size. So now let's just try to set a background color for this button. So for button 1, I would set the background color is, let's say, dark gray. For button 2, I would set the background color to light gray. For button 3, I would set background color to let's say pink, and for button 4, I would set background color to, let's say, red. And the text is too big, so let's just try to delete the text. I would just say B1 for button 1, and for button 2, I would just say B2. For button 3, I would just say B3, and for button 4, I would just say B4. Okay, so now this is nice. And for button 1, I don't know why we are not seeing the changes. Let me just quickly do that again. Okay, so we have nice button here. So now we have selected 2 rows and 2 column. It doesn't mean that we can put the same number of row and column. We can have any order. That means we can have 3 row and 2 column. We can have 5 row and 2 column. We can have 2 rows and 3 column. Like that also we can do. So just to show you what I'll do, I would make column to 3 and row I'll put it just 2 only. Okay. So what we will do, we would just try to have one label between these 2 guys. So we'll edit like this, and here also I will edit like this. So width was 30, that is why it is not seeing here. So what I'll do, I will click on this guy and we'll set width to only 20%. For the label also, I would just say L1, and width I would set it to 20. So let me quickly say 20. Okay, so same thing I'll do here. I will make this guy as L2. We'll set width of this guy to, let's say, 20%. And again, for button 3 and button 4, I need to do the similar thing. So for button 3, I would set width to 20. For button 4, I would set width to 20. Okay, so now we should be able to see everything. So we have a button 1 that is with 20%, button 2 width is 30%. So let's just make this guy to 20 as well. So now we have button 2 20. Let's just say button 3 would be 20, button 4 would be 20, label 2 is 20, and label 1 is also 20. So where is button 1? I cannot see that. So let's just try to find where it is. Okay, so here we have button 1, button 2, and button 3. And here I'll just try to see where do we have this guy. Okay, so now we have button 1, button 2, label 1, button 3, button 4, and label 2. Okay, and we can also set background color of this guy, so we can see everything is nice and aligned. So there is L1, and then for L2, let's have a background color like this. Okay, so now we are having a table arrangement layout where we have 2 row and 3 column. So you can add as many rows and column as you want. So this was just about to show you how we can just add a component and show in a nicer way. Now if you see, there is no gap between these two guys, like these two buttons. So in that case, what you can do, you can add a label and can maybe put some empty text, so that would look nicer. So we have discussed about all the layout component, horizontal layout, vertical layout, and the table layout. From next video, we will try to see how we can work with this media component. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video, we will be talking about media component. So in earlier section, we just talk about basic UI components and then the layout components. So now we are going to discuss about media components. So as its name says, it will be useful when you want to deal with media. Media means a picture, audio file, or a video file. So here we have a list of components. So we have a camcorder just to record any video. And then we have a camera to take pictures. Then we have an image picker. So that will be useful when you want to allow user to pick any picture. So let's say you are making an application and that you want user to set any picture as a profile picture or something. So in that case, you can use this image picker component. Then we have a player and sound just to play any audio track in your application. Player and sound both are same, but player is useful probably for a longer duration of track, and sound is useful just for a small size track like 1 second, 2 second, 5 second, like that. Then we have a sound recorder. So this component will be useful when you want your application to record some audio, or I would just say record some sound. So then we have a speech recognizer. Then we have a text to speech. Then we have a translator to convert your text into other language. And then we have a video player to play the music. So this text to speech is useful when you want to convert your text to a speech. Okay, so this is a component that we are going to discuss from the next videos. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video, we will talk about the player media component. So this component is a non-visible component. That means if you put in UI, we cannot see it. And this component is useful for playing the audio file, and it can also control the phone vibration as well. And when I say play means, it will obviously have some functionality such as playing the track. If I want to stop the track, that also I can do with this component. And then I can also do pause and resume also, right? And this multimedia component is best suitable for playing longer files such as audio tracks, or I would just say songs. Okay, so let's just see how we can use in our application. So here I have the MIT App Inventor application loaded. Now I'll create a new project. So we'll just click on start new project. And right now we are learning player media component. So let me just name this project as player. Okay. Now we have this new application, and now I will do the default screen setting that I do for every single application or games. So I will make this guy horizontally and vertically center. And I would just say this screen orientation would be portrait, and theme would be device default, and I don't want title to visible, so I would just click on this title visible. That means this checkbox is unchecked, and now we have this default thing loaded. And let me see, is there any other thing that I need to do? So yeah, we have pretty much it. This is fine. Okay, now what we'll do, we want to learn about the player media component. Okay, so go to this media component, and here you would see the number of component. From this, I would just drag it and put this component inside this screen, right? So if you can see here, as soon as I put it here, I cannot see this media component. So as we have seen in the PPT, so let me just go back, and the first point was non-visible component. That means we cannot see it. So we are not able to see it here. But if you see in this non-visible component section, and here we can see the player component is loaded. Okay, and here also we can see there is a player component. If you want to rename this component, you can rename. If you don't want to, just let it be here only. And here you can set some of the property. The one is loop. That means if you play the track, and if let's say the track is 2 minutes long, and if the track finishes, it won't repeat it. But if you just check this option, it will repeat again and again. That means if the application is open for 10 minutes, the songs will finish, and then song will start to play again, and this go on and on like a loop. Okay, so this is the option if you want to loop your track or not. And there is this guy player only in foreground. So this will only run if your application is on the foreground. That means if you minimize the application, it won't run. Okay, here we have a source. That means we can decide what kind of song you want to play. Here you can decide the source file, or I would just say the audio file that you want to play on this player. Okay, and here we have the volume. So we can decide what is the volume that we want to set for this player. So this was about this guy. Now let me just load a track so we can at least see whether it works or not. So what I'll do, I will just click on this guy. We'll click on upload file. and I will click on this choose file option, and probably I would go to, let's say, MIT App Inventor folder, and here I have one audio file, that is MP3 file, and this guy is at least a 2 to 3 minute long. So let me just double click on this guy, and now I will click on OK. So I have loaded this file. Now we need to wait for a couple of seconds till this file gets loaded. So let's just wait it. So here we can see our audio track is loaded. So if you want to see whether your audio file is loaded or not, you can just go to this media section, and here we can see the MP3 file is loaded here. Okay, and now we can select the file. It is already selected. So if you want to see that, you can see it here. Now this file is selected. Okay, so now we are in the design section. Let me go to the block section, and here we can set some property of this particular media component. So if you click on this player component, and here you will see there are the blocks are there. The one is for pause. That means if you want to pause your track, we can do with this guy. If you want to play the track, you can just click on this guy, that is a player.start, and if you want to pause it, you can do by this guy. Okay, so these are the couple of options. So okay, suppose we have loaded 2 times. Now let me just see whether the option for stop is there. So yes, so this is the guy if you want to stop your track. So let me just delete this guy. So these are called, right? So that means these are unattached block. We need to attach it somewhere, right? So what we will do in our application here, let's say I will just try to add 3 buttons. So if I click on one button, it should start to play the music. That means whatever the audio song I have loaded. If I click on other button, it should stop the music. And if I click on the third button, it should pause the music, right? So let's just try to add this kind of functionality to this project, or I would just say this application. Okay, and just we got to know that we need 3 buttons, one for play, one for stop, and one for pause. So we can add 3 buttons, but now since we have already discussed about layout, I will just add one layout component. It would be a horizontal layout, and in that I will just try to add 3 buttons just side by side, and for that purpose we are going to use a horizontal component. So let me just quickly drag horizontal component, and let me just put it here. Now I would put this guy in the center only, but width I would make to let's say 90%. So now we have 90% width, and let's say height we don't want to change it. And now inside that I want to put some buttons. So let me just drag one button, and I would name this button as play button. Okay, and for this button I would set the text as play. Okay, and let's say width we can set to 30%, because remember the parent width of this horizontal arrangement layout is 90%. So we can divide this 90 into 3 pieces, 30, 30, 30, and we can set it to 3 buttons, one for play, one for stop, and one for play. Okay, so now this is the one button we have play. Similar way I would add one more button that would be for pause or stop. So I would name this guy as pause button, and let me add a text here as pause. Okay, and width of this guy I would also make this guy to 30%. Okay, and I would add one more button. This would be for stop. That means if I click on this button, the audio should be stopped, or I would just say the music or the track, whatever I'm playing, should be stopped. So I would name this guy stop button, and the text of this button would be stop. That means stop. Okay, so our UI is ready. We have 3 buttons, one for play, one for pause, and one for stop. And again, width of this guy is not changed. So let me just make this guy as 30% width. Okay, so now we have 3 buttons, and these are looking nice. So now let me just try to show you how it will look on our application. So let me just try to minimize this guy. So I would just say like this. I would connect my phone, and let me get to show you my phone here. Okay, so this is the phone we have. So in phone we can see our application would look something like this. So let me minimize this guy, and now we will see the live changes. Okay, so for this play button, let's say save, I would make it to rounded. So this would look nice now. For pause button, I would again make the shape of this button as rounded, and for stop button also I would make the shape to be rounded. Okay, so as you can see, there is no spaces between these 2 buttons like play, pause, and stop. It just looks like they're all in one line, right? And obviously then one line, but we should have some space between them, right? And now again the companion screen got disconnected. So first let's just try to add this button, and then we will check how it will look. So what I'll do, in between these 2 buttons, I will just try to add one label, so we can have some space between these 2 buttons. Okay, so I'll grab one label from here, and we'll just try to put between these 2 components, and would set empty text, so we don't see any text, right? So let's just delete the text, because we just want to add space between these two buttons, right? We actually don't need this label. So that is why I'm just adding a label and not setting any text, so we can see there is some space between these two buttons. Okay, now let me just try to add one more label between the button pause and stop, and again we will set empty text, so we will have space between these two buttons. Okay, now I have added this label between these two buttons, but here we are not seeing, because remember our companion screen is disconnected, so we need to connect it again to see the change, right? So let me just try to close this application. Let me just try to launch this AI component. Let me just try to scan this QR code again to see how the changes would look like. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so now we can see there is a nice space between this button. So we have a space between play and pause button, and we have a space between pause and stop button. Okay, so we are done with the UI section, or I would just say the designer section. Now we will go to the block section and we'll try to edit the code. Okay, so remember the code is simple. If I click on play, the audio should start to play. That means our players should be running, or I would just say the track should be playing. If I click on pause, the track is playing, it should be paused. And if I click on stop, the music should be stopped. So that's the simple functionality I want to achieve. And here in this player component, I have loaded the source as our track, and that is bench sound memory stored mp3. Okay, now let's just go to the block section. And here I would just try to have a block for play button. And here we have a block where it would be invoked when we click on a button. Okay, so here the code says if I click on button, and that is a play button. So if I click on play button, I want to start the track, right? So I would just attach this block here. Okay, and similar for pause button, I would grab a block that would just say when I click on button, what I want to do, I want to pause the track. So I would just drag this component and we'll put it here, or I would just say drag this block, not a component. Okay, and similar for stop, I would have a block that would just say what you want to do when you just click on this stop button. So if I click on this stop button, I want my music to be stopped, so I would just attach this block here. And now we want to check this functionality. So first let's just refresh this companion screen. It is not needed, but let me just do that. And now I would just make sure the volume is full, and now I will click on play. So here we can see our track is playing. If I click on pause, the music is paused. Let me just click on play again. Okay, so it has played from that duration only. And now if I click on stop, the track is stopped. Now if I click on play again, the music will start to play. Okay, so we can see it is playing. Pause, play, and stop. So this functionality is working fine. So we are able to use this component, that means a player component. In next video we will try to discuss the other components, so we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video we will talk about other media component, that is a sound. So sound is also a non-visible component. It is a multimedia component that can play sound files, and it can control the phone vibration. That means we can also vibrate our phone with this component. It is best suitable for short duration files such as sound effect and tones. So let's just quickly play with it. So again I will go to the MIT App Inventor and we'll just try to create a new project. Okay, so I will click on project and we'll click on start new project, and the name of this project would be sound. Okay, now let me just set default properties. So align horizontal would be center, align vertical would be center, the screen orientation would be portrait, and let's just uncheck the sky, title not visible, and the theme would be device default. Okay, so basic default setting are done. Now we want to learn about sound component, right? So let's just drag the sound component in here, and it's a non-visible component, so we can see it here. And similar to the player component, we would have a option to play the sound effect, or I would just say sound file, to stop it, resume it, and pause it. Okay, so these are the only functionality we would have, and here we can select any sound file. So let me just try to download one 2 to 3 second file, and let me place it, and we'll load this guy here. So now we will load on soundtrack, or I would just say sound file here. So we'll click on this sound, we'll click on upload file, and I will click on this choose file, and here we would select this guy, and this is very a short duration sound file. So I will click on open, and we'll click on OK. So this would be loaded immediately because there is only 2 to 3 second track. So we have loaded this guy here. And now we'll go to this block section. And similar to the player component, we would try to add a couple of buttons, and that would be just like play, pause and stop, or maybe let's just try to add 3 buttons. One would be for play, one would be for stop, and one would be for vibrate. Okay, so let me just quickly do that. And again, we want to arrange this guy in some order. So in previous video, we had used the horizontal arrangement layout. In this video, we will try to use the vertical arrangement layout. Okay, so let me just drag it here. And let's say width is fine and height we won't set it to, let's say 80%. Okay, and now let's just quickly add buttons one by one. So one would be button like this, and this would be for play. I would name this guy as play button, and let's say text of this button is play. Okay, and shape would be, let's say, rounded. Yeah, that's fine. So now if you want to have the similar button, we can just click here and we can do Ctrl C and Ctrl V. So now we have a similar button here. I would just rename this guy to, let's say it would be stop button. And let me set the text here is stop stop. And there is one more button I want to have it, and that would be for vibrate. So let me just write vibrate button, and text I would set to vibrate. Okay, now we don't see any space between this button, so and let me just try to have some space by using the label. So I would have one label between the button stop and play, and text I would set to empty, so we will see space between this button. So now we have nice space between these two buttons. And similar to this, I would add one label between stop and vibrate as well, so we can have some space. Okay, and let's just have empty text here. Okay, so now we have a nice space between stop and vibrate button as well, right? Now let's just go to a block section and try to have a code that would just play the sound file and just stop the sound file. So we'll click on play button and would get the section, or I would just say get the block for click. Okay, so whenever user clicks on button, I want some functionality, and what functionality I want, so I would just grab from the sound component. So I want to play the sound file, so I would just take this guy and we'll place it here. Now remember, I have added only 3 buttons, so that is for play, stop and vibrate. But you can add as many buttons as you want, because here if you go to sound, we have functionality such as pause and resume. So you can have 2 more buttons. The one would be for pause the track and one would be for resume the track, right? So now we have added functionality for play. Let's see whether it works or not. So I would just click on play. So that is working fine. Let me just click it on again. So that is works fine. Okay, now let me just try to add one more block for stop. So would go to a stop button, and for that block I want to add a functionality whenever user clicks on this button. And what functionality I want? So I want to stop the track, so I would just try to put it here. So now I would try to test it. So what I'll do, I would click on play and immediately I will click on stop. So we'll see whether it works or not. So let me just quickly do that. So that is working fine. Play, stop, play, stop. So that is working fine. So if I don't click on stop, it will play like whatever the full duration track it is have. It is a 2-second track, so it will be played fully. So let me just quickly taste it. So this is the full track. Now I will just click on stop. So that is working fine. Now let's try to add the functionality for vibrate. So I would just go to a vibrate button, and from here I would pick this block and would go to sound, and we'll try to see a block which would just say vibrate. So here we have a block that just says that vibrate for millisecond. So that means here we need to specify for how much second or how much millisecond you want to vibrate your phone. So I would go to a math block and we'll just try to pick one block here, and remember it is milliseconds. And so if you want to vibrate your phone for 1 second, you need to give value is 1000. So now I want to vibrate my phone for 2 seconds. If I click on this button, so I would write here 2000. Okay, so that means it would vibrate for 2 seconds. So now I will click on vibrate. So here I can see it has vibrated for 2 seconds. You might not be able to see that because right now I'm holding the phone, so I can see that, but I'm sure you'll be able to hear the vibrate noise. So let me just quickly do that again. So once again, if I click on play, that works. If I click on play and stop, that also works. And if I click on vibrate, so that is also working. And remember, you can change this value anytime. So if I just set it to, let's say 1000, that means it would be vibrated for only 1 second. So let me just test it once again. So now it will vibrate for 1 second. So I will click on vibrate. So that has vibrate for only 1 second. This was about the sound component. In next video, we will try to discuss about some other component. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So let's talk about other media component, and which is a speech recognizer. So it's a non-visible component and it listens to user's voice and converts spoken sound to a text using device default speech recognition feature. That means in your mobile device or tablet or whatever you're using, if that device has this speech recognition feature, so it will use it and will convert the words whatever you're speaking into a text. So let's just see how we can use it. So first we would go to our MIT App Inventor app. So this is the website, and here I would create a new project. So let me just click on start new project, and name of this project would be very straightforward, and that is what we've been doing for all the projects. So this would be like speech recognizer. Okay, so a straightforward name we are giving. Now this would be a new project for this particular application, or I would just say this particular media component. So this new app is launched and this is the empty screen. So let's just set the default property that we set for every single application that we make. So align horizontal, I would make center, align vertical also center, and let's say the screen orientation would be portrait, and this theme would be device default, and let's just uncheck this option, title visible. So now we have this guy, and let's just side by side put the mobile screen so we can see that. So this is our mobile screen right now, and let's just try to minimize this guy. Okay, let's just put it somewhere here, and let's put our mobile somewhere here. So this is speak large, and let's see, our mobile is fully fit here, and I think this is fine. Okay, yeah. So now we have just set the default property for a screen. So let's just add one button. So once you click on it, it will allow us to speak. Okay, so this would be a button, and let's just say the name of this button would be it could be speak button. So I would write speak button or initiate button, start button, whatever you call it. The text of this button I want is let's just say speak. Okay, and I think font we can make it bold. So this is a bold font now. The shape, let's change it to rounded. Okay, so we have a nice button here that will just say speak. So if I click on it, nothing would happen because we haven't added any block code for this guy. Okay, now we want label, because whenever user, let's say, click on this button and say something, we want that spoken word to print it somewhere, right? So that is why we would have one label. So let me just try to put this label here, and let's just say it empty text as of now, and height of this, or I would just say width of this guy, let's make it to maybe 90%. Okay, and height, let's make it to 50%. And now we are seeing an empty box, but here we can't see anything. So let's just set some background color. So background color for this label, I would set it to, let's say, orange. Okay, so we have nice orange background here, and yeah, that's pretty much it for UI. And let's have a speech recognizer, because that is what, or I would just say this is the component that we are learning in this video. So let's just try to grab this speech recognizer and let's put it here. And here we are not seeing this component here because this is a non-visible component. So here you can see it's a speech recognizer. Now we don't see any space between this button and label. So let's just try to put one label. So we would have one label in between these two guys. And let's remove the text. So we would have some space between these two components. So now we have a button and we have this label. Okay, so this is good. Now let's do one thing. UI part is done, so let's just try to add functionality. So we'll go to a block section. Now if you just click on this speech recognizer, you would have a number of blocks. The one is like after getting text, the other one is like before getting text, then we have a get text. Okay, so what we want to do, so whenever a user clicks on a button, we want to call this guy get text. So that means it will wait till user says something. Okay, so let's just go to a button and let's just try to have a block that would just say dot click. That means whenever person clicks on a button, we want to do something. Now what we want to do, so that whatever we want to do, we need to put inside this block. So from speech recognizer, I would get this block get text and we'll put it here. Okay, now after getting the text, what do I want? So whatever the user says, that means whatever he has spoken, that I want to set a text on a label, right? So from this guy, we would have one function that would just say or I would just say block that would just say after getting a text. So this is the block. We need to use this block. And now in this result variable, we would have a speech whatever user have spoken it. Okay, So now what we want to do on the label, we want to set a text. So let's just see what is that label. So this is the label 2 and label 1 is this guy orange. So here we can change the name to, let's say, result text label. Okay, LBL. Now let's just try to call this guy, and inside this guy we would have a number of block, and we would get the block for set text. This guy set text to. Now what text we want to set it to? We want to set the text from result variable, and let's just attach this block here. So now we have everything ready. So let's just see whether it works or not. So now I would click on this button and I would just say Python is so cool. So whatever we have spoken, that is, we are able to see it here. And let's just try to see, we can do some alignment for this guy. So we have a center alignment, so let's just use it. Okay, so since I have changed the property, the screen would be refreshed and here we don't see any text. Okay, now let's just go to the block again and let's just see whether it works or not. So I would click on this button again. MIT App Inventor is so cool. So we can see that the text is here, and whatever the text we are saying, that is presented here, or I would just say that is been put here. I would again try to test it. Hello, mic 1 2 3 check. So whatever I'm speaking, that text has been printed here. So our speech recognizer is working fine. So if you go to this guy, and we have one more block that is called before getting text. So that means once you click on a button, until the text we have set it, and for until that time we can have this block. So in that case, what we can do, we can have one block like set text to, and instead of result we can set some text like we are listening or something. Okay, so let me just try to set it here. Let's say listening, and in fact let's just try to change the font size of this label, and let's just change it to, let's say, 18, and let's make font is bold. Okay, now let's see one more time. So I would just click on this guy. So you can see as soon as I click on that guy, there was listening text was shown here. And here we can see whatever we are speaking, that has been text here. So just focus on this guy, this text area. So now if I just click on speak, it would just say listening. So pay very close attention to this guy. So you can see listening was printed there. And now whatever we are speaking, that is being printed here. So our speech recognizer is working fine. So next video, we will see some other component. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So let's just talk about other media component, that is the text to speech. So text to speech is again a non-visible component, and it converts text to a speech. That means whatever we are typing, that will convert it into one speech and we can listen to that. It speaks a given text aloud. That means we can listen simply. So let's just see how we can play with this component. So again, I'll go to MIT App Inventor platform, and here we have our phone. So this is the last component that we had learned, and this was just like a speech recognizer. So now let's create a new project for this guy, and name of this project would be text to speech, because that is the component name that we are trying to learn. Okay, so I would write here text to speech, and let me hit enter. And again, the fresh application is loaded, and now we need to set some default property that we set for every application we make. So let's just set horizontal and vertically center. Then the screen orientation would be portrait, the theme would be device default, and let's just say title not visible. And I think that's the pretty much all the setting that we do. And let me just try to minimize this guy. So now we want to learn text to speech. That means we would have one field on which we can enter a text. So text to speech means we should have some text that we can ask our application to speak up. So basically we need one empty area or one text field where we can enter our text. So for that purpose, we know we have a UI component that is a text field. So let's just try to use it. So this is a text box component that I will try to put it here. And this is the component where we can enter some text. So let's just set some height and width property of this guy. So height, let's just set it to maybe 60% would be fine. And width of this guy, let's say 90%. Okay, now it is covering the area, but we don't see anything. So let's just try to first remove this hint, and let's just set some background. So background color, I would set it to orange. So now this is the area where we can enter some text. Okay, now let's have one button that we can click on. So once we click on that button, we would request our application to speak up that text, right? So let's just have this button here, and let me just try to name this button as speak button. And let's just change the text of this button to speak. And in fact, let me just try to set a text like that. Okay, font, let's just set it to bold. In fact, without bold is also fine. And let's just change the shape to rounded, and we don't see any space between this text box and a button. So let's just try to have an empty label there. So we will have one label, and let's just set empty text there. So now we will have some space between this component. Okay, now we want to run text to speech. So go to a media, and this media section, we would try to grab this text to speech component. Now this is a non-visible component, so we won't see in our UI, but we would see it here. Okay, now this is fine, and let me just try to see, is there any other property we need to set? So we don't need to set. And here we have a country, so which country's speech recognizer we want to use. So let's just try to select a USA as of now. So I would select USA, and the language I would set it to English, so we would just set EN. Pitch is fine, and speech rate is also fine. So let's just go to a block section, and now what we will do, once we click on this button, we want our text to speech component to speak. Now what text we want to put? So whatever text that is set on this guy. Okay, so let's just try to have a functionality for this button. So when person clicks on button, we want to do something. Now what we want to do, we want this guy to speak something. So let's just have this component that is a speak message, and here we have one field. That means we need to attach one block, because here we are saying our text to speech component to speak, but we are not saying what message to speak. So if we know that for this guy text field, or I would just say text box, we would have one value like text, so that we can get it, and here is this guy, and we can put it here. Now whatever the content, or I would just say text, that text field is having, so that would be spoken by this text to speech feature, right? Or I would just say text to speech component of a mobile. So let's just see whether it works or not. So I'll go to this guy, and here I would type some text. So let me just try to put some text that is good morning, and let me just click on speak. So I think you should be able to hear that. Now let me repeat it again.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay, so this is working fine. And let's just try to have some more text. Let's just say it is a very beautiful day today. Let me just try to click on speak.
It is a very beautiful day today.
Okay, so this is working fine. Now we can also set some default text on this component. So let me just try to go to this guy, and here let's just try to set some default text. So whenever this application is loaded, it will just say welcome or something. So I would write welcome to text to speech component. Okay, and we can also give some message that it is made on MIT App Inventor, or I would just say this app is, instead of it is, I'll just say this app is made on MIT App Inventor. Okay, so let's see. So we have set some default text, so this has been printed here, and let's just try to have a center alignment. Okay, and now we are seeing the message is going beyond the screen, so in that case we can use this multi-line guy. So if we check this option, whatever the text that is not fitting in this area would go to a second line. Okay, now let's just see. I would just click on speak.
Welcome to text to speech component. This app is made on MIT App Inventor.
Okay, so this is working fine. So now if I want to change the text, I can simply change the text like good evening, and let me just click on speak.
Good evening.
So this is working fine. So in next video, we will just try to learn about some other components. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So let's talk about translator media component. So this component is also a non-visible component, and it is used to translate words or statements, or I would just say sentences, between different languages. So it's a simple component. We would have input in one language and we would have output in another language. So that means we can call this component, and whatever the text you have in one language, that we can convert it to a different language. So we would have a choice of number of languages, and it supports many languages. So let's just see how we can use this component in our application. So this is the old project that we had learned for text to speech. So we'll go to projects and we'll create a new project for our this translator component. So I would write here translator. Okay, I think I misspelled it, but that's fine. We can change it from here as well. So here we can change this guy to translator. Okay. Now let's just set some properties. So for the screen, we would make this guy horizontally and vertically center. Then we would make the screen orientation to portrait. The theme, we would choose it to device default, and let's just uncheck this guy so we don't need to see title, okay, on the screen. Okay, so this is a translator. That means we need to give some input, and for that guy we need a text field. So let's just try to have a text box from here, and let's just say width of this guy would be 90%, and height of this guy, let's set it to maybe a 60 this time. Okay, so we have this much big size text box, so here we can add text. So let's just remove hint here. Now let's have one button that would just say translate or something. So we'll put one button here. Let's change this button name to translate button, and here we can set a text to translate, and let's just change the shape to rounded. Okay, so this is fine now. And let's just see what other property we can set. And obviously this text box, we want to have a multi-line, so let's just click on this multi-line guy, and text aligned, we can change it to center. And here let's just set some default text. So I would write here, hi, weather is so cool here. Okay, that's fine. Let's just try to have a capital I. Okay, so this is the default text. So here we would have it, hi, weather is so cool here. Now what other thing we need to do? So probably we need to use the translator, because that is what we are learning. And let's just have one label here, and this label is the result label. So let's just try to have a name of this label as result label. Okay, and again we can remove the text, and let's just have text element to center. The height of this guy would be 20%, and width of this guy would be 90%. Okay, so we have a nice output result label here. And let's just try to have some space between these two components. That mean a text box and a translate button. So we would have one label between these two guys, and let's just have empty text so we can see some space between these two guys. Okay, so this is fine. And in fact we can change the text, or I would just say background color of this guy. So let's just change it to let's have orange. I always choose this one, I don't know why. Okay, so this looks nice now. Now our UI is ready. So let's just go to a block section and try to have some block. So I would go to a block section, and here we need to use this translate block. So now once we click on button, then only we want to translate. So let's just try to have a block that would just say click. Okay, so once I click on this button, I want to call our translator function to translate some text to some language. Okay, and this companion got disconnected, but that's fine. First we can add a code, and then we can connect our companion again, then we can check it. So we'll go to this translate guy. So where is that component? I think we haven't even loaded. So let's just go to a media section, and from here we would get this translate component. So now our translate component is loaded, and we can see it is in this guy. So in component we would have a translator. So go to this translator block and try to have this field. So we will attach this guy to a button click. So here there are input like language to translate to. That means in which language you want your text to be translated. And here we have text to translate. Now what text we want to translate? So whatever user have typed inside this guy. And this is a text box. So from text block guy, we can have a text. So I would get this here and we'll attach it here. And here we need to give the language name. So for that we need to set some text. And here we need to give a 2-character name of a language. So for English it would be EN, for Hindi it would be HI, for Spanish it would be ES, for France it would be FR. So these are the text that you want to type. Okay, so I would type here HI. That means I want to convert my text to Hindi language. Okay, so if you don't know how to get this 2-character name, you can simply Google search it and you would get this 2-character name of a language. So these are this language. So if I type here Hindi, I would have Hindi for HI. Okay, so for Hindi language I need to type there HI. If I let's just type a Spanish, so let me just type Spanish. Okay, so for Spanish I need to type ES. Okay, so let's just go to this guy again. So this is the one block that we translate to, but we want to set the text to our block, right? Because this is the result block, or I would just say result label, and here we want to print our translated string, right? So what we will do, we will again go to this block, and here we would have a block that would be called whenever the translation is done. Okay, so this is the guy that will translate our component or text to some language, and this is the guy that would be called whenever our translation is done. Okay, so what we want to do after setting the translation, we want to set this translation text to this result label. So for that, we would try to have a block that would just say set result label and text. Now what text we want to set? We want to set it to this translation. So let's just click on here and get this translation, and let's just attach it here. So now let's verify whether it works or not. So I'll again go to this font block, and remember our this companion screen is not connected. So let's just try to connect it again. So I would go to connect, we'll click on this companion screen, and we'll go to this guy. We'll try to scan this QR code from the MIT App Inventor. So let's see whether it works or not. I will click on translate. So here the text is converted to Hindi, and here you can say hi, weather yahan bahut acha hai. That means the text that was in English that got converted to Hindi. Now let's try to add some other text and see whether it works or not. And here I would just try to type, let me just try to see, I would just type good morning. Okay, this is the text. I would click on translate. So here that got converted to Hindi. So let's just go to this block, and let's just try to change this language here, and here I would type FR for France. So now whatever text that is there, it will be converted to France. Now I won't be typing here again. In fact, I can simply refresh this companion screen, and we would see the text whatever was there. So here we have hi, weather is so cool, that we can convert it to a French language. So I would click on translate button. So again that got converted to France. I don't know whether it's correct or not, but this is how we can use it. So let's just try to change the language one more time, and here I would try ES, that is for Spanish. So let's see whether it works or not. I would again refresh this companion screen, and now I would click on translate. So this got converted to a Spanish. So this is how this translator component we can use it. So next video we will talk about some other components. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So let's talk about other media component, that is a video player. So as its name says, it is used to just play any video, and we will have also some controls like playing the video, pause the video, and to stop the video. So let's just see how we can use this component in our application. So we'll go to MIT App Inventor app, and here we have app, and this is our phone, and here is the last project that we had learned, and that was I think start later. Okay, so let's just go to project, and let's just click on start new project, and here I would name this guy as video player. Okay, so we have this empty screen here. So let's just set some default properties. So we'd go to align horizontal, would set it to center, align vertical also will set it to center. The screen orientation would be portrait, the theme would be device default, and let's just uncheck this guy. That means we don't want to see our title on the screen. Okay, now we want to learn about video player. So let's just try to grab this video from this media component. We can put it here, and we have this video player here. So there are some property we can set it like height and width. So let's just set height of this guy to be exactly 50%, and width let's just set it to maybe 98% or 96 would be fine. So let's just set it to 96%. Okay, volume let's just set default volume to 65%. Okay, so this is fine now. And here there is a source field. So here we need to just tell our app which video you want to play. So I would click on this guy, I would click on upload file, we'll click on choose file, and let's just go to this game, and we will just try to click on this guy, car collision game, and we'll click on OK. So remember, we can load either MP4 video or a 3GP. So if you want to know more about this component, you can simply click on this question mark, and we would go to this more information, and here it is written video file should be in 3GP or MP4 format. Okay, so this is the more detail if you want to learn about this guy. So let's just say video is loaded or not. So I think the video is loaded, and here we can see our video is loaded, and in this source guy we have this video. Okay, so obviously we want to test some of the functionalities like starting the video, pause the video, and to stop the video. So for that we just need to use some button. So let's just try to use those buttons, And there are 3 buttons we want to use, like start, pause and stop. And there are a couple of more functionality, but that we are going to discuss when we try to make application from this video player. But currently we are just learning about these components. So we will just try to learn the basic feature like starting the video and pause the video and to stop the video. So we'll go to a layout component and we would use a horizontal layout for this guy. Okay, and that is too big and that's fine. Let's just share this height would be, let's just set it to automatic. We don't want to change the height, but the width we will change it to a fill pattern. So we would have a full width like this. Okay, and let's just try to have some button inside this guy. So one would be start, for one would be to pause, and the one would be to stop. And here we can rename this button. So here I would write start button, and the text of this button we can change it to start. Okay, and let's just have alignment would be center, so that is already a center. So we'd go to the second button and here we would write pause button, and the text of this button should be pause. Okay, for third button let's just add a text to stop button, and the text of this button should be stop. Okay, and now it is not covering the full width, so what we can do, this would be maybe 100% area. So let's just set width of this guy to 30%, and let's just change this shape to rounded for all the buttons. So I would change this guy to rounded. I would change shape of the stop button to also rounded, and let's just have width of this button to 30%. Same for pause button, we would change width to 30%, and same for stop button, we would change width to 30%. Okay, so this is fine. Now let's just try to have label in between these two buttons, so we can at least see there is some space between this guy. So we would get this label from here and we'll put it here, and let's just set empty text, so we would have some space between start and pause button. Similar to the start and pause button, we would have one label between pause and stop button, so we would have some space between these two buttons as well. Okay, so this is fine. And the horizontal arrangement width we can change it to 96%, so that would have a same width that was set for a video player. Okay, so now we would have the best thing. Okay, now let's just do one more thing. We can have some space between this video player and this layout. So again we will have one label, we will put like this, and we will remove the text from this guy. Okay, so now we have a UI nice and ready, and in fact this looks a bit smaller. So what we can do, we had a 96, right? So instead of 30 we can have a 32. So I would write here 32. For pause button also I would write 32, and for stop button also I would write 32. So now we have everything nice and aligned. We have this video player and we have this 3 button, start, pause and stop. Okay, so now let's just go to a block section and let's add a block for this guy. So we'll get a block for a start button click, we would get a block for a pause button click, and we would get a block for a stop button click. Okay, and now we will click on video player and we would try to find a block that would just say pause, start and stop. So for this start, we can attach it to the start button. Now we would add a block for this pause button as well. So just click on this video player and get a block for pause, so we can attach it here. And now let's just drag this stop button here, and the stop functionality we will get it and attach it to this stop button. So now let's just quickly see whether it works or not. So I would click on start.
Hello and welcome. So let's just try to make one more game that will be
And
a car
this is
collision
working
game.
fine.
So I'll just show you how the game would look like. So here is
So let me reduce the volume.
start the game and to stop the game.
And our video is working fine. This is the pause. So if I click on pause, the video will be in pause state. Now if I click on start again, the video will resume from that place only.
Your car to left and right.
Okay, so this is working fine.
This game. So I can see the game is started. Now I'm playing this game.
Okay, so this is working fine. Let me just click on stop. So this is stop now. So if I click on play,
Hello and welcome.
the video will again start to play from beginning. Let me stop it again. And here we can also load other video as well. So if you want to change the video, you can change it from this guy. So you can go to a video player block, and from here you can change the source. You can upload a new file and can set it. So this was it about video component, and I think we are done from the media component. And next video we will try to just talk about drawing and animation component, where we have 3 component: ball, canvas and image sprite. So we'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So now let's talk about sensor component. So sensor components are one who can sense some of the property of a mobile and can give you the output. So there are a number of sensors. The one accelerometer sensor, so which can sense its movement in X, Y and Z direction and can give you the value. Then we have a barcode scanner that we can use it to read the QR code, and whatever the message that is encoded in that QR code, we can simply read it. And then we have a sensor like barometer, clock, gyroscope sensor. We also have a light sensor, location sensor, orientation sensor, parameter and proximity sensor as well. So the clock sensor will work like as a tick. That means you can use this component and can specify the time interval. So after that specific time interval, the function would be called, whatever we have binded with that. We are going to see how we can use it in some upcoming videos, but for the time being, let's just try to have some basic idea of this component. And then we have a light sensor that can sense the light of a room wherever your mobile is being used and can give you the output as your need. And then we have a couple of sensor like location sensor, so that we can use it if you are making a project like a Google Map or something. We also have a orientation sensor. So if you know that in your phone you can move your orientation from vertical to horizontal or whatever, so in that case you can use this component. Then we have a pedometer. So this component will be useful when you want to count the steps. So if you have some application like counting the steps or counting the running steps, so that might be using this pedometer. And then we have a proximity sensor, so that can detect the object nearby you, so sense the object nearby you, or I would say nearby your phone. And then we have a thermometer sensor that can sense the temperature around you, that means the temperature around the mobile. So this kind of components we have. Now we are going to discuss about some of these sensor components. We are going to talk about the components that we are going to use in our upcoming applications or games. So let's just try to discuss the components one by one. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So let's talk about barcode sensor component. This component is useful for scanning the QR code, and whatever the message that is encoded in the QR code, it will give you as form of result. So let's just see how we can play with it. So I'll go to MIT App Inventor platform. So here I am on MIT App Inventor platform, and let me just load the mobile screen. So this is our mobile. Now I will create a new project for this barcode scanner. So we'll click on projects and we'll click on start new project. And here I would name the project as barcode sensor. Okay, so we have named the project as barcode sensor. So the new fresh empty screen will be loaded, and there are some default property that we want to set. So align horizontal, we would make it center. Align vertical, we would make this guy center as well. We would make the screen orientation to portrait, and theme we would change it to device default, and the title visible option we would uncheck this guy. So now we have an empty screen here. So we want to talk about barcode scanner. So just go to the component, that mean this interface from palette, and from here just click on sensor. So here we have sensor components, and right now we want to learn about this barcode scanner component. So let's just drag it and drop it here, and it is non-visible component, so we won't be able to see here, but here we can see the component is loaded. Okay, and now just uncheck this guy, use the external scanner. So we have unchecked this option from barcode scanners component property. Okay, now we want to have one button, because once you click on that, then only our camera should open and it should allow us to scan any QR code. Okay, so for that, from user interface we would pick one button, and we would name this button as a scan button. So let me just rename this button as scan btn. Text here I want to change it to scan. Let's have a name as scan. Okay, now properties will remain fine, and we can make this guy as bold if we want, but let's say we would put as it is. Okay, now we want to have one label, because after reading the QR code, whatever the message that is encoded in that QR code, we want to print it somewhere, right? So for that I have taken one label, and here I would make the text as code message. Okay, and now let's just change the shape of this button to rounded. Okay, so now let's just go to a block section, and here we will click on barcode scan, and we will see what are the blocks that we have for this barcode scanner component. So I will click on this component, and here I can see there are a couple of blocks like do scan, then we have a result, then we have after scan. So what we want to do, so whenever a person clicks on a button, we want to call this guy do scan. So let's just tick this component. or I would just say take this block, and we want to attach this block to a button click. So we would go to this guy scan button, and here we would have a block for click. Okay, so whenever this button is clicked, we want to call this guy. So let's just attach this block here. Okay, so now this are the join block. Now this would work fine, means whenever a person clicks on a button, one interface would be opened like a camera, and from that you can scan any QR code. After that, we want to have a result. So again, if you go to this barcode scanner block, and here you would have a block that would be called whenever the QR code is scanned. Okay, so after the QR code is scanned, we would have a result in this variable like result. Okay, so what we want to do, whatever the result we are getting, we want to set that result to a label text, right? So we would click on this label, and here we would have a block set text. So let's just attach this block here and just try to drag this guy and connect to this guy. Okay, so now what we are doing here, we are saying that whenever a person clicks on a button, just try to scan the QR code. Okay, and after the QR code is scanned, whatever the result we have, just set it to the text of this label, right? So let's see whether it works or not. And before that, we need to have some QR code, right? Because then only we can scan something and see whether it works or not, right? So what we can do here, we can try to find a website that would just say QR code online generator, and probably the first link, that is www.theqrcodegenerator.com. So just click on it. So this is the website, the qrcodegenerator.com, and here you can bind one URL here, that means a website URL. Here you can add a free text, here you can add a contact, PDF. There are a couple of options are there like email, phone, SMS, but right now we would be focusing on the free text. So let's just click on here. Now whatever the text you're typing here, for that text it will generate a QR code here straight away there only. So let me just try to do it here. So I would just type MIT App. So if you see here, whenever I'm typing something, the QR code is different because whatever the message we have, for that it has to generate a QR code. So it is doing like that. So I would just type here inventor. Okay, so now we have a QR code for this guy. Now I would click on scan and see whether it works or not. So let me just click on scan and let me scan this QR code. So I would click on scan, and here I'm trying to scan this QR code. Okay, so QR code is open, and here I can see the message is MIT App Inventor. So this is working fine. So let's just change this text to something else and see whether it works or not. So here I would type Rohit Tarevia, that's my name, and let me see whether it works or not. So I would again click on the scan button, and here I will try to scan this QR code. So I can see the QR code is scanned, and whatever the message that I have added to encode this in QR code, I can see that is being printed here, Rohit Darwin. So this is working fine, right? Now you can also add a URL as well. So let me just go to URL, and I would say discard content, and here I would type a URL as dcdjunkie.com. So that's my website. So I would click on this guy and see whether it works or not. So let me click on scan, and here I'm trying to scan this QR code. Okay, so the QR code is scanned, and here I can see the website URL is present. So that means our QR code is working fine. So let's just try to play with some other component in the next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video, we will be talking about clock sensor component. So it's a non-visible component, and it uses the internal clock of a phone. It can fire a timer at regular set of interval. That means here we would have one field, and inside that field we can define after what interval you want to call one function. So let's say if the timer interval what we have set is 500 millisecond. So after every 500 millisecond, we can decide what we want to do. It can perform some of the calculation, and it can also manipulate and convert some time format to other time format. So let's just see how we can use this sensor component. So we'll go to MIT App Inventor. So for this, I will create a new project. I would click on projects and we'll click on start new project. And here I would name the project as clock. Okay. Now let me just quickly do the default setting for the screen. So align horizontal, I would make this guy center. Vertically also, I would like to make this guy center. Screen orientation would be portrait. Theme would be device default, and let's just uncheck this guy. Okay. So now we want to learn about the clock component. So from sensor, just drag and put this the component here, and this is non-visible component. So we won't be able to see on a UI, but here we can see that. Okay. And this is the time interval, and here we have decided the time interval would be 1000 millisecond. That means it would be a 1 second. Okay, and here we can decide whether we want timer to enable or disable. So the option is check, means timer is enabled. Now let's have one label. That means we can have one kind of a variable that would be incremented each time when the timer is clicked on this interval. Okay, so for that, just go to a UI component, and from that just try to have one label. Okay, and let's have a text of this label is, label is count. Okay, and let's set it to a 0. Now what do I want? I want that after every 1 second this timer value should be incremented, and currently the timer interval is 1000. That means after every 1 second this value should be incremented, and that should be printed here. So for that, let's just go to a block section, and here try to have one variable. So from this block section, I would click on this variable and would take this block which says that initialize global, and let's just say the variable name would be count. And initially the value what we want to set it to 0. So the initial value is 0. Now what do I want? After every 1 second, that means whenever the timer take has happened, we want to increment the count, right? So for that, if we just go to this timer block, and here we have a block that would just say whenever a timer, means after every this much second. So in interval we have defined timer interval. So after 1 second this guy would be called. So what do we want to do? We want to increment this variable count by 1. So for that, let's just go to a math block, and here we would have a block to add. So this is the block to add it. Now we want to grab the value of this variable. So from get block, I would get the value of this count variable. We want to increment it by 1. So we'll go to a math and try to have this block here, and instead of 0, I would just say here 1. Now after incrementing this, we need to set this value to this variable. So for this guy, we would have a block set value. So we would have a set global count to whatever the global count value is plus 1. Okay, so we have set it. Now nothing would happen because we have just set it, but we are not printing this value, right? So in that case, we need to go to this label and we need to find a block that would just say set text to. So this is the block that would just say set text on this label. Now what do we want to set it to? We want to set it this value, but we want to also print this string count. So for that, just go to text block and try to have a join block. And the first guy, what we want is, we want to have one string that should just say count colon and a space. The second thing what do we want is, we want this count variable. So let's just try to have a get block for this count variable, and let's put it here. Now see whether it works or not. So we can see it's working fine. So after every 1 second the value is increasing. Okay, now let's say I want to change this interval. That means currently the interval for this timer is 1 second. Let's say I want to set it to 100 milliseconds. So we should be seeing this value incrementing happening too fast. So what I'm doing here, I'm just removing 1 0 here, and let me refresh it. So here I can see currently the timer is being called and the value is updating very fast. So I can see it is working fine. So it is incrementing like that. Now if I want to change this timer to 5 seconds or 3 seconds, so here I can write 3000. And now the timer would be called after every 3 seconds. So currently time is 1, now 2, 1, 2, and now 3. Now we can say that it's 4. Now it's 5. So this is how it will work. So let me just set the time to 500 milliseconds. That means a half second. So now it is working like that. Now there is one way to change this value, but we can also change this value from this block here as well. So if you see here, there should be some block that should just say set interval. So here we have set timer enable block, just to make this timer enable or disable. From this guy we can have this guy timer interval. So we can set interval anything we want. So from math block we can set the timer interval to let's say 200 millisecond, 200 millisecond or 2000 millisecond, whatever. Now let's just try to have 2 more buttons. So the one button should be like start the timer, and one button should be to stop the timer. So for that, let's just go to a layout section and try to have one horizontal layout. Okay, so now we have a horizontal layout, and let's just say width of this guy would be 90%. Okay, and from UI component I would take 2 buttons. Let me have this button 1, and let me say this is the button 2. Let's just rename this button to start button, and let's have a text is start. So I would write here start. For button 2, let's just rename this button to stop btn, and the text of this button would be stop. This is 90%. So what we can do, we can have the width of this button as 40%. For second button also we can have width to 40%. Okay, let's try to change the shape of this button to rounded, and for the start button also I would change the shape to rounded. Okay, let's try to put some space between these two buttons. So for that I would use one label, and the text I would remove, and now we will have a space between these two buttons. Okay, so this is working fine. Now let's just change the width of this label to maybe 10%. Let's see. Yeah, so this is fine now. Now let's just try to have some space between this component and this button as well. So we'll put one label here. Let me remove the text. So now we have our UI nice and ready. Now what we are doing here, if you see here in the UI section itself, we have enabled this timer. So that means whenever we launch the application, it will start counting. But what do we want? That should be controlled by this button. That means if I click on this button, the count value should be incremented. And if I click on the stop button, the count value should not be incremented, right? So in that case, what we can do, we can try to remove this guy. That means we can uncheck this button. So right now the timer is not enabled. Okay, now let's go to a block section, and here we would have a block for start button, and we have a block when person clicks on a button. So in that case, what we want to do, we want to enable the timer. So just go to this clock option, and here you would have option that just should say timer enable to. So here we are saying that once person click on a button, just set the timer enable to some value. Now what we need to set it to? We need to set it to either true or false. Now we want to enable the timer. So for that case, I would use value true. So if I click on this button, timer would start. So we have added the functionality of start button. Let's just try to have a functionality for stop button as well. So in that case, I would click on the stop button and it would grab the block. It should be called whenever person clicks on this button. So I would just copy this guy here, and instead of true, I would just use a false here. Here I have added a cloud that would just enable the timer when person clicks on the start button, and that would disable the timer when person clicks on the stop button. And the timer interval, don't need to change it, so we'll remove this guy, and let's have a timer interval to 500. That is fine. 500 milliseconds is fine. Now I will click on start. So I can see the timer is increasing. So the value is updating after every 1 second, or I would just say after every 500 millisecond or half second, the value is incremented, and we can see it. Now if I click on stop, I can see the timer is not updating. That means the count is not increasing because we have disabled the timer. Now again, if I click on start, it will try to count from there only. So let me just try to click on start. So I can see that it is working fine. Now if I click on stop, it will be stop. If I click on start, it will again start, right? So this was about the clock component. Let's just try to discuss about the other component in the next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video, we will be talking about light sensor component. So this one is also a non-visible component. That is the component that measures the light level, and it will give you the reading in LUX unit. And we can make an app like emergency flashlight. That means we can have a project where we would say that if the light intensity value is below certain level, we would turn on our flashlight. That means whatever the flashlight that is there on the mobile. And if that level is certainly high, that means if the room light is on, we would just say don't turn on the light, or I would just say just turn off the flashlight. Okay. So let's just try to see how we can use this component. And in this video, we will try to make a simple app that would just detect the light level and will tell you that whether the room light is on or off. Okay, so let's just go to MIT App Inventor and let's try to make that simple application. For a light sensor also, I would create a new project. So I would click on projects and we'll click on start new project. And here I would name the project as light sensor. I think I misspelled it, and yeah, it should be sensor, not sensor. So let me just rename from here. Okay, now let me just quickly do the default settings. So horizontally and vertically, I would make the screen to be at center. The screen rotation would be portrait. I don't want to see the title on this application, so I would click on this guy, and the theme would be device default. Okay, now I want to have one label, because on that label only we will be telling that our room light is on or off. Okay, so let me just try to bring one label from here, and I would rename this label to info label or something. Okay, and let's just try to have a text as let's just say the text would be light is off. Okay, and let me have a text alignment should be center, and font size, let's increase it to maybe 30. Font, let's put to a bold, and the background color, let's have it to red. The font color, let's change it to white. So where is our font color? It should be here. Yeah, there is a text color. So let's just change it to white. Okay. And yeah, this is fine, but let's change the width and height too. So width would be 90%. Okay, so this looks cool. And let's just go to a block section and try to have a component. But before that, we need to drag and drop our component here. So from sensor, we would try to have a component that should say a light sensor. So we have it here. This is a non-visible component, so we won't be able to see in a UI, but here we can see that. Okay, so this is the refresh rate and this is enable. So we can decide whether we want to enable it by some block or we want to enable by default. So here I have set this guy to enable by default. That means whenever the application is launched, this sensor would be enabled. Okay, now let's go to a block section. And remember, if you don't know whether the light sensor is there on your mobile or not, we would have one block that should just return true if that light sensor is available on your phone. So in that case, what I'll do, first we'll go to a screen guy, and in the screen component, we would have a block that would just say screen initialize. So this guy would be called whenever we launch our application for the first time. That means whenever the screen is initialized. Okay. Now here I want to click on this block and I would find one block that would just say available. So this light sensor enabled. So this would return a boolean. So this would return either true or false. So if your phone supports or if your phone is having this feature, this guy would be true. So let's just click on this guy, and from this one, let's have a block that should just say set text to. Okay, so here we have a set text, and what text we want to set it to? We want to set it to this guy. That means whenever the screen is initialized, it will see whether the light sensor is available on this phone or not. If it is available, it should just say true. Okay, so let me refresh the screen and see it. So I would click on this guy connect and click on refresh companion screen. So I can see true here. That means my phone is having this feature. That means my phone is having a light sensor. If your phone doesn't have the light sensor, you cannot proceed further. That means your application just won't work. So the first step would be checking whether the light sensor is available on your phone. So here I have checked it and light sensor is present on my phone. Okay, so here I can see true. Now from the light sensor block, we would have one block that would be just say light change to. Okay, so whenever the light is changed, that means whenever we turn on our room light or turn off our room light, means wherever our phone is there. So that would be invoked. And here what we want to do, we would check the LUX unit, and if that value is less than 5, we would just say that our room light is off, and if it is more than 5, we would just say our room light is on. Okay, so for that we want to use if condition. Let's just use if then else block, and here we need to compare this value to less than 5. So for that, just go to a math, and here we would have a block that should be this guy, and here, yeah, this is the one. Here we can use this less than guy, and I would just say if the value of LUX, that means the light intensity, is less than 5, then only I would say the room light is off. Okay, so we need a 5 here. So from math block, we would have this block, and this value we can change it to anything we want. So I would set here 5. So here we are saying that if light intensity value is less than 5, we want to do something. So we will attach this block here. So here we have added if condition. And now what we want to do, we just want to set a text that should just say whether room light is on or off. Okay, so we would grab this block and we'll copy paste here, and let me rename this guy. And from text, I would get this empty string, and here I would just say room light is off. Okay, in else case, I would just say room light is on. That means wherever your phone is there, so room light is on. Okay, now this is fine. Currently it is saying room light is on because my room light is on. So let me just turn off the light and see whether it works or not. So right now I'm turning off the light, so let's see whether it works or not. So as you can see, as soon as I turn up the light, here I can see the room light is off. So let me turn on the light again. So just want to verify one more time that if I turn on the light, it is actually working. So let me just go there and let me turn on the light. So here right now I'm turning on the light. So I can see as soon as I turn on the light, it is working fine. And as soon as I go back and let me turn up the light, so it is working fine. Turning on, so it is working fine. Okay, so this is how you can make this application. It's very simple application. There is one more thing you can do. Currently you can see the background color is red only. So we can set a red color whenever the light is off, and you can set a green color when the light is on. So in that case, just go to this block, that means this label block, and we would need to find a block that should just say set background color to. So here we have set background color to, and let me copy paste this block here as well. Now here we want to set a red color. So from the color, where do we have a color? This guy. So from color we want to have one red color, so let's just put it here. And for this one, when the light is on, we want to have a green color. So from color, try to pick this green color, and let's try to have this kind of green color. Yeah, this is fine. Now room light is on, that is why we can see it's a green color and it is saying room light is on. So let me go back and turn off the light. So I'm going there. So the light is off and currently I can see it's a red color, and I will turn on the light again. So I can see the light is on. So this simple app is working fine. So this is what we have learned in this project. So in the next video, we will talk about some other components. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. Now let's talk about the parameter sensor component. So this is also a non-visible component, and this is the component that keeps the count of steps using the accelerometer sensor. So let's see how we can use this component and can make some projects. Okay. So again, I'll go to MIT App Inventor. So for this sensor also, I will create a new project. So we'll click on projects and I will click on start new project. And let me name this project as a parameter. So new fresh screen is launched. So let me just do the default setting. So align horizontal, let's put it center. Align vertical, let's make it this guy to center. Let's have a screen rotation to portrait. Theme would be device default, and let's just uncheck this guy. Okay, so the screen is loaded. And now we want to talk about parameter sensor. So let's just bring it and let's put it here. And these are some default settings, so we don't need to change it. So let's don't change it. Okay, pedometer means it will count our steps. So we need to display how many steps we have walked or how many distance we have traveled, right? So for that, let's just try to have two labels. So one label should say the distance and the other label should say the steps. Okay, so from UI component, I will drag two component, then both of them would be a label. Okay, and let's try to rename this label as distance. I would write here distance label. So on label 2, I would rename this label as step label. Okay, so just change the text of this distance label to distance colon equal to 0. Okay, we will be saying distance would be 0 because initially there won't be any steps or distance, right? So for the step label, we would just say step and we would just say colon, have one space and 0. Okay, so these are the initial step and distance, so we will set it to 0, 0. Now let me go to a block section, and here we would have a number of blocks. So if you just click on this parameter, and here we would have a block that would be like simple step. So whenever there is a step, it would be called, and we can have a step value from this guy, and we can have a distance from this variable. Okay, now before setting that, we need to start this pedometer sensor, and for that we would have a block. So if you click on this guy, here we have a block start and stop. So whenever we want to start this pedometer, we need to call this guy, and whenever we want to stop it, we need to call this block, stop block. Okay, so what we are going to do, so currently we don't have any button that would start our pedometer sensor. So what we are going to do, so we will use this screen initialize block, and in that we will try to start our pedometer sensor. Okay, so from screen block, we would grab this block that would be called whenever the screen is initialized. And from pedometer, we would use this call start. So whenever the screen is initialized, this pedometer sensor will be start. Okay. After that, here we will get the value of steps and distance. So let's just try to print it on this label. So for distance label, I would grab a block of setting text. So here we would have a block for set text to. Now what text we want to set it to? We want to set it to the distance travel. So I will click on this distance, and here we would have a block that would be just the get distance, right? But before that, we also want to print this text, that means distance colon. So for that, just use the join block. So from strings, we would get a block from join. Okay. Now on this guy, let's put this guy here, and the string would be distance. So here I would write distance colon in space, and then we would have a distance. Okay. Similar to distance, we want to print the steps as well. So let's just try to copy this guy here. And instead of distance label, it should be step label, and here it should be step colon space, and here it would be get simple steps. Okay, so now everything is fine. So let me just try to refresh the companion screen. So this guy would be started. So I can see the pedometer is started, and if I keep moving, I can see that the steps are increasing. So let me move it here and there. So I can see my steps are working fine and this is fine. Only one mistake we have done here is we need to remove this 0 here. So let me just try to remove this guy. Okay, so now let me refresh the screen. So now the screen is refreshed and let me walk it somewhere here. So right now I'm walking and I can see the step is incremented and also the distance is. And by the way, this distance is in meter. So if you want to print the unit of a distance, that you can also print. And if I keep walking, so I can see the step is incremented every time I walk. Now we haven't added a code, or I would just say haven't added a block that would stop this perimeter sensor, but we can add it. So let me just try to sit on my desk again. Okay. So I can see the step is not updating right now. So if you want to stop this perimeter sensor, you need to call this guy, that is the parameter.stop. Okay. Right now I'm not using it, but it's very straightforward. You can add two buttons here. The one would be to starting the this parameter sensor. The one button would be stopping the parameter sensor, and you can work with it. Okay. So this was about the parameter sensor, and next video we'll talk about some other components. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So now we are going to talk about storage component. So storage components are useful to store applications data. So data that stays even if you close the application. So that means, let's say you are making one game in which you want to store a high score or something, so that you can store the data in some database or something. So that means after that, if you close the application and open it once again, you will see that same score, right? So it is just like storing the data in some database, so you can read the data whenever you want to read it. So whatever the data you have stored, that can be accessed using different devices. So there are a number of ways to store the data. The one would be from file. So that means you would have one text file or something in which you can store the information. The other one would be CSV file or Excel file. Then there is a TinyDB component. Then we have a TinyWebDB and then a spreadsheet. So in TinyDB, it will just store the application's data. That means whenever you close the application and after that, once you open it, you will have the data. But that data is only for that particular application. So that means if the same application is installed on any other devices, you would not have the data. So this is the limitation with TinyDB, and that limitation is resolved by this TinyWebDB. So in this TinyWebDB component, the data would be stored using web services. So that means once the data is stored, any devices can access the data. And then we have a spreadsheet component. So that means we can use a Google spreadsheet. In that we can add some data, and using the Google API kit, we can access the data. So let's just try to discuss this component one by one. So we'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video, we will be talking about TinyDB storage component. So this is a non-visible component. That means you cannot see that component in a UI. And it is used to store the data of the application. So if you're making a game, you can store your high score. So if you're making applications, so you can just try to save users login credential or something. So let's see how we can work with this component. So I'll jump to the MIT App Inventor platform. So here the MIT App Inventor platform is there. So I would create a new project for this TinyDB component. So let me just click on projects and I will click on start new project. And here I would give a name of the project, and that would be TinyDB. Okay. Now let me just try to put my mobile here so you can see the live changes. So I would do like this. And let me just try to maximize this guy. And beside to this screen, I'll put my mobile here. Okay, so here I'm mirroring my phone, so you can see that. Now let's just try to set default screen property for this application. So I would first align this guy horizontally and vertically center. So let me just quickly do that. Now after that, I would go to this property, which is the screen orientation, and I would set it to portrait. The theme would be device default, and we can uncheck this option. So now we have an empty screen loaded here. So we want to learn about TinyDB components. So from storage, you would find this TinyDB. So let's just drag it and drop it here. Since this is non-visible component, we cannot see in UI, but here we can see this component is loaded, and here we have this TinyDB component. Okay. Now what we want to do, we want to allow user to type some text, and once you click on any button, let's say the button would be save or something. So once you click on that, the data should be saved. So after that, I would close this application and will open it once again, and I would make sure that whatever the data I had, that is present there. Okay. So for that, first let's just give user an opportunity to enter some text. And so for that purpose, I would use a text box. So let me just drag this text box and let me put it here. Okay. And this text box name, I can change it to data TB. That means data text box. Okay. So let's just try to maximize height and width of this text box. So from here, I would change width of this guy to 90% and height would be 60%. Okay. Hint, we can remove it. So let me remove this guy. Then what else I can do? Then multi-line option, we can check it. That means we want our text to be multi-line. Means if the text is too long, the remaining data which is not fitting in the screen would go to the next line. Okay, so for that purpose we can select this guy. And hint, we can give something like enter your data here. Okay, now text element, we can set it to center. So yeah, this is done. Now let's just try to have one button. That button would just say save or something. Okay, so let me just try to rename this button, and here I would give the name of the button is save button. Okay, now the text should be save. Let me just use the shape of this button to be rounded. The font size, let's just increase it to 30. Okay, and let's just say the font would be bold and the color of this button would be, let's say, green. Okay, and let's just try to have a width of this button to 90%, so that would be the same width of this text box, and there is no space between these two widgets. So let's just try to have one label. So here I can put one label between these two components, and I would set empty text for this guy, so that would create a space between these two components. Okay, and now we don't know how big this text box is, so for that purpose let's just try to set some background color for this component. So on this guy I will click on this guy and will select orange color. So my UI is ready. So if I click here, I would have option to just type any text, and after that I can click on save. So currently there is no functionality edit for save, so let's just try to edit from a block section. So now I'll go to this block section. Okay, so first, once I click on save, I want that my data should be saved in database. Okay, so for that purpose, if you just go on this tinydb component, you would have a block. So here I have a block to store the data, and here I have a block to get the data. So first I will use this block, which is store value to tag and value to store. So here two input you need to provide, but we are going to discuss that later. So let's just try to bind this call to one block, and we are going to use this button click block. Okay, so here I'm saying that whenever person clicks on a button, just call this guy to store value. Now when we want to store value, the value what we want to store is whatever the text that is added in this guy, right? So here value to store would be, for this text box we would have a one field called text. So let's just try to get it. So here we are having this guy database talks, which is a text. So now we are telling this application that whenever a person clicks on a button, I want this text to be saved. And what text? Whatever I'm typing it here. But here we need to give some tag. That means this data, in which name it will be stored. There should be some tag, right? So I will tell you what is this tag. So let me just go to a notepad here. Tag is basically like a key. So whenever I'm saying that Rohit, so Rohit is my name. So what is the key? The key would be here a name, right? So it is just like this is one kind of attribute, and this is a kind of a value. Okay, so this is the tag and this is its value. So tag means just like a key, or I would just say a common name of the data we are using. Okay, so in this case I'm just saying that data of this guy would be whatever user typing it here. Okay, but here we are not telling the tag. So tag, anything we can tell it. So I would go to a text and we'll grab a block here and we'll put it here, and the tag I would put as let's say info, that means information. Okay, now if I click on it, data would be saved, but that means we have added the functionality of storing the data. But how do we get the data? So for that, if you just go to this tinydb component, here we have a block that is saying that get the value of tag. So the same tag name, whatever we have used for storing the data, we need to use for getting the data. Okay, and here there is one more block which says so value if tag is not found. So that means here if we give some other tag name and that is not present in database, what do we want to set a text? So here we can define the text. Okay, so now obviously we want to bind this block to some other block. So what do we want to do? So whenever I launch this application, I want that the data should be read from the database, and whatever the data that is present on the database should be printed here, or I would just say should be added here, right? So where we want to edit, we want to edit to the same text box. So this text box, we should have a block that would just say set text to. So here we have a block set text to. So let's just attach this to block. Now we are saying that the text of this text box should be whatever the value that we are getting from the database with the tag value info. but this block is unattached. We need to attach it to somewhere, so that we can attach it to the screen initialize. So if you go to the screen, we would have a block that would be just like when screen initialize. So whenever screen initialize, we want to do this thing, right? So let me repeat one more time. So whenever screen initializes, we are trying to get the data from the database with the value tag. So whatever the data is there, we want to put on this guy, right? That means on the text box. After that, let's say we add some data, and after that, if we want to save the data, we can just click on this button. So whenever you click on this button, the data would be stored into the database. So let's just see whether it works or not. So first, I would refresh this companion screen. So we'll go to connect and we'll click on refresh companion screen. Okay, so now this is the data we have. My name is Rohit Dharavia. So this is the data which I had stored in the database. So that is why once I reload this application, I can see this is the data. Now let me do one thing. So here I would click on this guy and let me just try to add some other data. So data I will put here is MIT App Inventor is so cool. So this is the data now we have on this text box. Now I will click on save. Okay, so hopefully the data would be saved. And here if you just go to text box, here you can see there is no any block that would just say like data is saved or something. So but we can assume that the data would be saved. But how can I check it? So I can close this application and can open this application again, and I can check it the data is present or not. Okay, so I'm closing this application. Okay, so I have closed this application. Now let me open this application again. So we'll open it. Okay, so I'm opening this application again, and here I can see the data is still there. So that means our application is working fine. We are able to store the data to the database, as well as we are able to get the data from the database. And the component we are using is TinyDB. Okay, so let me just do it one more time. So here again, I would go to this guy and we'll set some text. The text would be, let's say, Rohit. Text would be Rohit Dharavia, that's my name. Okay, and now I will click on save. So the data is saved. Now if I just refresh the screen, I can see the data is still there. Okay, and if I just close this application and open it one more time, still I would have the data because I have stored this data to the database. But the limitation of this TinyDB component is the data will be only for this device. So that means if I just install this application on other device and try to access the data, I won't be having any data. So this is the limitation, and that limitation can be resolved with the TinyWebDB. So that we are going to learn next. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So let's talk about TinyWebDB component. So this is also a non-visible component. It stores the data of app using web services. Here we would have one website. So if you click on this website, the tinywebdb.appinventor.mit.edu. So here you would have an option to create a tag, and in that tag you can store the value as well as you can get the value. But this is stable, but its use is very limited. It's just like for demonstration purpose. So this will give an idea that if you want to create an app like this, you can do like this. But as I said, its use is very limited. We don't use it often, but here I'll tell you how we can use it. And it has a method to store the data as well as to get the data. So if you click on this website, which is tinywebdb.appinventor.mit.edu. So here we have those methods like store the value and get the value. So first we don't have any tags. So just to go to this store value, and here you can have one tag and value. So let's say I would be giving a tag as info data WB for WebDB. Okay, and let me just try to copy this tag somewhere. So I would copy this tag here. Okay, and value we can set it. So if you don't want to give any data, that is also fine. So let's just try to have a value like empty string. So I would have this double quote and I would click on store a value. Okay, so now we have this tag which is info underscore data underscore WB, and the value is just empty string. So if I just click on this guy, return to TinyWebDB main page, and now if I click on this get value, and here if I give the tag name which was info underscore data underscore WB, and now if I click on get value, and here I would have the data. Okay, so I'm having no data as of now. So now let's say again I go to the store value and I write that tag name here, and let's say data I want to change it to let's say Rohit Dharavia, that's my name, and now I will click on store a value. So the data is stored, so I can see this is the tag and this is the data. So now again if I go to this get value, and here if I give the tag name, and now if I click on get value, here I would have the data. The data is Rohit Dharavia. So let's say this is the data that we have added for this tag info_data_wb. So let's just try to use this in MIT App Inventor platform, and let's see how we can play with this component. So here I have the older application, so I would create a new application for this tiny WebDB component. So here I would name the project as tiny WebDB. Okay, so let me just click on OK. So the empty application is loaded here. So let me just quickly set the default property of the screen. So horizontally and vertically center. So that's the first thing we do. Screen orientation would be portrait. The theme would be device default, and let's just uncheck this guy. Okay, so the thing what we are going to learn here is the tiny WebDB component. So just drag it and put it here. So it's a non-visible component, so we are seeing here but not on the UI. Okay, and here the service URL is mentioned. So this is the link that we were trying to access. So this is the guy, tinywebdb.appinventor.mit.edu, and here we have that link. We don't need to change it, but this is what I'm showing you, that this is the service URL from where we are storing and getting the data. Okay, again I'll do the same thing that we did for the tinydb component. We will try to have one text field, in that we can add some data, and using save button we would be storing the data. And whenever we launch the application, that means we are closing the application and launching it one more time, at that time I would want that we would go to this web services, we'll get the data and we'll put on our text box. So first let's just make a UI. So we'll go to user interface and we'll try to have one text field. So where it is, so here I have the text box, and height we would set to 60%. The width would be 90%. The background color would be, let's say right now we will make this background color as light gray. Hint, we can change it to enter your data here, and obviously the text color we can change it to something else. So let's say text color would be white. Yeah, this color doesn't look good, so let's just say the background color of this guy would be let's say we will have a dark black background color and the text color would be white. Okay, now I want this guy to multi-line, so let's just click on this checkbox. So now we have this nice text box here. Let's just try to have one button that would be for save. So the name of this button would be save btn. The shape would be rounded, the width would be 90%, the font size would be 30, the text would be bold, and here we can have a text as save. And let's say the background color of this button would be green. Okay, so we have a nice button here. Now we don't see any space between these two components, so let's just try to put one label between these two components and set the text of that label to empty, so we can see there is space between these two components. Okay, so now our UI is ready. The only thing what we can do here is for this text box we can rename this guy to info_tb, that means info text box. Okay, so now let's just try to add a functionality. So we'll go to a block section. So first what we want to do, whenever the screen is initialized, we want to grab the data from that web service and try to put on our this text box. So for that I would go to this screen and we'll click on this guy and we'll try to find a block that would just say when screen initializes. So here I have the block for screen initialize. Okay, so for a tiny WebDB component I would have a block to get the data. So here I have a block to get the data. So here I have get value tag. Okay, for which tag we want to grab the value. So let's just try to put text here, and the tag would be info_data_wb. So here we have this tag info_data_wb, and the data would be Rohit Darve. So that should be printed whenever I launch this application. Now whenever the screen is initialized, this data I would get, but this would be like a requesting a data. So whenever we get the data, so we would have this guy called like get value. So this is the guy that would be called whenever we are successfully able to get the data. So it will be like whenever we call this guy, we are requesting a web services to get the data with this tag, and whenever we have the data, this guy would be called. So in this variable like a value from db, we would have a data. So let's just try to set this data on this text box. So for that we can go to text box and we would have a block that would be for setting a text. So this is that block. This is like on text box set text, and what text we want this text value from WebDB. Okay, so this would be working fine. So let's see if I just refresh the screen whether it works or not. So I will click on this guy connect and we'll say refresh companion screen. So I can see it is working fine. but only Rohit is printed. Why? Because the data here we're seeing is that is not encoded in the string. So let's just try to do that. So again, I'll go to this guy and we'll store a value, and here we know the tag value would be this. Now this time I would have a data in double quote, so I would write here Rohit Via, and we'll click on store a value. So I can see the data is stored. So now if I refresh the screen, I should have the full data. So let me refresh it. So now I can see the data is there. Okay. So if I change the data from here, so let me just try to go to this value again, store value. The tag was this one. So here I would write the data is MIT App Inventor 2.0, and let's just try to enclose this guy in double quote, and now I will click on store a value. So the data is stored. So let me just refresh the screen. So I would click on this refresh companion screen. So now I will have a data MIT App Inventor 2.0. So this is working fine, right? So now let's just try to have functionality for the save button. So again, I'll go to this button, which is a save button, and we'll try to find a block that would be for clicking a button. So now if I click on this button, I want my data to be stored to that database. So for that, I will go to this TinyWebDB component, and here I would have a block that would be like store data with a tag. So let me just try to attach this block here. And here I just need to give two information. The one is a tag and the one is value to be stored. So value to be stored, we can get it from this text box component, and here we would have a field for text. So I will grab and we'll put it here. In the tag, we know that the tag is the one that we have added a data for. So I will drag this component here, and here I would say the tag name was info_data_db. So now when I click on this guy, data would be saved. And how do we know the data is stored? So for that, we would have one more block that is a value stored. So this guy would be called whenever the data is stored. So here I can just try to put some text that would be like the data is stored or something. So here I would write data is stored. Okay. And we want to display this data to somewhere, right? So for that purpose, let's just try to have one label. So I would be having a label and we'll put it here. And let me just try to rename this label as info label. Okay, and I will remove this text. I will go to a block, and for this info label, I would find a block that would be for setting a text. So I would be attaching this block like this. Okay, so here what I'm doing, here I'm saying that whenever a person clicks on this button, data should be saved, and whenever the data is saved, here I should be having this message data is stored. So similar for this stored value feedback, we can also try to set some text for this get value feedback as well, right? So we can add this block here, and here we can try to have a text is trying to, or I would just say getting the data. Okay, so whenever we launch the application, it would just say getting the data, and whenever we get the data, it would just print the data on this guy. So here after getting the data, we can set a text of this button to got the data. Okay, and after that, whatever the data is that will be printed on this text box, and whenever we click on the save button, the data would be stored, and once we are able to store the data, we would have this message that is data is stored. Okay, so I see there is an issue here. There is info_data_wb has to be there, but here I have wrote is db, so it should be w here. Okay, so now let's see whether it works or not. So let me first refresh the companion screen. So here first it should try to get the data, and here it is able to get the data. The data is MIT App Inventor 2.0. So now let me just try to change this value, and I would just say random data to, or I would write here to a digit, and here I would write db, and now I will click on save. So here I got the text is that is data is stored. So now let's see whether it's correct or not. So I'll go to this guy and we'll click on return to TinyWebDB main page, and now I will click on get value. So now if I just type the tag name, which was info_data_wb, and now if I click on get value, I should have that text. So here I can see random data db. So now I have launched this application, and here I can see the data. So let me refresh it one more time. So here I can see getting the data, and now we got the data, and this is the data. So this is how we can store and retrieve the data from the web services using the tiny WebDB component. So this will be useful when you are making a game and in that you want to store the high score or something, and you can store the high score, and whenever the person is installing that particular application in other mobile, he can easily get the data using this get value API. This was about it. In next video, we are going to discuss about some other components. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this video, we will be talking about spreadsheet storage component. Again, it is also a non-visible component. It can store and receive the data from a Google Sheet, and it uses a Google API. So it's a web-based. You can create your Google Sheet document, and by using Google Sheet APIs, we can store and get the data from that Google Sheet. Okay, so let's see how we can play with this component. So again, I'll go to MIT App Inventor, and here I will create a new project for this spreadsheet component. Okay, so we'll click on Start New Component, and here I would name this project as Spreadsheet. Okay, and let me just try to mirror my phone here. So this is my phone here. Okay, now let me just try to set default properties for the screen. Let's make this guy horizontally and vertically centered. After that, let's just have a screen orientation to be portrait. The theme would be device default, and let's just uncheck this option for title visible. So now the title won't be visible. After that, what we are learning is, so we are learning a spreadsheet. So let's just try to drag and put this component here. It's a non-visible component, so we are seeing it in the separate category, which is a non-visible component. And let's just try to put some components. So here we are going to have one text field and a button. So in text field, we can add any text that we want, and by button, we will be able to save the data to that spreadsheet. Okay. So for that, let's just create a UI. So I would drag the text box component, and let's just say height of this guy would be 60%. The width would be 90%. The background color of this text box would be orange, and we can remove the hint, and here I can write enter your data, and I want it to be multi-line, so we'll click on this option, and then text element would be center. Yeah, so this is it, and after that I would like to have one button. So let me just try to drag one button, and let me put it here. The button name would be save button. The text of that button would be save. The shape would be rounded. The width would be 90%, and let's just say the background color would be green, and let's just have font to be bold, and the font size would be 30. And we don't see any space between these two components, so let's just try to put one label here, and we will set text of that label to empty, so we can see there would be some space created between these two guys. Okay, so I can see that. So our UI is ready, and since we are learning about Google Spreadsheet, so first we need to create a Google Spreadsheet. So what I'll do, I will open a new tab, and from here I will switch to the account, which is this guy, and now I will click on this guy, and here I would find a spreadsheet. So where it is, here we have. So let me just click on this guy. So here we have the spreadsheet. So I would create a new spreadsheet. So we'll click on this blank. Okay, so this is the spreadsheet I have, and let me just try to name this spreadsheet. So I would write here MIT App Inventor data. Okay, so this is the name of the spreadsheet. So to store the data, I would create one Google form, and that form link I will be putting inside the blog section of this application. Okay, so from here I will click on tools, and we'll click on create a new form. Okay. So let's see, the form is loading, and here I have the data like MIT App Inventor data. And here I would take a couple of options. So the question, we can remove it, and from this guy, let me choose the answer would be, it should be a paragraph. Okay? I would be asking user to add some text. Let me just say the question would be simple data. Okay. And after that, just click on here and try to click on this button, get prefilled link. Okay. So here, let's just try to add any data. So I would write here my name. So I would write Rohit Taravia, and we'll click on, let's say, get link. So let's just try to copy this link and put it somewhere. So I'll tell you what we need to do with this link. Okay. So let me just click on copy link. So I have pasted my link here, and here I can see this is a link. Okay. So now what we need to do, we need to simply remove this guy view form, and here we need to type form then response. Okay, then there is this question mark, and then you type here submit equal to capital S, then submit, right? Submit, and then you need to give one more question mark. Okay, so this is the text that you need to be typing here. So instead of that view forum or whatever is there, you just need to type form response then question mark submit equal to submit question mark. Okay, so now let me just try to cover this guy. So here let me just say I will just close this guy, and here I would see in the sheet, so we don't have any data, right? So now if I just try to paste this link here, and if I just type it here, I would be seeing this message, your response has been recorded, and here we should be seeing the data. So I can see there is a data. Now again, if I copy that link, and instead of Rohit Darve, if I type any other name, like say MIT App Inventor, and now if I click on this guy, again there would be a new entry with this data, so I can see MIT App Inventor. Okay, so what we would be doing, we would just try to use this link, and whatever this text is that we will be setting from that our block, right? So let's just try to do that. So in that case, what we are going to do, we will again go to this MIT App Inventor, and for that purpose we need to use this web viewer. So let's just try to drag it and put it here, and if we can click on this guy, we don't want to see this guy, so I would just say it's not visible. Okay, so we have unchecked this option, that means this component is not visible. Okay, now just go to a block section. Here we will try to find a block that would be called whenever a person clicks on a button. So for this save button, I would be using this block. This is the button click. Okay, so whenever a person clicks on button, I want to save the data, or I would just say I want to store the data to the spreadsheet. So again, I can go to this web viewer component, and here I would have a block that would be just like go to this URL. Okay, so I can go like this, and here I have this block which is go to URL. Okay, and now what I need to do, I need to use this guy, that mean this data. Okay, so let me just try to copy this guy, and I will just try to use one join block. So for that, we'll go to a text and we'll try to find a join block, and let me just try to use this empty string, and here I would provide that link. Okay, and what I need to do, I need to have a data here, and what is the data I want? I want whatever the data, whatever user has typed it here. Okay, so for that, for text blocks block, I would try to find a block that would be just like text. Okay, yeah. So now what will happen whenever person clicks on this save button, whatever the data is there, that would be loaded to this app sheet, or I would just say to spreadsheet. Okay, so let's see whether it works or not. So now let me just put my mobile just side by side. So here you can see it's actually working. So you need to focus here. So here you would see a next entry. So whenever I click on this save button, so again I would remove this ABCD and will type new data to be added. Okay, and now I will click on save. So you can see that as soon as I click on save, here the data is loaded, and in this spreadsheet we are able to see the data. Okay, so this is working fine. Now let me test it one more time. So here I would just type what can we type here? So I would write just data is saving. So data is stored to spreadsheet. Okay, now I think there is spelling mistake, so let me just correct it. So I would write spreadsheet. Okay, and now I will click on save. So I can see as soon as I click on save, here the data is loaded, and I can see data is stored to spreadsheet. Okay, so we can see that the store functionality is working fine. So let's just try to implement read functionality in next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in last video, we have seen how we can store the data to the spreadsheet. So whatever we were typing it here, and if we click on save, then the data was storing to this spreadsheet, right? So let me just test it one more time. So here I would just type random data. I will click on, and I will just open this spreadsheet document right here, so you can see the changes. So I will click on save. So I can see the random data is coming. That means spreadsheet response is working fine, whatever the data that we are filling in. And if we click on the save button, the data is storing to this spreadsheet, right? Okay. So now let's just try to add a read functionality. That means I would have one more button, read. So if I click on this guy, whatever the data is there, that would be coming to this guy. So we'll go to this document, and first in the designer section, I will try to add one button that would be like read. Okay, so let me just try to put one button here. So let's just try to set some property of this button. So the name of this button would be read button. The text would be read. The shape would be rounded, the width would be 90%, the font size would be 30, and the font would be bold, and the background color of this to be, let's say, magenta. Why not? In fact, let's change it to red. Okay, and again we don't see any space between these two buttons, so let's just try to put one label between these two buttons, and let's set empty text so we can see there is some space between these two components. Okay, so what do I want? If I click on this read button, whatever this data is there, like Rohit Darawa, MIT App Inventor, ABCD, new data to be added, and this all data should be coming on this text box. So let's just try to implement this guy. Okay, so for that purpose we need to implement the read functionality. So whatever the code would be there, that would be on this guy. So when a person clicks on this read button, we need to go it here. Okay, for that purpose we need to use one block, that would be a web. So from connectivity you need to use this web block. So let's just try to get it and put it here. So here I have a web view. Okay, so now in web we need to give here a URL. So for that, again go to this spreadsheet document and let's just click on share. And after that, just change this option to anyone with the link. Okay, and now let's just click on copy link, and let me just try to paste this link first in Notepad so I can see the link. So now let's just try to export this data in CSV so we can use it later. So what we will do, this is the link we have, right? There is a spreadsheet, then /d, and this is the data, and after that we have this edit $USP equal to sharing. So just remove this part and here write export, then then write format equal to CSV. So that means we are trying to load this data, or I would just say export this data in CSV format. So let's just try to copy this link and let's just go to this guy and let's put it on this URL. Okay, so now we have added this URL here. Now let's just go to a block section and let's just try to have a data here. Okay, so what we will do, I would click on block, and whenever person clicks on read button from web component, I would try to call this guy, which is a get. Okay, call web1.get. So that means it will go to this guy and this link, and whatever the data is there, that it will try to get in CSV format. Okay, and again this is just like a request. So whenever you call this guy, it would request the data on this link in this CSV format. So, and how do we know when the data is received? So in that case we have one more block, that is a got text. Okay, so whenever this guy is invoked, that means we would have some data. So what we need to do, whatever this response content is there, that we need to print it, right? So that's the only thing we want. So now this data we would be getting in this response content. So what we can do, we can create a list, because if you see here, it's just like a table like format. So here we have a data in like column 2, and here we have a timestamp in column 1. So basically we can create one list out of it, and this is the data that we can print it. So for that purpose, let's just try to have an empty list. So to that, I would just use one global variable. So we'll go to this variable and we'll try to say initialize the global to some empty list, right? And let's just say the name of this variable would be data item list or something. So I would write here data item list, and since I want to create a list, I would click on list and would try to just say create empty list. So what we have done here, we have created one empty list, and that is a global list. Okay, now what we can do, we can simply go to this block and just try to get this response content, and let's just say this is the block we are going to use it, and this would be again the CSV format. So if you just click on list, we would have one field that would be like a list from CSV table text. Okay, so here let's just try to find it there. This is just like a list from CSV table text. So let's just attach this to block. So now here we will be having a list of the data. Now what we need to do, we just need to assign this data to this global variable, which was the data item list. So for that, just click on get and just try to have this set block, and just select this data item list block and just attach this block. Okay, so now what we have done till now, we are just saying that whenever person clicks on red button, just try to call this get for this web component. And here we have mentioned one URL, and this URL is for that spreadsheet document. So whatever the spreadsheet is there, that would be having a data in CSV format. And after that, here we are saying that whatever the data that is there in the CSV format, just create one list out of it and just assign this list to this global variable. Okay, so now what we are going to do, we just need to iterate through each item of the list and just need to print the data. So that's the only thing we want, right? Okay, so that thing is confirmed that we will be getting the data in terms of list in this variable. So let's just try to print this list in this text box. So what we will do, we'll go to this text box component, and here we would try to find a block for setting a text. So this is the block to set a text. And now we want to get the list. So if you just hover your cursor over here, you would find a field for getting the list variable, right? So now let's just try to drag this component and let's just put it here. And now I will see whether it works or not. So now I will click on read. So I have just clicked, and here I can see I am getting the full data. So this is the Excel sheet, or I would just say spreadsheet. And here we are having the data. So the first entry of this list is timesheet and data, so that I can see here. The second entry is the date, and we have the data here, so that is fine. Okay, so the data is Rohit Darve, that we can see here. The third entry is date in time, and then MIT App Inventor, so this is fine. So here you can clearly see that it is a list of list. So we have a list, and each item of the list is again a list. So in general, we can say that it is a list of lists. So what we can do, if we just want to print this data only, that means we don't want to print this time, we just only want to print this guy, that means this data. Okay, for that what we can do, we can iterate through each item of the list, and we can just say that this is a list. So we can just try to grab the data what is at the index 2, that means this guy. Okay, so let's just try to do it in MIT App Inventor. So here I will just try to have one variable. So let's just try to say this variable would be data, and let's just try to set some empty text. Okay, now we want to iterate through each item of the list, right? So if you just go to this control, here you would have a field for iterating through each item of the list. So this is that block. So this block says that iterate through each item of the list. And which list? The list what we have created. So that is this list, data item list. So let's just try to have get of this block and just put it here. Okay, so now this is just like iterating through each item of the list. So first just set empty text to this data variable. So we'll click on variable, and we'll just try to say set data to empty text. Okay, now we will iterate. So now from item, we just need to access to the data which is at the index 2, right? So from that list, we would try to find a block that would just say select list item from that list with particular index. Okay, so this is there, select list item from list and to the index. Okay, and here the index would be 2 because the first index is that time step or something, and the second index is the data. Okay, so from math, just try to have this guy, and let's say here it would be 2. Okay, and the list would be this guy, get item. Okay, so now in this one we would have that data, but what we want to do, we want to set this text to some variable, right? What we are going to do, we will try to append this data value. So that means first we will have data, after that we would have data Rohit Darve, after that we would have a text MIT App Inventor, after that we would have a text ABCD. That means, let me just show you in Notepad. So that means what I'm trying to say here, we have 7 data, right, of this spreadsheet, like Rohit Darve, MIT App Inventor, ABCD and all. So in that data variable, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to grab a first data, then I would just provide comma or space, and then I would just say second data like this, then I would again give a comma, and then I would just say ABCD. Okay, so that means I would just try to have all the data in one single variable, and then whatever this data is there in this variable, I would try to put on this text box. Okay, so for that purpose I'm doing this. So let's just try to say, once we get the data, first we will say empty data, and after that we want to join the block one by one, and the block would be iterate through each item of the list and get the data of that particular list using the indexing, and the index would be 2. Okay, so for that purpose, let's just try to use a join block, and here I would have a join block. And in join block we need to give two things. The one is data, the other is comma, right? So the thing I would be taking here is this guy, which would be a comma, and before that it would be a data. Okay, so the data would be this guy, which is select the data from that list, and the data would be an individual list, and inside that list just get the data from the index 2. Okay, so we would have this guy. Now we will have a data here, but we want to append this data to this data text variable. So again I will click on this guy. I will try to have one string here, and here I would just try to use get global data. So let me just try to go to this guy and just try to get this block, get global data, and let me just try to put it here. Okay, so now I would just try to use a set of this global data. So we'll click on this guy, we'll try to find a set of this blogger, and we'll put it here. So this would be a final code. Okay, and what we will do, we will just try to put this guy here. Okay, so that means what we are doing here, we are just saying that first set the data variable to empty string. Okay, after that just try to rotate each item one by one, which is a list, and inside the list just try to grab the data only. That means we will ignore the timestamp, we will just try to grab the data, and we would make a one string that would be just like data comma data of the list index 2, data of the list item at 3 index, and just like we are going to append the data. So at the end we would be having one string, and that would be just like this: one data, then comma, then second data, then comma, then third data. Okay, and at the end we will just try to set this variable to our text box, right? So for that purpose, let's just go to a text box, and here you should find a block that would just say set text to. Okay, this is the guy, and here you just need to use a global data. So I would write get block of this data, and let's just put it here. So I think this should be working fine, so let's just verify it. So here first I will clear this data. So let me just try to clear this data. Okay, and now let's just open this guy, and here I would add some more data. So we'll see at least the save functionality is not broken. Okay, so I would write here new data is on the way. I think there is spelling mistake, it should be on the way. Okay, so now I will click on save, and here you should be seeing that the new data is coming here. So let me just click on save. Okay, so I can see the data is there. So in the spreadsheet the new data is added, so I can see the new data is on the way. Okay, now let's just go to MIT App Inventor and see whether the read is working fine or not. So I will click on read. So I can see the read is working fine. So here we have a Rohit Darwar, then we have MIT App Inventor, then ABCD. So let's just try to compare on this guy. So then there is a string like this, and at the end we have data is on the way. So our functionality is working fine. We are able to read the data from that spreadsheet, and also in the previous video we were able to save the data. So this is how you can use a spreadsheet document to store and retype the data. And by the way, this is the flexibility here, because if I just try to change the data here, like new data, and let's just say here I would change the data to Rohit, then underscore Darwar, and here I would change it to let's say MIT App Inventor. I would write 2.0, then I would write A B C D E F G H I, and then now if I click on read, I would have a completely different data. That means whatever that was there in the spreadsheet. Okay, so we can see that operation is working fine. That means even if I change the data from this Google spreadsheet, that if I just try to read it, it will give me the updated data, and if I click any data to share here, it will work fine. So if I just try to let's say delete the data, so let me just try to delete the data like this, and let me just try to put some string here that would be, let's just say 1 digit like this, and I will click on save, and so I can say this is also working fine. So here I have a data. So now if I click on read, I would be having the last item that should be a digit. So this is what we have just filled it. Okay, so read and write operation from spreadsheet is working fine. So this you can use it to create any project in which you would have one Google sheet, and that you will try to fill the data, and from your app you will be able to read and write the data. Okay, so this is about it, and next video we will be talking about some other components. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So from next video, we are going to make our application that would be increment and decrement counter. So it would be very simple. It would just give us couple of button. So if you click on it, the counter will increase. If you click on the other button, the counter will decrease. And if you click on the reset button, the counter will reset to 0. So let me just show you how the UI would look like. So this is how our application would look. And here we have the counter value is 0 and we have button increment and decrement and we have button reset. So if I keep on pressing this button, so this value will increase. So if you can see that if I'm clicking here, the value is increasing. If I click on the decrease button, or I would just say decrement button, the counter value will decrease by 1. And if I click on reset, it will reset to 0. So one more time, if I click on decrement, the value would just decremented by 1. If I click on increment, the value would be incremented by 1. And if I click on reset, it would reset to 0. So this is the basic mobile app that we are going to make from next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So let's just make increment and decrement count application. So here we would have a UI in which there would be 3 buttons. So if you press on one button, whatever the count is there, that should be incremented by 1. If you just tap on decrement button, the count should be decremented by 1. And if you click on reset, it should be reset to 0. So in this video, we would just make a UI of our application. In the next video, we would have a block section where we would just integrate the functionality. So let's just start with making UI in this video. So we will go to MIT App Inventor platform. So this is the phone screen and this is the MIT App Inventor platform. And here I would click on start new project. So the name would be app because we are currently making application, and let's just name this application as increment decrement counter. So in short form, I will write like this. Okay, so let's just click on OK. So now our application is loaded. So let's just make the default screen setting that we do for every application. So align horizontal would be center, align vertical would be center. Okay, then the screen orientation we would set to portrait. Let's just say the theme would be device default, and this title visible we would uncheck. So currently we are seeing this screen 1 title. We don't want to show it, so we would just click on this guy. So that means the title won't be visible. Okay, now our screen is ready. We can start adding the component. So very first component I would add is a label. So this label would show the current counter. So let's just have this label, and let's just say the background color of this label would be orange. And let's say font would be bold. The font size, let's make it to 50. And let's just change the font typeface to sans serif. And the height, let's just be it is, that means automatic we would set. The width, we can set it to maybe 50%, or let's just say it is to be a 55%. Okay. And here we would just have a counter. So initially it would be 0. Okay, and the text align we would set it to center. So now we have a nice label here which would just tell you the current counter. So initially the counter would be 0. So right now I'm setting this counter as 0. Now we need to add button. The one would be for incrementing the value and the other button would be for decrementing the value. So what we are going to do, we are going to have one layout, or I would just say horizontal layout. In that one we are going to put our button side by side. So let's just go to layout component and just try to grab this guy, horizontal layout, and let's just see what is the property we can set it. So height, let's just set 10%. So we want only 10% height for this layout. Okay, now let's just try to add a button over there. So from user interface I would grab one button. This would be for increment and the other button would be for decrement. So let me just try to grab it, and in fact why it is not going like this. First, the horizontal layout width should be incremented. So width currently is automatic, so let's just set it to 96%. So now we would have some space, and here we can add the other button. Now again we'll go to a button and we'll add the second button just here. Okay, and let's see what is the property we can set it. So remember, for horizontal arrangement we can have this alignment. So we would have this alignment as center and this vertical alignment is center as well. Okay, now we'll go to button, and the very first thing what we are going to change is the font size. So let's just have a font size as 18. Why not? Height, let's just set to 20%. And what else we can change it? So now let's just change the font of this guy. So instead of text button 1, we would have a font as or I would just say text is increment. Okay, similar for next button we would have font is decrement. So let's just set it. Okay, now let's just change the property of this button. So we can have a font bold. Okay, The background color we can change it to green. And now let's say height is 20%, that is fine. Increment is fine and center is fine. So yeah, we are done with setting the property. Now let's go to the other button. For decrement, let's just have a background color something different. So we have green color for increment, so let's just have a red color for decrement. So we'll go to a default, and from this guy I would select the background color for this button, that is currently red. Okay, similar to the button one, we would have a font size to 18 here as well. So let's just change the shape of this button to rounded. Okay, and what else we can change? The height, obviously we can change it to, so for this button also we would change the height to 20%. So I would write here 20, not 29. Okay, yeah, so we have a nice button like this. Okay, and what else we can do? Yeah, now let me just try to have a width of this button, or I would just say width of this button is automatic. Instead of that, I would just say width of this button should be fill parent. Similar for button 2, I would just say width of this button should be fill parent. So I would click on fill parent and we'll click on OK. Okay, so now we have two buttons just side by side like that. Okay, so this is fine. Now we don't see any space between this label and button, so let's just have an empty label between these two guys, and let's just set empty text, so we will have some space between these two components. Okay, yeah, so this is fine now. Now one more thing we can do, the font size looks a bit smaller, so let's just increase it to maybe 24. Yeah, so this looks better. For button 2 also I would have a font size to 24. Okay, and let's just have a bold for this button 2 as well. Yeah, this looks better now. And now for button 1, let's just rename this button to something, let's say increment underscore button. For button 2, we would name this button as decrement underscore btn. Okay, and this is the label for score label, so here I can write a score label. Okay, yeah, now this is done. Now we want one more button, that is just to reset the score, right? That means reset this guy, whatever the current count is there. Now there is no space between this increment and decrement button, so we can have one more label between these two buttons, and we can set empty text, so we would have some space between these two buttons. So now we can see we have a nice space between these two buttons. Okay, and now what we can do, we can have one more button, that is just to reset this value. That means if we keep on pressing this increment button, the whatever the count is, that will increment it. So if I press on first time, the count would be 1. If I press on again, the here 2 number will be printed. But what if I want to reset to 0? So in that case, we need to have one button that would just say reset. So for this, I would just drag one button and we'll put it here, and let's just name this button as a reset button. Now let's just have a similar property for this button as well. So if we would have a font size as 24, the text would be let's say reset. Okay, and font would be bold. The height would be, let's say, was that a 20%? I think there was a 20% height, right? So let's just have a height would be 20%, and that looks too big, but we are going to make it small, don't worry. So first let me just try to have a shape of this button to rounded. Yeah, this looks better now. And height, let's just change it to maybe 10%. Yeah, this is better now. And yeah, that's it. And in fact, the width of this button is not that good, so let's just have width as maybe 55%. Okay, so this is good now. Now one thing we can see clearly, that there is no space between this reset button and this increment decrement button. So for that, we can have one empty label, or I would just say have one label and set empty text, so that would create some space between these two components. Okay, so we have our UI ready. We have this increment button, so if you click on it, nothing would happen. We have a decrement button and we have a reset button as well, and here there is a score. So our application UI is ready. So in next video, we are going to integrate the functionality. So that means we would go to a block section and we would add a code that would work. That means if we click on increment, here the count will increment to 1, and if you click on decrement, the count would decremented by 1, and if you click on reset, the value would be reset to 0. The one thing is remaining. Okay, and yeah, I can see there is one thing remaining. We can have some background color for this button as well. So let's just have a magenta color. Yeah, so our UI is ready. So let's just go to our next video where I'll just show you how to integrate the functionality for this application. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in last video we had created a UI of this application in which we had used this component like label, horizontal layout and the button, and we are able to make a UI. Here we have a nice 3 buttons. So one button is there for incrementing the count, the other button is there for decrement the count, and there is one more button for reset. So let's just have a functionality. So our functionality is simple. If I click on this guy, the value whatever is there, that should be incremented by 1. So let's just go to a block section from where we can add the functionality. So I am right now in a block section. So first we will try to have a functionality for incrementing, right? So we'll click on this increment button. Here we would have a block that would be called when you click on a button. So that is that block. So here we are saying that when I click on this button, do, but what we want to do that we haven't told yet. So let's just do that. So here we want to set a text on this label, right? So for this label, where is that label? The score label. We would have a field that would just say set text to. So here we are having set text to this label. Now what text we want to set? Whatever the text is there, that we want to increment it by 1, right? So we'll go to a math block, and here we would have operation for math. So there we have, and we want to increment it by 1. So let's just go to maths, and here let's just have a value 1. So here we are saying that set a text of something plus 1. Now what something is there? Here we need to get the current text of this label. So in that case, we can go to this label, score label, and here we would have a field for text. So this is there. So this is done. Now what we are saying here, we are saying that whenever a person clicks on this button, just grab the current text of a button, that means this guy 0, 1, whatever, and just add it to 1. That means if it is 0, just have 1. If it is 2, we are going to add 1. That means it will be 3. And then, so whatever this guy is there, just set a text to this label. So let's see whether it works or not. So I will click on increment. So I can see that if I click on increment, every time the text is changed, and or I would just say text is incremented by 1. Okay, so this is working fine. If I keep on pressing this button, like right now I'm tapping on this button from my mobile, so I can see that the count is incremented, and every time it is incremented by 1. So let's just have a functionality for the button. So in that case, we will try to add a functionality for this decrement button. So I would grab this block, and here very similar thing we want to do, but instead of increment, it should be decremented. So we will just remove this block. And let me just try to go to a maths, and here we would have a block for decrementing, and same thing we want to do. First we want to have the current text. So here I am setting it current text. Instead of +1, we want to do -1. So here we have a block for minus. So from math, I would grab this constant, and here I would add 1. That means I would subtract 1 from the current text. So let's see whether it works or not. So now if I click on plus, it will be incremented, and if I click on decrement button, the value would be decremented by 1. So I can see increment decrement is working fine. So if I keep on pressing increment, it will increment. If I click on decrement button, the count will decremented by 1. Okay. Now let's just have a final functionality for this reset button. So we'll go to the reset button, dot click block we will call, and simply we want to set a text to 0. So what we are going to do, in the score label, we would have a block for setting text. So that block is here, and we want to set a text to 0. So simply from math, we can have a block for 0. That's it. So now everything should be working fine. So let's just verify the functionality. So now if I click on increment, I can see the counter is incremented by 1. If I click on decrement, the counter is decrementing by 1. So we can see that it is working fine. Now if I click on reset, the counter will reset to 0. Okay. So again, if I keep on pressing increment, the counter will increment. If I press on decrement, the counter will decremented by 1. If I click on reset, the counter will reset to 0. Okay, so we are done with this application. So let's just try to make other application from next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So from next video, we are going to make other mobile application that would be age calculator. So it will allow us to select 2 dates, and between 2 dates, it will just tell you your age. So let me just show you how our application would look like. So this is our age calculator app. So here I will click on this select your date of birth. So let's say I would select date of birth is, let me just say it would be 1993. The month would be, let's say, October, and the date would be 8. Okay, so the date I have selected is 8th October 1992. And let's say I will select the date that is November 2022 and 3rd. So 3rd November 2022. So if I click on calculator, it will tell you that the person is 30 years and 1 month old. Let's say if I want to change the date, so let's say I would change the date to let's say it would be 2020, and here I would select the date is 1st December 2022. So now if I click on calculated, it would just say the person is 2 years and 11 months old. Okay, so this is the application that we are going to make from next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So let's just make the other application, which would be age calculator. So first we will make a UI and then we are going to integrate the functionality. So in this video, we will just focus on making UI. Okay, so here we have a platform. So we'll go to projects and we'll click on start new project. And here, this is the app that we are making. So let's just have a name as app. And what we are going to make, we are going to make age calculator. So let's just name this guy as age calculator. Okay. So very straightforward. We are going to allow user to have two choices. That means we will allow user to select 2 days. The one would be his birth date or whatever the date he want to select, and the one would be the current date. So whatever these 2 dates are there, we are going to find a difference between these 2 dates, and we are going to say that person that this is your age. Okay, that means basically we are going to tell the difference between those 2 dates. So first, let's just have a default screen property for this guy. So I'm going to make this guy as horizontally and vertically center, and then the screen orientation would be portrait. The theme would be device default, and we would uncheck this option. So default properties are there. Now let's just have one horizontal layout because we want to have 2 dates. So to place this component side by side, we are going to use a horizontal layout. Okay. Now this is fine. What we can do, the width of this guy, we can change it to something what is more than this guy. So let's just have a width of this guy is 98%. Okay. Okay, so here we can put our component. Now we want to have a date picker because from there only we can allow user to select a date. So let's just have a date picker component here. So this is the date picker component. Okay, and let's just try to define some property. Okay, so the font would be bold, and what else we can give? This is a 98%, right? And we want to have a 2 of this guy. So let's just have width of this guy is 48%. Okay. And shape is fine, but yeah, let's just have a shape is rounded so we can see it clearly. Now the text of this guy would be select your date of birth. Okay. That means DOB in short form. Yeah, this is fine. And let's just have one other date picker that would be for a current date or whatever the other date user has selected. Okay, and here we would write age on the date. Let's just have width of this guy as 48 as well. The shape would be rounded, and yeah, pretty much it. Let's just have font as bold, and we can see we have this 2 date picker, right? Now let's just try to create some space between these 2 components, and for that purpose we are going to use one label, and we are going to put that label in between these 2 components, and let's just set empty text so it would create some space between these 2 components. Okay, so now we have a nice space between these 2 components. So let's see whether it works or not. So if I click on select TOB, so here we would ask user to select any date. So here user can choose a date from any year or any month. Okay, this is working fine. And if user clicks on this guy, he can select the other date as well. Okay, now let's just try to have one button that would be just like calculate age or something. So once user clicks on it, the age will be calculated and we can show the user that this is your age. Okay, so let's just go to this UI component and try to grab one component button, and let's just put it here. And we are going to tell here that calculate age. Okay, very straightforward name we are going to give. And what are the properties we can set? So let's just have font as bold, width is fine, height is also fine, text is also fine. Let's just have a shape to be rounded. Yeah, this is fine now. And again, we don't see any space between these 2 components. We're going to put one label between these 2 components. That means horizontal layout and a button. And let's just remove the text so it would create some space between these 2 components. So yeah, I think our UI is ready. We don't do anything else because we have 2 date picker block from where user can select the date. And here we are having one button to calculate that. So our UI is ready. So let's just go to next video where I will tell you how to integrate the functionality in this application. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in last video, we had created a UI of our age calculator application. So let's just try to integrate the functionality in this video. So these components are fine, but we can rename this component so that it will make more sense when we are actually trying to add a code for it. So date picker one, we can rename this guy to let's say start date. Date picker, let's just have start the date picker, and for this component we can rename this guy to end date picker, so short form I'll write a DP. And for this button I would rename this button to calculate age button. Okay, so we have renamed this component. Now let's just go to the block section. So I would click on this guy, and here I will try to add a block. First thing what I want to do, whenever users select a date on this block, the date should be printed here. That means, let's say if I go to this guy and if I click on this guy and if I just say OK, so the text of this date picker block should be changed to whatever the date that user has selected. So if it is the 5th January 2022, so it should be 05/06/2022. That is what I want. Okay. So for that, let's just go to a block section, and from the first block, or I would just say from date picker block, we would have a block that would just say after date set. So this is the guy that we need to use. So this block would be called whenever user select any date. Now what do I want? I want to have some text on this particular block. So for this field, I would try to find a field that would just say set text. So here we have a field for set text. Okay. Now what text I want? I want that it should be date/month/year. Okay. So that means I want to do some string operation. I want to join 3 string, day, month and year. So from this component, we can have a date. So let me just try to grab it. So this is the day we have. Similar way, I want to have a month as well. So this is the month I have. And similar way, I want to have a year as well. Okay. So we have this 3 string. Now I want to join this 3 string with slash. So for that I need to use a string block that I can find it from text. And here I would have a join block, so I can simply get it. Now we want first day. So here we have a day. Then I want a slash. So from this text block I would get this empty string and we'll try to add a slash there. Okay. Now I want to add a month as well. So what we can do, we can click on this guy. And from here we can pick this string and can attach it here. Now we want 2 more for month and we want 2 more for year. So I will grab like this. Okay. So now we have a day, then slash, then we want month, then again we want slash. So let's just try to grab it here, and then we want a year. Okay. So let's see whether it works or not. So I would click on select your date of birth, and I would select the date is this guy, and we'll click on OK. So I can see here, I can see 10th February 2023. Now again I will click on this button and would try to grab the other date. So currently I would select the date is 2007 and February 2. So I will click on OK. So here I can see 2/2/2007. So this is working fine. So similar to a start date picker block, we want to have this functionality in end date picker block as well, right? So let's just copy this guy and let's just paste it here. And from here I would change the block to end date picker, and here I will change end date picker as well. From here also I would change end date picker, from here end date picker, and from here end date picker. So now we have similar functionality for this second date picker block as well. So let's see whether it works or not. So from this guy I would change the other date. So let me just try to have a date of 1992, then the month would be June and the date would be 12th, and I will click on OK. So here I can see 12th June 1992 date is selected. Now I would check this functionality on this second date picker block is working or not. So I would click on this guy, and from here I would just try to have a date which is 2002, and let's just say January 5, and we'll click on OK. So here also I can see it is working fine. So I can see 5th January 2012 is selected. So that means these 2 functionalities is working fine. So let's just try to have a functionality for calculate age. So here what we need to do, we need to do some math operations. That means whatever this year is selected, like 2012, from that we need to subtract this year 1992. So if we subtract this 2012 minus 1992, we would get the age of a person in years. So let's just try to have a functionality for this guy. So for this calculate button, we would try to have a block that would just say when I click on this button. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to set a text on this button. So let's just try to go to this button and try to find a block that would just say set text to. So here we have set text to. Okay, now first we want to grab this year field, and from that we want to subtract this guy. Okay, so what we will do, we will go to a math block and we'll try to find a block that would just say subtract. So let's just get it. Now first we want to have this field. That means we want to have this guy's year. From this guy we want to subtract this guy here. Okay, so let's just try to have a year. Let's just copy this block, Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V, and let's just try to have this year block. So I will click on this guy, Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V, and we'll try to put it here. Okay, and now I would just attach this block here so that we would have a year. But here this would just print a digit like 25, 26 or whatever. So let me just click on calculate. So here I can see 20. So this person is 20 years old. Now if I just click on this guy and let me just try to select a different year. So I would select right now the year is 1934 and we click on OK. So now if I click on this button, the age would be changed. So I can see the age is 78 years. But here only digit is written. We can also write like years or something. So what we are going to do, we will just unplug this block and we would have this text field. And from that I would get a join. So I would put this guy here and I would add a text like years or something. So let me just try to have it and I would write here years. Okay, so now if I click on this guy, I can see it's 78 years. But again there is some mistake. There is no space between these two components. So we can provide space and then we can have enter. So let's see. So now it is working fine. Okay, so now if I click on this date picker block 1 and if I select some other date, let's say it would be 1990, and if I click on OK, so now if I click on this button, the age would be 22 years. So I can see this is working fine. Okay, so this functionality is done for a year calculation. So let's just try to test it one more time. So now I'm just saying that the person is born on, let's say 2022. Okay, and current I would select the date is 2023. Okay, so now if I click on this guy, the age is 1 year. That is fine. Now but what will happen if I just select here, let's say 23, and if I click on OK, so it's a 0. That is also fine. But now what will happen if I just select here a year like 2032 and we'll click on OK. So we are saying it's a -9 year. Okay, so here we can add some condition like if the subtraction year is minus than 0, then just to say 0 years or something. So what we can do, we can have one variable that we can track it. So for that, let me just try to go to a variable and let me have this guy. So here I'm just saying I'm taking one global variable and that variable name would be years. And let me just try to initialize this variable to 0. Okay, and here, so first whatever the subtraction result I will get, I would assign it that to a one variable, and that is this guy, the global variable. So I'll go to a variable and here I would have field set to. So I would just say set this variable to this guy. That means whatever the result I'm getting, I would set this guy to this variable. Then before just simply printing on this label, I would first compare whether the answer is less than 0. If it is less than 0, I would print 0. Otherwise, we would just set it X. So I will go to this block control and here I would try to find a block like if and else. Okay, so from this guy, I would take this block if and else. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to compare here whether this global years value is less than 0 or not. So now I need to compare this value. If it is less than 0, I want to say 0 years. I don't want to say negative year. Okay, so from math block we would have a field. So let me just try to grab this guy and here we want to select a less than. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, I'm going to just get the value of this year. So for that we can go to variable and here we would have a get block. So I can put it here and I want to select the years here. So here I'm saying that if the year value is less than some value, so let me just try to put a 0 here. Okay, so currently we are saying that if the year's value is less than 0, so that we will connect this block to if. So we are checking here, if the year value is less than 0, we want to do something. So that part we can put in then. So what we are going to do, we are going to say this variable would be set to 0. So let me just try to delete this block and here from math block, let me grab a 0. Okay. So one more time, what we are doing here, first whenever person clicks on this button, we will try to find a difference between this year and this year. That means the end year and start year. So if that year count is less than 0, we are going to reset the value to 0. Otherwise, we are not going to do anything. Okay. And then we will just try to set this text to this global variable value. So let me just try to grab this get value and let me just put it here. So now it should be working fine. So I have refreshed the screen. So let's just check it one more time. So I would click on this guy, select your date of birth. So here I would select today's date, that is 7th February 2023. Now I will click on this other date picker and I would select the same date and I would click on calculate age. So I can see it's a 0 year. So this is working fine. Now what I'll do, I would select the year which is less than the current year. So I would go to this guy and would select the year 2022 and I will click on OK. Now if we don't have this code, the answer would be -1, but since we have added this code, the answer should be 0. So let me click on this button. So I can see the answer is 0. So now we want print the negative year or a minus year. So this is working fine. So we have added the functionality, and I think if you can see here, we don't need this else block. So we can click on this guy, and from this block we can remove the else block. Okay, yeah, so this is fine. Now we are done with this year calculation, and let's just verify one more time. And here I would just select a year which is maybe 1985. I will click on OK and I will click on this year. So I can see it's 37 year. So this year calculation is working fine. So the month calculation, that I'll leave up to you. So that is your assignment. So you should be able to do it. So if you're not able to do so, just let me know. So I'll give you the answer. So let's just try to make some other application from next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So now we are going to make other mobile application which would be a number conversion. So it will allow us facility to convert our number from decimal to binary or decimal to hex. So let me just show you how our application would look like. So this is our application, and here there is one field to type a number, and it is saying that type a decimal number, and there are two buttons. The one is binary and the one is hex. Now I will click on this type decimal number. Let's say I would type a number as 100. Okay. And now I will click on binary. So I can see the binary of 100 is this, and the hex of this number 100 is this guy. Okay. Now I will type a number 32. So we know that the 32 decimal means the hex would be, let's say it would be 20, and the binary would be like 1 and 50. So let's see whether it works or not. So now I will click on binary. So I can see 1 and there are 5 zeros are there. That means the conversion into binary number is working fine. Now I will click on hex. The answer should be 20. So I can see that is also working fine. So let's just try to make this application from next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So now we are going to make an application that would be a number conversion app, which means here we will allow user to enter some number and our app will be able to convert that number into a binary or hex number. So let's just see how we can make this application. So in this video, we are going to make a UI of this application, and in next video, we are going to add the block section and we'll try to integrate the functionality and we'll make it working. So let's just start making UI in this video. So first we will go to the MIT App Inventor platform. So I will click on projects and we'll click on start new project. And here we are going to make one application, and the name of application is number conversion. So I would write here number conversion. Okay. So the new fresh screen is loaded. So here first we will try to do the default screen setting that we do for every single app that we make. So first I will make this guy horizontally and vertically center. Okay, after that I would make the screen orientation to portrait. The theme would be device default, and I would uncheck this option because I don't want title to visible on the screen. Okay, so I will click on this guy. So now our fresh empty screen is loaded. We want our app to take input from users. So in that case, we need to use this text box. So let me just try to drag it and put it here. Now we can increase the height and width of this guy. So width, I will change it to, let's say 90, maybe 98%. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And this should be single line. So I won't be clicking on multi-line. And here I want user to enter only a number. So I would click on this guy. That means he can enter only a number. And here hint, I can change it. Here I would write type decimal number. So let me just write here type decimal number. So that would be a hint. Okay. Now what else we can change? So font size, we can change it if we want. So okay, I won't be changing. So this is fine now. And text element, I would change to center, and default text, I would set to 0. Okay. Yeah, this is fine now. So here I can change the component name of this guy to decimal input text box. Okay. After that, I need to add two buttons. The one button is for converting a number into binary, and the other button would be converting a number into hex. So let me just quickly add two buttons. So here would be button 1 and here that would be button 2. So the button 1 name I can change it to, let's say, binary button, and again width of this guy would be 98%. The shape would be rounded, and for the button 2 I would rename this button to hex button, and the width of this button would be 98%, and let's change the shape to rounded. Okay, so now I can see there are two buttons and I don't see any space between these two buttons. So first let's just try to have a space between these two buttons using a label. So I will put one label between these two components and I will remove the text. So now I would have some space between these two components. Okay, and now on binary button, what I'll do, I will change the text to binary, and for hex button I will change the text to hex. Okay, and I see there is too much space between these two buttons. So what I can do, I can go to a label, and height I can change it to maybe 5 pixels. So let's see whether it works or not. Yeah, 5 pixels is fine. I think I can still change it to, let's say, maybe 3 pixels. So let's see. Yeah, I'm happy with these changes. So I would put a 3 pixel space between the binary and hex button. Okay, so now once I click on this button, I want my result to be printed in that particular format, right? So that means if I click on the binary number, I want my decimal number to be printed on binary, and if I click on hex button, I want my number to be printed on the hex format. So I need some place where I can put my result. So for that purpose, I'll be using one label, and I will try to put this label between these two guys. The one is the input box and the other one would be the button, and here I can change the name of, let's say, result label. Okay, and this is the result. So I would try to indicate here something. So I would write here 0, and just to make it obviously different, I would also set some background color on this guy. So let me set background color as green. In fact, I will go to custom color, and from here I would try to choose a color which is, let's say, this guy. Okay, yeah, so I have this color. Now width I will change it to 98%. Okay, font size I will change it to, let's say, 25. Okay, and again text element would be center, and font color I can change it to maybe white. So from here I would change the text color to white, and let's say font would be a bold. Okay, so now I have a UI ready. Now one more thing I want to do, I want to have one image here. So for that purpose I would go to image and will try to pick one image component here. Okay, and I would just say height would be let's say fill parent. Okay, and width would be, let's say, fill parent, why not? Okay, so here I want to load one image. So let me just try to click on this picture, and we'll click on upload file. We'll click on choose file, and from MIT App Inventor I have image, that is numbers.jpg, and I will click on OK. So we have to wait till it's loaded. So I can see the image is loaded now, and I can see images here. Okay, now it's not too big image, that is why we can see like this, but this is how we can load the image. Okay, so yeah, this is fine, but it would be good to add some space here. So what I'll do, I'll put one label somewhere here. Okay, we'll remove the text, and let's try to change the height of this guy to, let's say, 20%. Okay, yeah, so this looks better now. Okay, now let's do one thing. So here you can see UI doesn't look good, but we have to focus on this guy because this is the actual font. So here you can see that is my actual font. Okay, and this is not the actual font. So even if you don't see UI okay here, that's fine. You can change this guy to something else, so you can see the exact UI right now. So on iOS 13 the UI would be like this. Okay, so we have our UI ready. So let's just try to add the functionality in the next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in last video we had made a UI of our number conversion application. In this video we will try to add the block section, or I would just say we will try to integrate the functionality. So functionality is very simple. Here let's say user will be entering one number. So user entered a number, let's say 285, and we'll click on OK. So if I click on binary, so it should be able to convert this number into binary, and the binary result should be printed on this label. And if user clicks on hex, and whatever the hex code of this number, that should be printed on this label. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. So just go to a block section here. So now we want to convert this number to binary or hex whenever a person clicks on a button, right? So for that purpose, just go to this binary button, and here you would find a block that would be just like whenever person clicks on this button. Okay, so here we have a block that would say whenever person clicks on button, do, means what do you want to do. Okay, if you just go to math block, so here you would have a number of blocks. So from here you would find a block that would be convert number base 10x 2. So here we have a block that would be just say from decimal convert to a hex. So this is the one block, and if you just try to see here, we have option here converting a decimal number to binary. So that's the option. So let me just try to have this block and we'll change it to, let's say, a binary. Okay, so this is the decimal to binary conversion. So here we need to give input, and now what input number we want to give? The input number whatever user had typed it, right? So our user would be typing this number in a text box. So for that thing, I would click on this text box, and here I would have a field for a text. So let me just try to get this block here. So right now we are saying that whatever this number is, that means on this text box, just convert that number to a binary. Okay, and after that we want to set a text to this label. So for that guy, here we'll have a result label, and for that we will have a block for setting text. Okay, so here I'm saying setting text, and then I will attach this block here, and I will attach this block on this guy. Okay, so this is a simple thing. Whatever the number we have in the text box, that would be first converted to a binary, and that we will be setting a text on this guy. Okay, so let's see whether it works or not. So here I would just type a number, let's say 10, because I know the binary of 10 would be 10 and 10. So I will click on binary. So I can see the conversion is working fine, 10 and 10. Okay, after that if I type here, let's say 15, so the binary of 15 would be 1111. So let me click on binary. So I can see that is also working fine. So if I type some bigger number and I will click on binary, so here I can see the binary conversion of this number is working fine. Okay, so let's just try to add the functionality for the hex button. So what I'll do, I will click on this hex button, and we'll try to have a block for a button click. Okay, and let me just try to copy this line and paste it here. So I would just say paste it here. The only thing here that will change is from base 10 to hex. So this would be like base 10 to hex. Okay, so now let's just type here something called 100. So the hex of 100 would be 64. So here I can see 64 is working fine. So if I type here number, let's say 32, so the hex of 32 would be 20. So I will click on hex, so it is working fine. Okay, so let me just type here maybe 655335. So the hex of this number would be FFFF, so that is also working fine. But as a general thing, you must be aware that whenever we print a hex number, you always append a 0 and x there. So let's just try to add this guy. So I would go to a text and we'll try to find a join block. So let me just try to remove this block and attach it here. And here I will try to add one text, and that would be empty text. And here I would try to add 0 and x. Okay, so now let's see whether it works or not. So here I would type, let's say 36, and we'll click on hex. So I can see 0x24. That means the hex conversion of 36 number is 24. Number to binary is this guy. So hex is this, binary is this. Okay, so this is working fine. So let's say I would type here maybe hundreds. So the binary of 100 is this guy, and the hex of this number is, it would be 64. So I will click on hex. So I can see this is working fine. So we are able to make this application, and from next video we will try to make some other applications. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So from next videos we are going to make a calculator application in MIT App Inventor platform. It will allow us to calculate only the common functionalities like multiplication, division, subtraction and addition. So let me just quickly show you how our application would look like. So this is the application that we are going to make from next videos. So first let me just test the plus functionality. So I would type here 10 plus, let's say 25, and I will click on equal to. So I can see the answer is 35. So if I want to clear the screen, I can type this C button. Okay, that means clear. Now let me just try to test the division functionality. So I would type 86 divided by 65, and I will click on equal to. So I can see the division is also working fine. If I want to subtract something, so I would write 852 minus, let's say it would be 2566, and I will click on OK. So I can see the division is also working fine. And now I would test the multiplication. So I would type 605 multiplied by 65, and I will click on OK. So this operation is also working fine. So this is the application that we are going to make from the next videos. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So let's just try to make a calculator mobile application in this video. Okay. So very simple app. Here we won't be making like scientific calculator. We just want to make a calculator where we can add addition, subtraction, division and multiplication, right? So let's just try to make it. And in this video, we will just try to make a UI. and in the next video we will try to make the functionality, or I would just say the block section. So first let me just go to MIT App Inventor. Okay, so here we are in MIT App Inventor. So let me just try to create a new project for our calculator application. So from projects I would click on start new project, and here I would choose a name of our application, and that would be a calculator. Okay, so first let's just do the default screen property setting. So vertically and horizontally would be center, the screen rotation would be portrait, the theme would be device default, and we don't want this title to visible on the screen, so we'll click on this guy. So in calculator the general thing would be we want button from 1 to 9, and we want some of the buttons like multiplication, division, subtraction and addition, and then we want a button to clear the screen, and then we want button to equal to, or I would just say to get the answer. So basically we need a 16 buttons. So for that purpose we can use this table arrangement, and inside that we can have 4 rows and 4 columns, and we can try to put the component there, and we do want to show the result, and for that purpose we can use one label. Okay, so what we can do from user interface, first we can try to get the label, and let's just put it here. Okay, so width of this guy will be, let's say 98%. Okay, let's just set font size to 20. The font would be bold. The background color of this guy would be green, and remove this text, or I would say just put 0 over there, and the text element would be right. In calculator we see a right element, right? But let's just set it to a center, why not? The text color would be let's say white, and yeah, I think black was fine, so let's just use the default black color, not an issue. Okay, height, let's set it to a 30%. Yeah, this is good now. Okay, now we want to use the table arrangement layout, because we want to use rows and column, and we want to add buttons there. Okay, so for that purpose I would go to layout, and we'll try to use table arrangement layout. So width of this guy would be 98%. Okay, so let me click on OK. Now here we need to say how many rows and columns we want. So let's just say column would be 7 and row would be 7. And why we want 7 not 4? Because we want to create some space between those components, right? So let's just try to add button one by one. So from here I will try to grab one component and we'll put it here. So here let's just change the name of this to button 7, because first we will be putting button 7, and here I would just say the text would be 7. Okay, the shape of this button would be rounded. Okay, like that we want. Okay, text element would be center, not an issue. Okay, and yeah, the property we will put as it is, and we can change the font to bold if we want. Yeah, so the bold is looking nice. After that we want to have other button, so let me just try to put a button like here. So the name of this button would be button 8, text would be, let's say 8, the font would be bold, and the shape of this button would be rounded. Yeah, so this is fine now. So I can see there is no space between these two components, so I will try to have space using label. So let me just try to put label here. Okay, it didn't come there. Let me just try to put label here. Okay, I'm not able to print it here. So what we can do, first I'll try to move this button here, and then I will try to put label between these two guys. Okay, and I will remove the text, so that would create some space between these two components. So now this is fine. Okay, so now what I need to do, I need to have one more label. So from here I will pick a label and we'll put it here. I will remove the text, and here I can see our UI is ready. Now after that I need to add one button, so the button I would put like here. Okay, again I will change the button name to button 9. The text of this button should be 9, and the font should be bold. Okay, now after that the shape of this button would be rounded. Okay, yeah, so we have 3 buttons. So now I can see here UI doesn't look cool. So what is that? Okay, so let me just try to use here monitor screen. So there was some UI issue on this platform, I mean MIT App Inventor, that we were not getting the actual UI, but in mobile application it used to work fine. So I just relaunched this guy and it is working fine. So if you're facing such issue, you can do that. Okay, so now what we are here, so after button 9 and button division we don't have space. So let's just try to create some space here. So we'll try to add one label between these two guys. So let me see if I can add it. So I can see that I'm not able to edit like this. So what I'll do, I will move this guy to here, and after that I will put one label between these two guys, and we'll try to just remove the text. So that should be able to create a space between these two guys. So now we have our UI ready. We have button 7, 8, 9 and space, and let's just try to have one button between these two components, that mean result label and this button. So we'll get a label and we'll put it here and we'll remove the text like this. Okay, so from here I can see there is too much space, so let me just try to reduce the space. So from this guy I would change the height to maybe, let's say, 4 pixel. Okay, so now I can see there is a much shorter space between these two. Okay, so now we need to have same number of button, like we need to have a button for 4, 5, 6 and multiplication. So let's see. So very quickly, let me just try to add buttons one by one. So I will just try to grab 4. So let me just put a button here. So the text would be 4. I would change the button name to BTN4. So I can see my UI is loaded. So from 4 I would be putting like this, because here I want to create some space between this button 7 and button 4. So let me just quickly add a label between these two guys. Okay, here we have a label and I would remove the text, so that would be sufficient enough to create a space between these two components. Okay, so this is fine, and this space, if it is too much, we can reduce the height to 2 pixel. Yeah, so this is nice space now. Okay, so what I'll do, I will pause a video and we'll add those buttons line by line, and then I'll come back, because this is very straightforward, right? So if you can just add this 1 or 2 button, you will be able to add all buttons, right? So I don't want to make this video too long, so let me just try to add this button and we'll come back again. Welcome. So in this video we will try to integrate the functionality. So that means whatever UI we have, it is not doing anything. So if I just keep pressing any button, I don't see any text here. So let's just try to add the functionality in this video. So first, let's go to a block section. So this is a simple calculator application. So we want to calculate some of the things, right? Either subtraction, division, multiplication or division, right? So here we would have at least two number 1 and number 2. And here we would have a operation. That means what operation you want to perform on that number. Either you want to do multiplication, or you want to do division, or you want to do addition or subtraction, right? So let's just try to define some variable. So the variables would be for number 1, for variables would be number 2, the other variable would be operation, that means what we want to perform on, and the last variable would be for answer. So for that I'll be taking 4 global variables. So let me just click on variables, and from here let me take a global variable. So the first variable I will take is the number 1. So let me just write number 1, and which initially will be 0. Let me just try to copy this line 2 times. So we'll have a Control C and Control V, and this would be for number 2, and the one more variable we want, and that would be for option. So I would write here OP for option, and let's just have this guy as text. So here I would be having a text. So basically here I will be setting a value like a plus, minus, multiplication, division, anything like. Okay, so now what do we want? So first functionality what we want is whatever button we are pressing, that means if I press button 1, if I press button 2, if I press button 6, so that number should be printed here, right? So for that thing, what we can do, either we can take this component one by one and we can try to have a functionality on this block, or else we have a shortcut here. We can try to go to this guy, any component, and here you would have any button. So here you can try to pick this component. So it says that whenever any button clicks, what we want to do, right? So what we want to do, we just want to grab this text, whatever written over there, that we want to put it here, right? So that means I'm saying that if I click on this button, I just want to grab the text of this button, which is 5, and I want to put it here, right? So for that thing, what we can do, we want to set a text on this guy, right? A label. So let's just try to get the name of this label. So name of this label is label 1. So let's just change this label name to input LBL. Okay, so now we can clearly know that this is a label for input. Okay, so now we want to set a text on that label. So pick this guy, and here you would have a block for setting text to. So let's just connect it here. Okay, so we have connected here like that. Okay, now we want to set a text of whatever the text that is there on this button, right? So for this guy, what we can do, again we can go to this any component, and here you would have a block for text. So the one what we are interested in is a text. So this is the guy, that means a button text we want. Now of what component? Of this guy. That means whatever the component or button on which we clicked. Okay, so this piece of code, what it will do, it will just print whatever we are typing the button. So if I type 5 here, so I can see the 5 is printed. Now if I type 6, it will print 6. If I type C, it will print C. If I type plus, it will print plus. If I type 5, 2, 0, 8, whatever button I am typing, that text I am able to print it on this label, right? So this is fine, but what is happening here? As soon as I type any text, it is just typing that text only. It is removing the older text. We don't want it, right? We want that if I type here 1, 1 should be here. So if I type 2, 1 and 2 both should be there. And if I type 3, 1, 2 and 3, this whole text should be there, right? It should not be clearing this text, right? So in that case, what I need to do, I need to have one join block. So from text, I would go to this guy join block. I will attach it here. Okay. So now we want that whatever text is there here, it should be there. After that, you need to append this number. Okay. So we know that from this label, we can get a text by clicking on this guy and having this field, which is the input box text. So now everything should be working. So let me just refresh the screen. And now this should be 0 here. So if I type here 1, 2, 3, every single thing is working fine, right? So if I type here C plus multiplication division equal to 0 minus, every single thing is working fine. That means whatever I'm typing here, that I'm able to print on this guy. Okay. So now what do we want? Let's just try to have functionality of this clear. That means if I click on this button, whatever screen is there, that should be cleared. Okay. So for that guy here, we need to have if conditions. So this block would be called whenever person clicks on any button, and here in this get component, we can try to get the name of the component, or in their component, we can get the component on which the button is clicked. Okay. So we will compare here. If when we click on button, if the component is C, that means clear, we just want to clear the screen, right? So for that thing, we want to use if else block. So from control, let's just try to grab this block, which is if else if, and then okay here. So I want to compare this get component with this button, that means a button clear. So again, we'll go to logic, and here you would have a field for equal to, okay. And this get component, I want to compare it with button C. So if you just go to any button, here last thing what we have is the button object. So let's put it here, and here we want to compare with button clear. So from this guy, I would select button clear, okay. So here what we have done, here we are saying that if button click, just come to this guy, and if we have clicked on this clear button, let's do something. So what we want to do, we want to clear the text. So in that case, what we can do, we can simply go to this guy, input text, and here you would have field for setting text. So let's just try to get this, and here let's just set an empty text. So from text, I would be doing like this, and here that would be empty text. Similar thing we want to do on this info label as well. So let me just try to copy paste this guy, and let's just say info label to empty string. Okay. So let's see whether it works or not. So I would type here something, we'll click on clear, so everything is clear. So I would type here something, we'll click on clear, so everything is clear. But again, C is printed, which I don't want, but let's say currently we will put like this on. So I'll type something, we'll say clear, so everything is cleared. I'm typing something, I will click on clear, so everything is clear. Now why it is printing C? Because this block is outside of if block, means it will execute this piece of code and then it will come here. So what we need to do, we can remove this guy and can put this guy inside the else. Okay, so now C should not be printed. So if I type here C, so I can see there is no C printed on this text. So let me just type any other letter, so that is working fine. If I click on clear, everything is clear. So if I type plus, multiplication, division, minus, 0 equal to whatever button I am pressing, so that text is printing on this label. And if I click on C, that means clear, everything is clear. Okay, so this much code is working fine. So now what we want to do? Now we want to get the result whenever a person clicks on this button, that means equal to. So for that thing also, let's just try to have one condition. So I would type here control C and control V, and from button clear, I would choose here button answer. So whenever a person clicks on the answer button, we want to do the actual operation, right? Either plus, minus, division, or subtraction. So for that purpose, let's just try to define one function, because if I keep adding the code here and here, it wouldn't be a good idea and it wouldn't look clean. Okay, so for that thing, I would create one function. So we'll go to a procedure, and here I would just say this guy, we want to create one procedure or a function. So let me name this function is evaluate answer. So I would write eval answer. So as of now, we won't put any code. So here you would have a function for call evaluate answer. So we'll put it here. Okay. So here I'm saying that if you have clicked on clear button, just clear the screen. If you have clicked on this guy, that means equal to button, just go to this function and do the operation. Else just print it. Now we want couple of more things. We want to add one more else if condition. So let me just try to put it here. So now here we want to add those check, means if the user has place division, user has pressed multiplication, user has pressed any other thing. We want to do the operation, right? So for that guy, let's just try to put some condition here. So the condition would be either user have click plus, minus, multiplication or division, right? So in that case, we need to use OR block. Okay. So let's just go to logic, and here you would have OR block. So let's just put it here. Okay. Now what we want to do? We want to decide whether user has pressed either multiplication, division, subtraction or a plus button. So let's just try to copy this code. Let's just put it here. So if user has clicked on plus button, we want to do this thing. Also, if user has clicked on minus button, still we want to go here. So I would write here minus. Okay. Similar way, I want to add two more conditions. So I can click on this gear symbol and can add two more boolean. Okay, so we'll add it like this. And now let me just try to copy this guy and let me paste it here. And we have plus, we have minus, and here I would just try to select the multiplication. And after that, I would add one more block that would be for division. So I would write here dv for division. Okay. Now in that case, what we need to do, so whenever person clicks on button, first whatever the data that is printed here, I want to assign it to one variable that would be a num1 variable. And after that, whatever symbol I have pressed, means plus, minus, multiplication, division, that I want to put it to this variable that will be operation. So that will define what operation I want, okay, or what calculation I want. And after that, whatever number I am typing, that I want to store into this num2 variable, right? So where do we have it? Num1, and here it should be num2. Okay. And whenever person clicks on button, I just want to say what is the value of this num1, what is the value of this num2, and what is the option. So if it's plus, means I just want to add num1 and num2. If option is minus, means I want to subtract num2 from num1. If the option is multiplication, I want to multiply num1 and num2. And if the option is division, I want to divide this num1 and num2. Okay. So here what I need to do, I just need to set the values of num1, num2. Okay. So first I would just set a num1 value. So we'll click on here, and here I would have field for setting num1. Okay. Now whatever the text that is there on this label, I want to set it to num1, because what I'm doing here, let me just show you one more time. So whatever I'm typing here, if I click on plus, I want that whatever the number that is there, that means for 65, I want to assign it to one variable. The variable is num1. Okay. So what I'll do, I would click on this input label, and here I would have filled for input label text. Okay. So now num1 will have this value. Okay. After that, I want to say whatever the option user have pressed, that means plus, minus, multiplication or division, that I want to put into the other variable, which would be op. Okay. So let me move my cursor here. So I would have this set op2. So here what do I want? The text of the button on which user have clicked on. Okay. So again, I will take this guy, will copy and will paste it here and will put it here. Okay. So this would be having me an option. So now one more thing I want. So if I click on this plus button, whatever the text is here, that should be deleted. So that also I want. So in that case, what can I do? I can simply grab this line and can copy and will paste it here. So now I will see whether it works or not. So I would type plus. So I can see the text is deleted. So I would type some other text and will click on multiplication. So again, the text is deleted. That is what I want. If I type some other text and will click on minus, so again the text is deleted. That is what I want. And if I type some other text and will click on division, so the text is deleted, right? And I will have two things, the number one and the option, that means what calculation I want. Okay. Now this is fine. Now what do I want? Whatever this value I have, like number one and option, that I want to print it here. That means on our info label. So again we'll click on info label and would find a block for setting text. Okay. So now I would have two values. The one would be num1 and the other one would be op. So I would use a join block. So we'll put it here, and first I want is the num1. So from variable I would get this get block, and here I will select num1, and again I will copy paste this block here, and here I would select the op. Okay, so now I'll see whether it works or not. So I would type 85 multiplication. So here I can see that number is printed here. So I will click on clear. I would type 25 minus. So I can see that is also working. I would type here 56 plus. So that is also working. Means whatever option and number we are choosing, that we are able to print it here. Okay. So now we are done with this block. We just want to now focus on this block, which is the evaluate answer block. Okay, so now let's just try to pay very close attention here. So typing one number and then I'm pressing any operation, that means plus, multiplication, division or subtraction. So now we already have these two guys, means a number one and option. So now after that, whatever I'm typing here, and if I click on equal to, I can simply grab this number and can put this value to num2, right? That would be the simplest thing, because here now we have number one and we have operation what we want to do, and we have a number 2, so that we can simply grab the value of this guy, that means the input label. Okay, so here I would just say from variables set the value of num2 from the text what we have got on this input label, right? So let me just try to put it here. So from input label I would just say setting a text, so this I would be getting. Okay, so this is fine. Here now we have a num1, num2 and option. So only thing is pending is answer. So the answer would be based on whatever option user have selected, right? So again we need to use if blocks. So I will go to control and try to grab this block. Okay, and here we'll just try to compare this with whatever user have selected. So here I would just say like this: if the value of the AP, if the value of the OP, that means what user have selected, is plus. So let me just try to compare this guy with plus. What I need to do, I answer variable, I need to sum the num1 and num2. Okay, so I would just go to variable and we'll have this set field, and we will just say set answer 2, and I want to grab the plus thing. So let me just try to put it here. Here I would just try to grab the value of num1. So let me do like this. Let me put like this, and here let me just copy and paste it, and here I would choose the num2. Okay. After that, means after everything is done, what I just want that the info label should be having the entire operation, that means num1 operation, num2 equal to, and the answer. Okay. So for that, let's just go to the info label and have a field for setting text 2, and we want to show everything, that means number 1, number 2 and the whatever the operation user selected. So for that again we want to use the join block. So let me just put it here. So first thing what we want to print is the num1. So from variable let's just get this get block and let's just here say num1. Okay, after that we want to see what operation user have selected. So again we'll click on this guy, Control C and Control P, and we'll here select the operation. Now we want to print the num2, then equal to sign, and then the answer. So I will add 3 more string here. Okay, so here I would write num2, and after that we want to have equal to symbol. So I would write like this, and after that we want answer. So let me just try to copy paste this block here, and we'll put it here the answer. Okay. So now at least the plus functionality should be working fine. So I would write here 10 plus 10, and I will click on OK. So I can see 10 plus 10 is 20, so that is working fine. So now I will type 52 plus 36 and I will click on OK. So that is also working fine. Okay, I will click on clear. So similar to this guy, for plus we can add the operation for multiplication, division and subtraction, right? So let me just quickly do that. So I would copy this guy, and instead of plus I would just say minus here, and I will copy this block here, and instead of plus the entire block should be removed, and I want block for minus, so we'll put it here. We'll just say num1 minus num2. Okay, so this block I need to remove, so I would add one more condition. So now I need one more if else block, so we'll click on here, we'll say else if block and one more else if block, and we can remove this else block. Okay, so let me just try to copy paste this block here, and here I would compare this guy with multiplication, and in that case what I need to do, I need to have a block for multiplication. So from math I would choose this block. Okay, and here it would be number 1 and here it would be number 2, and let me just delete this block. And similar for multiplication, I would design a block for division as well. So Control C and Control V, and here I would change this sign to division, and we'll simply paste like this, and I would remove this guy. From math I would grab the block for division, and here it would be num1 and num2, and I will delete this block. Okay, so I think we are done with every single things. We have 4 variables, then we have the evaluate function ready, and we have this operation. So let's see if it works or not. So first I would test the plus functionality. So I would type 10, then we click on plus button, then I will click the button 25 and we click on equal to. So the plus functionality is working fine. Then I would do 55 multiply by, let's say, 65, and we click on equal to. So multiplication is also working fine. So then I will check the division functionality. So I press 66 divided by 52 when click on equal to. So division is also working fine. And then the last thing what I will change is the subtraction. So that is also working fine. Okay. So we are able to make our calculators. Okay. So let me just briefly mention what I've done here. So here, instead of choosing the individual block for button click, I have used the common one, which is any button clicks. In here, I'm just saying that if user clicks on button clear, just clear the text. If user clicks on equal to, just go to evaluate function and just do what the calculation user has asked for. If user has select plus, minus, multiplication or division, just try to grab the value whatever user has typed it into one variable, that would be num1, and whatever the operation user have chosen, just set this guy to other variable, that would be operation variable, and let's just allow user to enter the number 2. And whenever user types in number 2, and after that if he clicks on equal to, just try to grab the values and just do the operation what user is asked for, and after that just print it. Okay, this was it about this calculator application, and this video became too long, but it is expected because there is lot many things we have done here. Okay, so we'll try to make some other application in next video, so we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So from next videos, we are going to make other mobile application, which is a color picker. I don't know if you're aware or not, but any color is made from combination of 3 colors, which is red, green and blue. So if you add this color in any combination, you would see a different color. So let me just tell you how the application would look like. So this is how our application would look like. So if you see below, we have a 3 scale widget. So if I just pick any of this value, and if I just move this guy like that, I can see the color is changing. So this scale widget is for red color. So if I just changing this value, I can see the color is changed. Now if I just pick the other guy, that means scale widget for green color, so I can see I can add green color in any combination. So from 0 to 255, I can select any range that I want for a green color. Now if I want that blue color, I want as, let's say, 20 value from 255, so that I can do like this and I would have a different color. That means any color we can get from combination of these colors. Okay, so let's just say I would just say it's a 150 value from 255 for red color, 105 for green color, 163 for a blue color. Then we will have this kind of color. Okay, and you can also get the hex value of this color. So hex value is already written, that is 9E63 and A1. So if you want to verify whether it's correct or not, so I would just go to color picker, and here we have this guy. Okay, so what value we had? We had value, let me just try to replace it here only. So I would just say 9E, then we have 63, and then we have A1. Okay, so this is the color we have, and this was the same color we had in the mobile, right? So our application is working fine. So from next video, let's just try to make this application. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So now we are going to make application which would be a color picker. So first, let me just show you how the color picker application would look like. So if you just go to your favorite browser, and here if you just type here ColorPicker, so this is how the color picker would look like. And here if you see, there would be a 3 color bar. The one would be for red, the other one would be for green, and the third one would be for blue. So here if you know that any color is made from the combination of red, green and blue. So if you just have a red, green and blue with 0 proportion, and here you would make a black color. So if you have a red value with 255 value, you would make a red color because there is no portion of green and blue. But if you have this proportion like red color with 103 out of 255, the green would be, let's say, 240 and the blue would be 120. So you would make this kind of color, and this is the hex color of this combination. Means in color picker, you just need to have 3 progress bar or something from where you can pick value from 0 to 255. And after that, you should have option to change this value from 0 to 255, and that will make a color. So at the end, what you need to do, you need to grab this value from progress bar or scroll widget, whatever you call it, and you need to have this as a color proportion like red, green, and blue, and you need to sum up those values and you need to make a color. So let's see how we can do this in MIT App Inventor platform. Here is our MIT App Inventor platform. So I would just close this tab. And here I would just create a new project. So for that, I will click on start a new project, and then here I need to give the project name. So let's say the project name of this application would be color picker. Okay. So now we have our application loaded here. So let me just try to move this guy like this, because right side to this I can show my phone and you can see the live changes. So that is my phone right now. So first let's just quickly do the default setting that we do for every application we make. So first I would like to make this guy horizontally and vertically center. Then I would just say that screen orientation would be portrait, the theme would be device default, and let's just uncheck this option. Okay, so now we have empty screen here. So now we need to have one slider kind of thing from where you can choose a value from 0 to 255, so that we can get it from this guy slider. Okay, and you would be showing a result and a hex code. So for that let's just first try to have one label that would be the result label where you would be showing a color. Okay, so from this guy I would pick one label and we'll put it here, and I would just remove the text. Okay, and now default color I would make is a black, so let me just say black. So let's say the width of this guy would be 98%, and height we can have it as let's say maybe 60%. Okay, so we have nice this much kind of a big label, and this is our result label. So let me just rename this label to result_lbl, that means a label. So here we would be showing our result color. Okay, and now to display hex value I need one more label, so I would just grab this label and we'll put it here, and I would just rename this label to hex value label. Okay, and let's just say width of this guy would also be 98%, and here you can say that hex colon and space. Okay, and let's just say font of this guy would be 25, the font would be bold, and let's just say the font would be center align. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Now we need 3 slider, and slider value also we will be showing, because then only we can know that out of 255 value what is the value that we have chosen. Okay, so for that I'll be using a table view. So let me just go to layout, and from here let me just try to grab this table arrangement layout. Okay, so here I have this table arrangement layout, and what I need to do, I just need to say that the column would be 2 but the row would be 3, because there would be 3 slider, one for red, other one for blue, and the third one for green. Okay, now the width we can set it to 98%, and height let's just say we don't change it. Okay, so first let's just try to grab red slider. So from here I would try to grab slider 1, we'll put it here. Okay, so slider 1 I have picked up, and I would take the other slider, I would take the third slider. So now we have 3 slider, the one would be for red, the other one would be for green, and the third one would be for blue. Okay, and I don't see any space between this component. So what we can do, instead of this 3 row we can have a row 5. So from table arrangement let's just change it to row to 5. Okay, because what we are going to do, we will just try to put one label between 2 slider. Okay, so first let me just delete these sliders. Okay, so I have deleted the other slider, now I have only one slider that is present here. After that I would put one label to create space between these components. So I have a label, and let me just try to delete the text. Okay, after that I would have one more slider, so let me just try to grab the slider from here and let me put it here. Okay, so now I have a slider, and I can see there is a space between these 2 components, and that is a label. Okay, so after that again add one more label to create space between the third slider and the second slider. Okay, so I have this label like this, and after that let me just add the last slider and I will put it like this. Okay, and I will just remove the text. So now I have 3 slider just placed the way we want, and there is a space between the sliders. Okay, now I can see I cannot change it much because the width of this guy is not that much. So first let's just pick this slider 1 and rename this slider to red, and I would rename this guy to red slider. The width of this guy would be, let's say, 80%. Okay, and the color left, what we want is the color left we would change it to red, because this is a slider for a red. Okay, similar for a slider 2 we can rename this slider to let's say green slider, and let's just change width of this guy to 80% as well. Similar for third slider, I would change the name of this slider to blue slider, and width of this guy would be 80%. And for red color left is red. For green slider, color left, let's just change it to green. And for the slider 3, let's just change the color left to blue. and for green color we can try to get the green color as something like this. Okay, in fact let's just have a hex code. So I would just say red, and there is a green and there is a blue. So I would take this color. So now we have 3 slides, which is nice and ready. And first let's just try to go to red slider and just say minimum value would be 0 and the maximum value would be 255, and thumb position initially would be at the 0. Okay, similar for green color, let's just say the thumb position would be 0, minimum value would be 0 and the maximum value would be 255. Because remember, to make a color we need to provide a value from 0 to 255 that we have shown in the color picker, right? So again, go to a blue slider. Let's just say the thumb position would be at the 0. That means initially where do you want your thumb position? Okay, so this is 0 right now. The minimum value would be 0 and the maximum value would be 255. Okay, so this is fine now. Now what do we want? We want that whatever this sliders are there, after that we want to have one label that can show you the current level. That means what is that thumb position at right now. Okay, so for that just go to this label and let's just put it here. Okay, and here we would remove the text, or I would just say we would put the text as 0. For label 2 we will do like this and we'll remove the text. So let me just say the text would be 0, and in fact let me just try to rename this label as red color value label. For label 4 I would rename this label to green color value label, and I would have one more label, and first let's just say 0 here. And for green color I would take a label and will initialize this label text with 0, and here so I would rename this to blue color value LBL. Okay, so now we have 3 label and a color I have designed. Now if I try to change this slider value, nothing would happen because we haven't added any code. Now this UI looks fine. Just the last thing we can do is we can just say it's a center. For green color also we can say text element would be center, and for the blue color also I would just say text element would be center. And yeah, this looks nice, but only thing what we can do is this slider width we can change it to let's say 90%. And let me see, yeah, this looks better. So for green color also I would just say the width would be 90%, and for a blue slider also I would just say the width would be 90%. Okay, so yeah, our UI looks ready. So let's just go to the next video where we will just try to add the block section. That means we will go to this block section and we'll try to add the functionality. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in the last video we had created a UI of this our color picker application, and in this video we will try to integrate the functionality. So first let me just go to the block section. Okay, so here I am at the block section. So now what do we want? We just want that whenever we change this guy, that means either we change the slider position of red slider, or we change the slider position of green slider, or we change the slider position of blue color, we want that it should try to grab this value whatever we have of slider and try to make a color from that red, green and blue. Okay, this is easily we can do, but we don't know how to make a color from any combination of red, green and blue, right? So if you just click on this color component, and here if you just see we have a block of make a color from red, green and blue, and this is the value for red color, this is the value for a green color, and this is the value for a blue color. So now what we need to do, we just need to just get this value of this slider and we need to put it here. And similar for the second and third value, we just need to get the value from the respective slider. Okay, so that's the only thing we need to do. If we are able to do that, then we will make a color, right? So let's just say, and where we want to do, we want to do it whenever we change the slider position of any color. Okay, so in that case we can pick this slider block, and here you would have a block for that would be like change position. Okay, so whenever this position is changed, we will come here, and what we can do, we will get the thumb position by this guy, which is the thumb position. So if you hover over here, you would get a block for get thumb position. So this will tell you the value whatever the scalar widget is. That means if you put it like that, whatever the value, like say 100 or something, that it will give you. Okay, so now what we need to do, first we need to get this value and need to print it here, whatever the label we have, right? So from red color value label, we would just try to find a block for setting a text. Okay, and we'll do like this. Okay, now let's see whether it works or not. So here I'm changing the value, and I can see if I change the value, whatever the value is there, that I'm able to print it here. Okay, so I can see whatever value I'm changing, that is being printed here. Okay, so this is working fine. So now let's just say what we will do. We will just say whatever this get thumb is there, just assign it to this guy as well, and for this label just set a background color. Okay, so we will try to find a block for a result label here. Here you would have a block for set background color, so that we can pick it and we can place it here. Okay, and now here we can simply attach this guy. So here we are saying that whenever the position of red slider is changed, just come here and get the value and just set this value to text. Okay, that's one thing. And then what we want to do, we are saying that after that just set a background color, and you need to make the background color from a 3 color, red, green and blue, and the red value we will get from this thumb position. Okay, so let me just try to grab this thumb position and let me remove this guy and let me put it here. Okay, so now we can check it. Whenever we change the slider of a red color, we would see a different result color. So let me see. Yes, so I can see that this is working fine. So if I change the slider position of red color, that background color is coming on my result table. Okay, the only thing is the hex code is not updated, so let's just try to have a code for hex color, right? So in that case, what we need to do, you need to go to this math block, and here you need to find a block for the hex value. So here I would just say there is this guy, convert a base 10 to hex. Okay, now what number we need to convert? We need to convert to this guy, get thumb position. So let's just try to attach this block here. Okay, and here it would be a float. So first you need to round this value to something, so you can use this round guy and can place it here, and then we're gonna attach it here. And after that we just need to set this to this hex value. So for that hex color label, we can try to find a block for setting a text. So this would be like this, and let's just try to attach this block here. Yeah, so this will work fine. So let's just see whether it works or not. So if I do like this, I can see whatever the value for red color, that is being converted to the hex value, and we are able to see it here, right? So this is working fine. The only thing what we missed here is we removed the text hex also. So here we had a text like this guy, hex colon. We remove that. So for that we can use the join block. So from text I would pick this join block, will place it here, and I will put this guy here. In here I would add a text. Currently there is an empty text, so let me just reinitialize this text to hex colon space and enter. So now if I change it, I can see that my slider is working fine, and whenever I'm changing the value, this guy is changed, and I can see that it is working fine, right? So now we need to do same thing for green and blue color as well. So what we are going to do, we are going to make one function, and that we would be calling whenever we change either a red slider or a green slider or a blue slider, right? So for that, just go to this procedure, try to make a function or a procedure, and here we will make the function name as make color from thumb, or I would just say from sliders. Okay, let's just say the name of function would be this, and let me just try to grab this whole piece of code and let me put it here. Okay, and now what we need to do here, this guy, the thumb position would not be accessible because this guy is local to this block only. So let's first remove this guy. So I would remove this block and I would remove this block, and here we need to have the slider position, or I would just say slider thumb position of a red slider. Okay, so for that, just go to a red slider and try to have a value from this guy, red slider thumb position. So we'll put it here, and same thing we're going to put it here, and same thing you're going to put it here. Okay, and we need to call this function from this guy. So we will try to go to procedure, and here you would have a block for calling the function. Okay, so now we are done with this part. So this would be working only if we change the red color. Okay, so if I change the slider position of green color or slider position of blue color, nothing would happen, right? Because we haven't added any code for that, right? So in that, what we can do, we can simply add this block like position change for green slider and position change for a blue slider. Okay, let's put it here like this. And here we need to call the same function. So from procedure, let's just say we will call this function, and we will attach this to both slider block for green and for blue as well, right? And here we have added a code for only one color. So let's just try to have a code for other color as well. So here you would just say set a red color label value to this guy. Similar, we can copy this line of code 2 times. So I will do like this, and here I would just say green color value from a green slider thumb, and for a blue color value from a blue slider thumb position, and for a blue slider so I would write here blue slider. Okay, now we are done with the setting a text. So that means whenever I change here, so I can see this value is updated, and if I change the blue, this value is updated. And I don't see the full value, so let's just go to designer section, and let's just say slider width, we will change it to 85 for all three slider. The green slider also 85, and the blue slider also 85. Okay, yeah, I can see now this is working fine. We can also round this value like we did here. Let me just try to unattach this block like this, and now I will try to have this round guy. We'll put it here. So let me just delete this block, let me delete this block as well, and let me just copy this guy 2 more times here and here, and I would just say green slider here and blue slider here. Okay, so now only the actual value would come, not the value after the point. Okay, so this is working fine. That means if I change the blue color slider, so this value is updated here. If I change the green color, that value is updated here, and if I change the red slider value, that value is updated here. But the color is not changing for a blue and a green slider because we haven't added code for that. So now what we need to do here, instead of this 0, we just need to have a slider for green. So I would write here green slider value, and similar for this here I will remove this 0, and we'll have a block for blue slider thumb position. Okay, so now we will make a color whatever we want. So here we can see our slider and the color picker is working fine, and the only thing is remaining text is not updated for the green and a blue slider. So let's just do that. So here we need to have 2 more strings, so I will add 2 more strings like that, and here I would copy this piece of block 2 times, and here the only thing I need to change is here I would just say green slider, and here I would just say blue slider. Okay, so now our color picker should be fully functional. So let's see. So here I would change the red color, so I can see that my color is updated, and the hex value of this guy is 8C E3 and 52, and if I change this blue color, the hex value is updated. And if you see here, if I change this green slider, the 2 digit which is at the center, that means this C5C, that are the only one that is going to be updated, because this is a 6 character long hex number, right? So the first 2 character are for red color, the second 2 character are for the green color, and the third 2 character are for the blue color. So if I change this, only first 2 character will be updated. If I change the second slider, whatever this 2 digit between are there, that will be updated. And if I change this third slider, the last 2 digit, or I would just say the last 2 character of this hex value would be updated. So our slider is working fine. So let's just see whether it's correct or not. So I would have a color like this. Let me just say like this. This is 878F and BF. So let's just go to color picker here and verify this is actually the one what we expect. So this is a color picker. So we'd go to here, and let's say here, and here we would have a value. The red value is 135 in application, right? So we have 135 red. So I would put here, let's say 135. The green is 143. Let's just say 44, want an issue. And the third blue value would be 184. So here I would select 180, 83. Yeah. So this is the kind of color we have, and this is the color we have. So these both are matching. It won't be exact match because here we have 133 and I have selected 144, and I have selected 184, and here green we have 144 and we have selected is 143. But you can see there is only a slight difference, and hex color is also fine. And here we have 8790 and B7, and on our application we have 8C, 8F and B8. Okay, so this was about making the color picker application on a mobile. So in next video we will try to make some other application. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So from next videos we are going to make one more application, and that would be a timer or a clock. And from the name you would have guessed it, it is used to just set the timer, or it is also used to set an alarm clock as well, right? So let me just show you the UI. So this is the UI of a game. So right now you can see that's the current time, and that is 2 o'clock and 1 minute and 44 seconds. Okay, so first we will just try to play with a timer, and then we will play with alarm. So here I would set a timer of, let's say, 10 seconds or something. So I would write here 10 seconds. Here there is a minute value, so here you need to type a minute, and here you have a second. or I would say hour. So right now I'm setting a timer for 10 seconds so we can test it very quickly. So here I have set a timer. Now I'll click on start timer. So as you can see, as soon as we start the timer, here you have a countdown timer. So after 5 seconds, you should play some kind of audio. So let's just see. So we can see that our timer is working fine and it is ringing. Now let me just stop the timer. So you can stop the timer by clicking on this button. Okay, now let's just try to put a couple of alarm and see whether it works or not. So currently the time is 2 o'clock, 2 minutes and 35 seconds. So we'll just try to put an alarm just very close to that time. So I would write 14 and then would type 02, and what was the time currently? It is 46. So let's just try to put as 58, set an alarm. And after that, let's just have one more time alarm that would be at 3 and 5. Okay, let's see. So we have two alarm. The one is at right now it's running. Let me just try to stop this alarm. And there is one more alarm that is at 14, 3 or 5 seconds. So let's see. So that is also working. So we are able to set, so very simple app, we can set alarm or we can set a timer. So let's just try to make this application from the next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So let's just try to make a voice command operated web browser, or we can say it's an AI based web browser. So let me just show you how it will look like. So it's a kind of a web browser. You can control it through your voice. So let me just quickly show you how we can use it. So this is our web browser. Now I will click on say something. Python. So right now
searching for Python.
So as soon as I say Python, it has searched for Python and you can see a couple of links. So now I would just try to click on some links. So I would click on this guy, python.org. So I can see it is working fine. Now I can go back by just saying that going back, or let's say go to previous page. So let me just say go to back.
Going back.
So you can see it is going back by just my voice. I can go to a next page by saying that go to next page, or let's say go to forward. So I would just say go next.
Going forward.
So you can see it has gone to the next page. So here next page means whatever we had selected earlier. Okay. Now again I can say go to back.
Going back.
So that is working fine. And if I want to refresh this page, I can say refresh this page or something. So I would just say reload.
Reloading the page.
That is working fine. I can say please reload the page.
Reloading the page.
So that also works. Now I can say search for, let's say, Google.
Search for, let's say, Google.
So whatever you're saying, it has searched for that. Okay. So I would just say JavaScript.
Searching for JavaScript.
Okay. So that is working fine. So let's just try to make this AI based browser from the next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So let's just try to make a step count application. So it's a very simple app. So whenever you are walking or running, it will just count your steps. So let's just see how the application would look like. So this is the UI of application, and from here you can start your steps, and if you click on start, it will just start to count your steps. And if you see, there is a text overwritten, that is overall step 661. So that means if you just click on save, it will just save this step to database. So later on, once you open this application, it would just keep counting the step from there only. Okay. Now I'm right now walking, but you won't be able to see any steps because I haven't started this guy. So I will click on start. So right now I'm walking, and if I just walk like this, I can see the step is increasing. You might not be able to hear my voice clearly because right now I'm walking and my microphone is there only, but you can see the step is increasing. Okay. So right now I come to this guy and I can see the step is 37. Now I would click on stop. So right now, if I walk like this, the step would not increment, right? Because currently I have stopped that step counter. Now, if I want to save this guy, so let's just try to remember the steps was 37 and the overall step was 661. So once I click on save, the 661 plus 37 would go in database, and later on we will be able to see this guy. Okay. So I will click on save. So hopefully our data would be saved. So how can I check it, or I would say how can I verify it? So I can close this application and open it one more time. So then only I should be able to see that 661 plus 37 should be this overall step count, and the distance should be 87 meter plus 26 meter. Okay. Okay. So I'm closing this application. So I have closed this guy, and again I will open this application. So I can see the overall step count is increased to 698. Previously it was 661 or somewhere. and the distance is increased by some meter, and currently we can see the updated distance is 1313 meter. Okay, so this is the application that we are going to make, and remember, we are not only counting the step, but we can also save it. So once you save it, it will go to database, and later on once you open this application, it would have the updated count. So this all the things we are going to learn while making this application. So let's just try to make this application from the next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So let's just try to make AudioPlayer application. So as its name says, it's an audio player. We can play any audio track. We should be able to pause the music. We should be able to resume the music, and we should be able to increase and decrease volume as well. And we should be able to stop the music as well. So let's see how our application would look like. So here is a AudioPlayer application that we are going to make from the next videos. So let me just quickly show you how we can use it. So here we have a button below there, and this is the one guy for volume. So you can increase the volume or decrease the volume by this. You can also increase and decrease volume by pressing this button as well. Here we have a button to pause the music, to stop the music, to play the music, and to select any audio file. So by clicking this, I would select any audio file. So here we need to see is there any audio file or not. So I would click on audio. So let's just see. Okay, so finally it's loaded now. Now I can see there are a couple of audio tracks. So I would select this guy. So right now you can see the audio track name is present here. So it can see that there is one song that is being loaded here. I would click on play. So the song is playing. I can decrease the volume like this. So the volume is decreased to 6. I can do like this. The currently volume is 0. I can increase the volume by doing like this. Okay, so this is working fine. I can pause the music. So right now the track is in pause mode, so we cannot hear any voice. Now I can unpause it by clicking on this guy. So that is working fine. I can stop the music. So currently the track is stopped. Now if I want to select any other track, simply I can click on this guy again. So it will allow us to load any other track. So I will click on audio. So let's see. Now we need to wait till it refreshes. So here we have audio tracks. So I would click on let's say we'll click on this guy. Okay, right now the track is loaded, so I will click on play, and I can increase the volume like this. I can decrease the volume like this. Okay, so this audio play is working fine, and here you can see animation kind of things. It's just a GIF image that you're seeing right now. I can decrease the volume like this. I can increase the volume like this. And I can pause the music, I can unpause the music, I can play, I can increase the volume like this. I can increase the volume by clicking on this button as well. Let me pause it. So I can decrease the volume, I can increase the volume by this button as well. Also I can increase the volume by this scale widget as well. And if you're seeing here, if I decrease the volume, this value is also updated. That means this scroll bar is going like that. So if I just increase the volume, that is also increasing. So let me just quickly unpause it. So this AudioPlayer application we are going to make from the next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So from next video, let's just try to make a VideoPlayer application. So first let me show you how the application UI would look like. So this is how our VideoPlayer UI would look like, and here we have a duration, and here we have option to change the volume, and similar to AudioPlayer, we can change the volume by pressing this button, as well as we can change the volume by just scrolling through this scale widget as well, right? Here we have an option to play the music, or I would just say to play the video file, to stop the video file, to pause the video file. So first let me just select any video file and see how it will look. So I will click on this guy, and from here and to select on videos. So let's just see whether it works or not. And I can see that a couple of videos are there. So let me just try to select this video. Okay, so the video is loaded, and I will click on play. So I can see this video has been played. Now let me select some other video. Let's say this video. I will click on play. So this video, I can go like this. I can scroll through any duration. So this is working fine. I can go fast forward. I can go back. I can pause this video. I can unpause this video. I can stop this video. I can pause this video. I can stop this video. I can play from there only. I can decrease the volume by this guy. I can increase the volume by this guy. And I can decrease the volume like this and increase the volume like this as well. So let's just try to make this VideoPlayer application from the next video. So we'll see you there. Thank you.